right, in a start. And to begin with, I'm going to import my design background, all right, into Power BI. And this is something we've done several times. If you've been watching my channel, this should be familiar. You should be familiar with this, okay? And so this is it, Amazon. So I have here, and then what we are going to do is that once I have this, I'm going to reduce the transparency, and voila, we have our dashboard. All right, so this is our background design, all right, in Power BI for this particular project. We have that, like I said, I'll leave it in the description box below. All right, so you have nothing to worry about. If you want me to take you through how to prepare these dashboards in Power BI, be sure to leave a comment down below for it, and I'll be sure to make a video on that, how to do this, how to save it, all right, so that when you transfer it into Power BI, it's just fitting as it is now. Okay, and so don't forget that. All right, so now we have our design background. We are going to start answering our questions. Okay, so the first question is that what is the total revenue, total units, and overall operating profit for Amazon? All right, so this is the first question. The business or the management wants to find out our total revenue, total units, and overall operating profits for Amazon. All right, and so to do that, I've already created my measures for it. And so this is my measure table, and I have my total revenue, and this is a DAX formula that I use. It's simply sum, all right, of this. Okay, now if you don't know how to create a measure, all you need to do is to click on this, right click, and then you can go to new measure, and then you'll be able to create it. All right, so this is for my total revenue, this is my DAX for my total revenue. Then I have for my total profit as well, all right, my total records, and then the total units sold. All right, so I have my measures for all of this, all right, all of this question that management is looking to solve. All right, and so I'm just going to pick them. Total units sold, let me start with total revenue, total profit, and total units sold. Now this is not a part of the KPI, the question that management wants, but we use it for something else. That's why I created it. So when we get there, you'll see why we created this. All right, and so this is the three KPIs or the three totals that management really want to see. So we've selected them, and we are going to use a card, all right, to illustrate this. So I'm going to use a card, and yeah, voila, this is the cars, and we have everything in there. So now all we need to do is some formatting. All right, so I'm going to come right here to my visuals, and we are going to do the formatting. Okay, and so yeah, so from this particular point it's just formatting. Go to call out, all right, because yeah, the call out, we need to reduce the size, all right, to fit the box. All right, so we are going to go with maybe 16, all right, and then bolden it a little bit. Okay, and we are going to use black. This is black, all right, sure. And then we are going to align it in the middle. Okay, so we are done with this, the color, the values, and now we can do the same for the labels. Now the labels are the writings down there, the total units sold, the total profit, all of that. That is the labels. All right, and so for the labels as well, we are going to come here, bolden it a little. I'm going to reduce this a little bit, and I'm going to make this black. Okay, so now we are done with the call out values. All right, and we can continue to do a little bit of, so for the cars, what I want to do is I want to remove the background, but I want to add some. I want to remove the background, sorry, but I want to add some asset bar. All right, so we are adding the asset bar to the cars. All right, let's remove the borders as well, and then any dividers. All right, and then let's work with the asset bar. Okay, so the ascent bar, you want it from the left. All right, if you want it from the right, you can just choose from the right as well, and you see it on the right. All right, but in this particular case we want it from the left side. All right, so from the left, and then we are going to increase the thickness, all right, to this a little bit. All right, and then that should be this for that. All right, and we are going to go there and remove any background effects or any effects on this particular visualization. All right, okay. Now, once we are done, we like to put in some figures to show total revenue, total profit, and all of that. Okay, so we'll be doing that. So let me try fixing this right in here. All right, so we are fixing this in here, and we are stretching this to fit. Okay, stretching this to fit it. It looks good. Let's add the pictures. So to do this, I already have my pictures. All right, already have my pictures. So I'm going to go to call out, and once I come to call out, I'm going to be selecting so total revenue. All right, and then I'll come down to pictures. All right, so I want a picture for total revenue, and I'm going to go to browse to select it. All right, and so I'm going to come here. Where is it? Amazon. No, this is not it. So so I'm looking for my project pictures. All right, so we have total revenue. So this is my total revenue. So that is that. All right, and now as you can see, it's taking everything. It's taking the entire distance. So we can just go and do say fit. All right, I need it to fit. Okay, and once it's going to fit, I think that should be done for now. All right, so it's fitting. No, all right. So it's fitting. Let's see if there's some other thing we can do with this. The image area size, I want to make this 30. Alright, so I want to make this 30. Okay, so I believe this is fine. Alright, so I believe this is fine now. And then we can move on to the next one, which is total profit. Alright, so we are going to come back and select total profit for this. Alright, so we are going to go to total profit, and then we are going to come back down to this image. We are going to go select the image, and this time around is profit. So we select the profit. All right, and we are going to come down here, and again we are going to put this, we are going to make it fit. All right, and then line, and we are going to make this 30. All right, good. And then this as well, you can just go back and just go, but we can also make it differently. So let me see. Let's say I don't want to make it fit. All right, let's say center. All right, and then center, I'm just going to reduce this, and I'm going to make this maybe 60. All right, so you can also do it this way, it really doesn't matter. All right, okay, so now you're going to the last one. Now I'm going to go select total units sold. All right, and then go to come to image, and we are going to go select the total units sold image. All right, so total units sold, so this is it. So yeah, you can use whichever one that you want, it really doesn't matter. And you're just going to change it and make this 60 as well. All right, and then that should be all. So we are done with our first yeah, so I think we can do a little bit of cost. Hold on, I want to do something to move the background for this. All right, so now we are done. So this is our first question solved, and we can see it right over here. So it says the first question: what is the total revenue, total initial and overall operating profit for Amazon? And we've actually solved that right in here. All right, so now we are moving on to our second question, which says how have sales trended over time, monthly and quarterly. All right, so now we are looking at how sales have trended monthly and quarterly. So let's go in and do that. All right, so for our second question, all right, which is asking us to find the sales trend over time, all right, which is monthly and quarterly. What we are going to do is that we are going to be using what we call the drill up and the drill down. Now the drill up and the drill down, normally you first need to have prepared a hierarchy. All right, and so the hierarchy that we are going to be using in this particular case, we are going to use quarter, and then we are going to use month, because for a date hierarchy, normally start from the year, the quarter, the month, and then the day. All right, and so it's going to be quarter and then the month, like that. All right, and so it says the sales trend. All right, so go to our measure, and then we are going to find the total revenue by the by trend. All right, and so we are going to come down here, we are going to go to our invoice date. All right, and then this is a hierarchy that has been created. Then we are going to choose for quarter, and then we are going to select month. All right, now initially if you select it, this is how of course it's supposed to be. All right, but then we can just click on the drill down. All right, and then once we click on the drill down, let's hit on this. Okay, and then we can go back up. All right, so we'll be using the line chart, all right, to showcase this. Okay, so it's as simple as that. All right, it's as simple as that. All right, so it's as simple as that. I'll be showing you how it works, but first let's prepare it. All right, so this is it, so that I'm going to say, all right, so this is a total revenue by the first quarter, this is a total revenue by the second quarter, this is a total revenue by the third quarter, this is a total revenue by the fourth quarter. But if you look at this, the third quarter contributed the most revenue. All right, And what we can do is that we can now go into third quarter and see which of the months, okay, contributed the most revenue. And so if I click on this, because our draw down is already there, if I click on this, we are going to get for the month, all right. And for the month, we are seeing that July actually contributed the most amount, all right. And so this is just how the drill down and the drill up works, all right. Now if I want to go back, I'm going to use the drill up to go right back up, all right. Okay, so now we can just format this so that we can have our question answered. So I'm going to go here and this, all right. I'm going to change this to black, okay, because we need that. We actually need the x-axis, but we don't need for the title, all right, because anyone can tell it's quarter, all right. So we don't need for the title. And then for the y-axis, we are just going to turn everything off, all right. So for the things that was over here, that's the y-axis, all right. We are going to tell everything off, all right. Now let's see if there's any secondary items. I don't think so, but if there are, we can just simply turn that off as well, okay. All right, and then we are going to come see now in my project. I really do not like seeing green lines, so I oftentimes, I don't know if you followed, if you've been following my project preparations or my Power BI projects, but oftentimes you see me checking the green lines. And sometimes I know some of you might be like, why is he checking the green lines? Well, I just don't want green lines in my work. So that's that. And then for the line, this, we are going to change the color to make it black, because I don't want so many colors, right? So I'm going to just change that and make it black. Now there are two blacks, but this is the original black, the 000. All right, so I'm going to change that, make it black. And if you want, we can increase the width, that's the size of it. Wait, hold on, what happened? What happened? Let me just go back again. Wait, hold on, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Oh, I turned this on. All right, so that should fix it. Okay, so now for the width, we can just increase it, the size, all right, and then that should work. Okay, so that's that for the line. And we don't want any shaded area. The shaded areas will just shade this area, all right. We don't want any shaded areas in this particular project, but we want markers, all right. So we want these markers, all right, and I think this is fine. Okay, we can increase the data as well, but I think this is fine for now. Okay, and then we close it. Then we can go to data labels and add a little bit of data labels, and we can again just format the data labels and format the values for the data labels, all right. Where we increase this and we do this, and I think that this should be fine as well, all right. So now we are done with this particular part of it, and we can just go back and change the title, all right. And I say sales trend, all right. Can just say sales trend by quarter and month, all right. So sales trend by quarter and month, and we need to format that as well, the title as well, because it's looking really bad and black, all right. We can put this in the middle. All right, so now we are done with the second one. Kindly forgive me for the motor noise. I'm currently very close to the road, so you have to forgive me for that. All right, so this is our second question solved. So this is our first question. Our second question has now been solved. All right, so all right, let's move on to the third question. The third question is, which season or month generates the highest sales? Now I believe this question also solves that particular answer. All right, because like we said, we saw that in the month of July, all right, because if you draw down, we select the highest quarter, okay, you can see it's in July that we are actually making the most sales. All right, okay, so that should solve the question number 3. Then question number 4, which is, now which cities contributes um the most sales and profit? So we are looking for the top 5 or top 10 cities with the most sales and profit. So we can either use the most sales or the most profit, all right, and that should be fine, because I believe most sales will come with most profit, will also come with most profit, all right. So the top 10 should be fine. Okay, all right. And so we are going to come right in here, excuse me, we are just going to come right in here, and I'm going to say, all right, so we are looking for the cities. Okay, now if you look at this data set, okay, if you look at this data set, for us to be able to use what we call the map chart, all right, to use the map chart, that means we need to have come here and then change this, because normally you see it under uncategorized. If you are now doing it, you see it as uncategorized. So you simply come here, come right here, come to that particular column, and then because it's city, you change it from uncategorized to city. All right, so that you are able to use it. Okay, all right. So that's that for that. So I've already done that. I've already changed that from uncategorized to city. So I can use the map chart. But if you haven't done that, you should do that. All right. Just go right here to the table view, select the data set, which in this particular case, this post data set, come to city, change this from uncategorized, select city, and that should be done. All right. Okay. So now let's move on. So top, the question says what? Question 4 is which cities contribute the most sales and profit? So we are looking at the top cities that is contributing the most sales and profit. All right. So I'm going to select my city. Okay. And then I'm going to come to my measure table. Now I'm going to select total profit. Okay. I can also just add total revenue and total profit. Okay. So let's see that right here. All right. So the total profit is as my total, of course. And then we are going to come right here. Now we'll be formatting that. And for the city, I'm going to change. I'm going to say we want the top 10. So I'm going to come to top 10. All right. So top N, and I'm going to select top 10. And now I'm going to be doing that based on the total revenue. So I'm going to select my total revenue and put that in here. Then I'm going to go to apply filter, so that it's going to apply my filter and then give me what I'm actually looking for. That's the top 10 cities with the total revenue. Okay. So now that I have this, I can bring this down here. Okay, and then we can begin to format this. Okay, so do you want to use this or do you want to use this? But I think this is fine. Okay, so we are just going to come right here, and for the map settings, do you want road, I think, or grayscale, or do you want it, so you can decide which color you want. All right, in this particular regard, I think let's go with the black for now. All right, so let's go with black. All right, so you can choose to add controls. All right, really doesn't matter. You can choose to add controls, or you can choose to just leave it as it is, and that is also fine. Okay, depending on what you are doing. I'm just showing you what happens when you use them. Okay, and now we can change the colors, and let's make the colors white for them. All right, okay, so we can also increase or decrease this as you see fit. All right, that is fine. So now that we are done with that, let's close this category level so that we can add so we can add the cities, the name of the cities. All right, you can add them. So you can do this, and you can choose to format them as well, whichever way you like. All right, then now we can go here, and then for the title, top 10 cities. So we can say top 10 cities by revenue and profit. All right, okay, then now we can format that. It's too big, so we can just reduce. All right, and format this. So I want it to be 12 and bolded, and then black. All right, and then in the middle, so that is fitting and in the middle. Okay, all right. So now that we are done with that, what we can do is that we can just change the effects. All right, or remove the background, and voila, that should be that. So we are done with this. That's our third question solved. Fourth question solved, excuse me. So the fourth question, which cities contribute the most sales and profit? So that is what we've just solved. All right, and so if you go here, you see that this, it has the total profit as well as a tooltip. Okay, so we will format the tooltips as well once we are done with that. So now let's go to the fifth question, which is which products are the top sellers by revenue? All right, which products are the top sellers by revenue? Okay, but I like to leave that particular question, which products are the, all right, so let's solve that question. I wanted to skip it and then go do something, but let's solve it. So which products, so now what I like to do, or what I did was that I went to the sports to check how many products that we have. All right, to check how many products that we have, because you can't just stand up and say you want the top 5 or top 10. Perhaps all the products are just up to 5 or up to 10, and so it's important to check to know that. All right, so I came right here, I checked, and I saw that we only had 1 2 3 4 5 6, only 6 products. All right, and so what I did was that I divided that. So I said the top 3 products and then the bottom 3 products. All right, and so that is how I answered this question. So the top 3 with the most revenue, the 3 with the most revenue is our top 3, and then the 3 with the least revenue is our bottom 3. All right, so I divided that into 3. Okay, and so As the question has rightfully said, that they want to know the products that are top sellers by revenue. So I'm going to say the top three products by revenue. Okay. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to select product. All right. And then I'm just going to come to my measures, which I've already created, and select my total revenue. Okay. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to come here and I'm going to select top N and then choose top three. Okay. Choose top three. And since it's based on revenue, I'm going to take my revenue, drag it here, and apply filter. And I have my top three. So all we need to do is select a filter for this. Now in my actual project, I selected the donut chart. Now you are free to select the pie chart as well, or some of you might still go with column or column chart or clustered bar chart, and that is totally fine. All right. So you are free to use whichever visualization that you want to use it. But in this particular case, I think I'll still go with the donut chart. All right. So I'm going to pick this, bring this down here. Okay. And then I'm going to close this so that it fits the box. It fits the it fits into this box. All right. Okay. And now what I can do is that now I need to go in there and do my formatting. Now I don't want the legends title, so I'm going to take the legends out. But for the slices, I'm going to change the colors. All right. And you can also do that based on how you want to, you know, color them. All right. So I'm going to select men's street footwear. I don't want this color. I want to make it black. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to select the second one, which is women's apparel. All right. And I'm going to make this. Let's say I'm going to make this color. All right. And for the third one, which is this, I think I'm going to change the color and I'm going to make it this. All right. So this is the colors that I want. So I'll go to detail labels, and once I come here, I'm going to come to values, and I'm going to do my formatting. All right. So do my formatting, increase it a little bit, and then make the color. I don't want it this color, I want the actual black. All right. So like so, and I think that is done. All right. Then now from there we need to just go and work on the title. All right. So for the title, I'm going to come here. I'm going to say top three products with the most revenue. All right. So top three products with the most revenue. And now once I've gotten that, I can just decrease this, bolden this, make this nice. I can reduce this a little bit as well. All right. But I think 12 is fine. And then I can just put this everything title in the middle, and then voila, that is that. So we are done with this question as well. All right. So this question that says they want to know the products that are their top sellers. That is what we've gotten for them. So the products that are their top sellers, one is the men's street footwear, the second is the women's apparel, and the third is the men's athletic footwear. So these are the products that are bringing in the most revenue. All right. Okay. So now let's move on to the next one. So the sixth question says which sales channel generate the most, let's say, the most revenue. Now I like to leave this. Which customers are shifting toward? Are customers shifting towards? And I would like to leave this. Which method has the highest profit? I like to leave this for now. Then which region contributes the most to sales and profit? I also like to leave this for now. So let's move on to question 10. So question 10 says what is the relationship between price per unit and operating margin? All right. Now I'm leaving from question 6 all the way to question 9 because I'll be using the 4 parameters to answer those questions, and that's why I'm leaving them for now. So I'm working on the other ones, and then once we are done, we use the 4 parameters to summarize those 4 questions. All right. So if you can see right over here, all right, this one. So this is a fold parameter, and the fold parameter answers everything: product, sales, retail, region, by total revenue, total profit. So we are going to use a fold parameter like so, all right, to answer the question over here. All right, and that is why we are just skipping it to question 10. So question 10 is what's the relation between price per unit and operating margin? So price per unit and operating margin. If there's an increase in unit price, does it also lead to a corresponding increase in operating profit margin? Things like that. All right. Or an increase in price leads to a decrease in operating margin. All right. And so that's what we're going to look at. And for that, we are going to be using what we call the scatter plot to illustrate that. All right. And so, yeah, the question again is what's the relationship between price per unit and operating margin? All right. So we are just going to go to price per unit, which you can find that right here. So price per unit and operating margin. Now, this is based on the product. All right. If you have to find a relationship, it's based on the product. All right. So the product itself, the operating margin, and then the price paid, the price per that particular product. All right, no operating margin. That's why I've selected the product. So don't forget. And then we are going to go right here and select the scatter plot for that. And so this is our scatter plot. All right. So we have that here, and we are simply just going to format this. All right. Okay. All right. So now we're just going and format this. But there's going to be another this one. So we are going to reduce this a little bit. Okay. All right. Then here, and I don't want anything, so I'm just going to remove everything from this particular visualization. All right, titles and what have you, I'm just going to remove everything. Okay, because the bubbles themselves will narrate everything, so I don't need these values. They are just there to take up space. All right, they're just there to take up space, and that's why I'm removing them. Now let's check the grid lines. Are there any grid lines? Nope. So we are good to go. All right, let's see if we can add some zoom sliders. Nah, we can't add zoom sliders, we don't have that option. All right, and the markers are just the bubbles in there, so we can change them. We can change the colors. No, let's just use this. All right, so size, we can increase them a little bit. All right, that's fine. And then we can come right here. Now I'm going to change this. I'm going to make it black. All right, now you can use any color of your choosing. All right, let's see, should we use this color? Nah, I just think I'll use black for now for this particular project. Right, so black is fine. All right, and then we're going to close this, and that should be. So let's add category labels. All right, to them. Okay, so these are the category labels. And all right, this, that. Okay, then we can just go here and then change our title. All right, so you're going to say relationship. All right, relationship between price and operating margin. All right, so we can just say relationship between price and operating margin. Now let's reduce this. Okay, and then I'm just going to make this bold, and then for this I want to be sure it's actual black, and then we put this in the middle. And so you can simply see that this particular product, the main street food, the price and the operating margin is actually the best. All right, so you can see it right here. The unit price is 71,222, and the operating margin is around $718. All right, and then from there we come down to this one, which has a unit price of about 82,974 and operating margin of 709. Now if you come down, you see that it's going to reduce, and then so on and so forth. And so it tells you which ones are actually very much performing, and then which ones are not really meeting up to, the relationships are a bit abysmal. All right, and so you can see that right over there. And so that is that for this particular question. So we are able to see the question 9, the relationship between the price per unit and operating margin. All right, yeah, okay. So now the question 10 says, using the map chart, we also identify the 5 cities with the least contribution in profit, revenue, and total units. All right, and what we can simply do, just as we did for this, we can also do the same for this. All right, and so we are going to look for the cities. Okay, let me come right up. So I'm going to look for the cities. All right, but in this case we are going to be looking for the ones with the, the least amount of revenue, or generating the least revenue, all right, to Amazon as a company. All right, so you are going to come right here, and again we are going to go to the top 10, but this time around we are going to change from top to bottom. All right, because we don't want the top end, we rather want the bottom, the bottom 5, the bottom 10, the bottom 8. All right, that is the least amount. Okay, and so we change it. Once you click on the top end over here, you come down here to show items, and in here we have top and bottom, so you change it from top to bottom. All right, and then we can say, all right, so we want the bottom 10, and then we are going to continue by taking what we are basing it on and applying the filter. All right, so now that we have this, we can simply just drag this and bring this down, and all that is left is our formatting. Okay, so let's bring this down here, close the gap a little bit. All right, because we don't have enough space. Okay, and then we can just click on this format paint and then put it on here. All right, so we have our question. Now we can just go in there and then change the title to cities contributing the list. All right, so we can just do that, and good, we are good to go. All right, so we can just also make it just top 5. So let me just make it top 5 because it looks because the space is low. So let's just make it top 5 and apply. All right, so this looks okay. So this Fargo is the city given as the one of the least one of the cities with the least total revenue. All right, and then we have Minneapolis, also one of the cities with the least revenue, and then we have the more. I don't know how you pronounce this. This is the first time I really see this. So if you know how to pronounce it, you can just let me know. All right, and then we also have Omaha, yeah, Milwaukee. So these are the cities contributing the least amount, all right, to Amazon in this particular data set. All right. So we are done answering question 10 as well. So we've answered question 1, question 2, question 3, question 4, question 5, question 10, and question 11. So that we have from question 6 to question 9 to answer. So the question 6 says which sales channel generates the most revenue? So sales channel is 1. Are customers shifting towards online purchasing? Which method has the highest profitability and which regions contribute the most to sales and profit? All right, so that's what we are going to be doing. And with that, like I said, I created the field parameters for that. Okay, so I have my first field parameter, which is your column parameter, and my second field parameter, which is the measure parameters. Now, if you don't know how to create field parameters, I have a video on field parameters that I'll wish for you to check it out. All right, to fully understand how field parameters are created and the essentials of field parameters. All right. So now let's continue. And so with this, I'm just going to select my field parameters. Right, so I'm going to select bar before. Yeah, so I'm just going to select my field parameters. All right, so now I'm just going to select my field parameters. So I'm going to come here now. Before you select a field parameter, all right, if you've already created a field parameters, it's essential that before you select the field parameter, you already choose the filter slider. You know, field parameters are slices, all right, they come in the slices. So before you select any field parameter, be sure you have your slicer selected, all right, else it's not going to work. Okay, so I have this. All right, so this is my first field parameter, and then my second field parameter is going to be my measure field parameter. So I have that. All right. All right, so now I'm simply going to format them. Okay, my field parameters. That is these two slices. All right, and so let me just do that quickly. So with this, my column parameters, I want them this way, horizontally, and then with my measure parameters, I want them vertically. Okay, so with my column parameters, I'm going to come here and slicer center. I'm going to leave it as so, and then with this, because I want them horizontally, I'm going to add this one. All right, and I'm going to add this 4. Then I'm just going to close the gap. Okay, now the gaps are the spaces the spaces between them. Okay, so don't get it twisted. So I have my this, I want them this way horizontally because I want them on top. Okay, I want them on top, so like so. All right, so let's go ahead and continue formatting this. So I'm going to come to my callout and work on my fonts and all of that. All right, so I will simply go to value, increase this, make this bold. All right, and then maybe 13. Okay, that should be fine. And then this. Okay, and then I can just come here and put this in the middle. Okay, but then I don't want the title, I don't want this column parameter showing. Okay, so I'm just going to turn this column parameter off, and now voila, I have this. So now we are moving to the second one, and I would like to use the same format. Okay, so I'm going to use the same format for this. The only difference is that with this particular one, I don't want I want it in the vertical form. Okay, I want it in the vertical form so that I can put it right here. And so instead of this, I'm going to rather do this 4, and then I'm going to do this 1 so that I can have it in vertical form. All right, okay, so this is how it's supposed to be. And let me do this right. Take this up and lower, right? So take this up and lower, then bring this down here. Oh, good. Maybe let me close it a little bit. I think it's too large. No, but everything will show. So this is just fine. Okay. So this is just fine. So this is our four parameters. Now, if you made it up to this point, I'd like to pause it and say, hey, don't forget to subscribe if you are loving this and you love to get to know more about Power BI and data analytics. All right, because on this channel we are not just learning Power BI, but we will be looking at videos on SQL, Python, Excel, and so on and so forth. All right, everything data. Okay, and so if there's something you're interested in and you are liking this, you are loving it, I'll urge you to be sure to subscribe. All right, don't forget to leave a comment if there's anything that you really do not understand, right, or you want me to go over. Okay, and I'll be sure to make a video that I saw for you. Be sure to like as well. All right, so without much ado, let's continue. So now that I'm done with my field parameters, now when you create field parameters, you need a measure, you need a visualization that will show you what you need when you switch between the field parameters. All right, and with this particular measure, we are going to be using the tree map. Okay, so I'm going to select the tree map. Oh, excuse me. All right, so the tree map, we are going to visit the tree map. So this is my tree map. And with the tree map, we are going to be using our parameters, all right, because we want the figures in the tree map to change based on our parameters, all right, not based on an individual column or an individual measure, but based on the parameters. And so I'm going to select my parameters, so my column parameter 1 and then my measure parameter. Okay, all right, so now that I have this, depending on whichever measure that you choose, you need to make a little bit of settings. So I'm going to put this right here. Okay, all right, so I think this is fine. So this is a measure, so that when I want the total profit for products, I select total profit and then I select product and I'm able to find that. If I want the total profit for sales method, I'm going to select sales method and I'm going to find that. If I want that for region, if I select total profit by region, I'm going to find that. If I don't want the total profit but I want the total units sold, if I do this, I'm going to find the total units sold by region or by retailer or by sales method. So this is for the total units. And if I want for the total records as well, because if you looked at one of the questions, it says our customers shifting towards online purchasing, which is a channel. All right, and so the total record, the total number of people by sales method. So this shows that people are preferring more of online purchasing, all right, as compared to outlet and in-store. And we are able to do this because of the fraud map that we are using. Now, if you look at it, there are other questions as well. So the question 6 is which sales channel generates the most revenue? All right, so which sales channel? So this is sales method generates the most revenue. So I can simply just come here and again I can see that in-store generates the most revenue with a whooping 35 million, all right, followed by outlet with a whooping 29 million. Okay, and so you can see question 6 is solved. You can see question 7 is solved. All right, question 6 is solved, question 7 is solved. Now question 8 is which method has the highest profitability? Has the highest profitability. And so if you come right here, we can see which sales method has the highest profitability. And so we are looking at total profit, and we can see that in-store has a total profit or brings in the total profit, the highest total profit of 12,759,000. All right, and so this simple thing has answered most of the questions or all of the questions. Question 9 says which region contributes the most to sales and profit? So which region, which is this is a region, contributes to sales, so total revenue, and we can see that the western region brings in the most total revenue, followed by the northeast and then the southeast and then the south and the mid-east for total revenue. Now if you look at profit as well, you can also see that west brings in the most total profit and then northeast, and it follows like that. All right, so the field parameters help us to answer all of those questions without us having to create multiple pages, all right, for this particular question or multiple visualizations for it. All right, and so once we have that, now we can just simply come here and format our visual. Okay, and so I'm just going to come here and make everything black. So I'm going to use a conditional formatting gradient, and I'm going to say the lowest because I want everything to be black. I'm going to come right here and say black as well, so that everything now is black. All right, okay, so that's conditional format, and I have a video of that as well. So we can put in our data labels, right? And there's something that I like to check. So measure, let me see, I'm just checking something. All right, I think there's something wrong somewhere. So category column, let's bring that in here. All right, so this is how I want it. Okay, so this is how I actually want it. So I'll be using this because that time we had some figures, we had some total revenue the same applying down here, which didn't really seem right. All right, so total product by, and now we just have it this way, and this makes a lot of sense. All right, okay, so now let's format this again. I'm just going to come here, choose everything to be black. Now because we made a little changes, this affected this as well. All right, so now we don't have the conditional formatting option. Okay, we don't have the conditional formatting option, but that is also fine. You can just do it like this as well, where you just have to change everything. You just have to change all the colors. Okay, and so it's fine because we don't have that option. And now the layout, we want to squarify it. Okay, now we have our data labels, and we can just format the data labels. All right, and increase this a little bit, and I think this is fine. Okay, so that's for data labels. And for data category, which is the titles, all right, or the name of the products, we can again just make it big, large, a little bit. All right, so I think this should be fine. Then we can just go to general, and then for the title, I like to take the title off. All right, because we don't need the title. And the effect, I like to turn this off as well. And then now voila, so sales method by total revenue. So again, this like this, so it will be, for some reason you are going to have to change them one by one if you don't like the colors. All right, and that is totally fine. I mean, that is totally fine. You can easily just change your colors. All right, if you are tired now, and I like to leave this as this color, it makes it look really good. And then the retailer as well, so we can just go in there, and then because we don't have the conditional formatting function, we just leave it as it is. Okay, leave it as it is. Then let's make this black, but I'll leave the orange in the middle. And then let's make this black. Let's see if we can make this orange. All right, that's good. And then with this, so this is the last one. So, and then we can just change the colors. It's black, make this black. All right, make this black. Then the last one, you can make the last one black as well. All right, and so yeah, voila. So this is the entire project. All right, and I hope this was fun. I enjoyed it. I don't know if you enjoyed it. And if you want to make the two tips, all right, so like so, if you look at this, you can see our two tips are, like how the two tips are appearing. If you just want to, if you want to do that as well, like I said, I have a video on that as well. But if you want to know how to do that, you can just simply just select that particular visualization, go to general. All right, come down to tooltips. Okay, and then once you come to tooltips, you have the option to change your text and then your background. So with text, I'm going to say B, and then the text color. So there are two things you need to do here. The label color, I'm going to select, this time I'll select black for it, but the value color I'll select this for it. Right, or no, so this, because I want to make the background black, and then I'll select white for this. All right, so that the background, all right, the background, I can select black for the background. All right, so that if you come here, you can see that now it's working. And you can do that to all of them. So you can come down here, and then you just select, change this, make this black, and then make this this, and then make this white, and then bolden it a little bit. And now if I hover over here, you can see that is there. So you can do it for all of them. All right, and so yeah, for this particular project, this is going to be the final work. All right, that we are going to be seeing. It might probably shift. All right, but will be a little different depending on what we are doing and what we want to add. I always tell you guys that when it comes to projects like this, you don't necessarily have to do it exactly how the person is doing it. You don't need to copy it. All right, you need to add your own thing to it. All right, so you are able to say that indeed this particular project you were guided by, this project you actually put in your best because you added something to the project. All right, and so I like to add a few things along the way to confuse you a little bit and to see if you can actually get back on track. All right, and so without much ado, we'll be jumping right in and we'll start doing our work. Obviously we'll be using this as a guide. All right, so there's a page one and the page two, and we'll be using this as a guide, all right? But we are not going to be focusing so much on it. We are just making sure that we are going according to trend, all right? Okay. And so without much ado, we will delve right back in. Now, I already have my design background, all right, already prepared in PowerPoint, like you know by now. So I've prepared my design background in PowerPoint, all right, and I'll be leaving this in the description box below alongside the dataset itself. And so you can just go in there, download the dataset, download the background. The background is in PowerPoint, so you can maybe do a little changes on your own, all right, do some few changes so that you can, say that, all right, so at least you added this to it, okay? And so without much ado, we'll be delving right in and we'll be starting our work. So now that we are in here, I'm going to set up my design background or my background page for this particular project. And like I've said, I already have everything sorted out. So I'm simply going to go to this page, go to my canvas background, and then I go to browse so that I can select my design background. All right. So once I come here, I'm going to go to my design background. So this is where I've saved mine. So I don't know where you are going to save yours, all right? But that is fine. And so HR equality. So once you've saved it, or once you've gone to pick it up, all you need to do is you need to now reduce the transparency, and voila, you have it here. And so since there are two pages, I'm going to open the second page and I'm going to do the exact same thing, all right? And so I'm going to come down to my browse, and then for the second one, HR equality, that's how I saved my picture, all right? And where I've saved mine, okay? So I'm just going to go right in there, like this, and then voila. So now we have our design backgrounds set and we are ready to go, okay? So we have the design background set and we are ready to go. Now when it comes to this particular data set, there are a number of things. I did so many measures, all right? I created so many measures and we have all of them here, so you can see, and these measures were important in solving the questions, all right? And so once we get to any one of them, I'll let you know how I did it. The DAX measures that I use, you can copy them. If you are not so conversant with them, you can copy, but then you make sure you learn the measures, all right, to understand them. I'll probably briefly explain the measures a little bit, those that are a bit complicated, right, for you to understand before we jump in, all right? And so yeah, these are my measures. I've already created my measures and everything. You can see everything right here, okay? And so yeah, let's jump right in. So starting off, we'll be starting with the first question, which is the business questions to answer. And the first one is saying that what is the overall gender distribution in the company? So the overall gender distribution in the company. And so what this simply means is that they want to know the overall males and females in the company. All right. So they want to know the males in the company and they want to know the females in the company. Now with this, you can decide to use cars to show them, but I decided not to use cars to show them in this particular case, all right? But you can just use cars, all right, to show them. And so how do you find the total males and then the total females, all right? So in order to find the total males and the total females, you first need to know how many total employees are in this particular data set, all right? And so if you come right here, all right, we have the employee ID, okay? And so we'll be counting the employee IDs. And so if you look down here below, there are 694 rows. So that means there are 694 columns, okay? 694 employees in this particular data set. You can see it right there. But not a lot of people know this, so it's important that you also do what? You also use a measure to show this, okay? And so the measure that I use, total employee, is right here. So this is it. Total employee. So I use the count, all right? So we are counting all the employee ID records. And so count the HR, gender, diversity, and equality, that's the data set. And then the column is the employee ID column. And so that is how we do it. That is how I found the total employees, all right, using DAX. And so if I'm to select this and to show you this, you can see this is 694, exactly how Power BI also showed, okay? And so this 694 is for the total employees. But in this particular case, the question is asking for the overall gender distribution. So they want the total employees by gender, by males and females. So they want to know the total males and the total females in this particular case. But like I said, the first thing is still to know the total employees, because we are going to be using the total employees to find the totals of those who are just females and the totals of those who are just males, all right? And so how do we do this? And so to find the females only, this is a formula, or this is a measure function that you use, all right? And so I'm going to say for females only, we are going to calculate based on the total employee. That's why it's important to get to total employees, because if you don't have your total employees, then you cannot find for females or for males only. All right, and so this is a measure that I use to find the females only. So as it calculates the total employee, and we are filtering, all right, by the gender, and we only need female. All right, so you can easily just copy this and use, and then as time goes on, you get used to it. All right, with DAX, you don't necessarily have to know everything at first, but as time goes on, you get used to it. And so this is how we got our females only. Okay, and so I'm going to select my females only. And if you use the card, you can see that the females only are 312. So there are 312 females in this particular data set. But in this case, I'm not using the card. I'm using the donut chart to show this. Okay. And so I'm using the donut chart to show this. And I'm going to bring this right here. All right. And now we can just go in and start doing our formatting. Okay. And so this is our total females. If you bring this here, you can see the total females is 312. All right. So that answers the question. And so in order to so in formatting, we can just go in and format this. And for the slicer, for all of the slices, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this females only, and the color that I want this. All right, and so this is my color. And now for the detail labels, so the labels, all right, we are going to go in and format the values. All right, so I'm going to format the values. So I'm going to make this bold. All right, and then let's increase this a little bit. All right, so 1012, that's what I actually want to see, and then we can make this white. Okay, and then now we can go in and work on the title. So females only, so females, so I can just clear this only and make it females. All right, depending on you, you can also do it however way you want. All right, so we bolded this, we do this, and now the color, the text color, we are going to make it white. All right, now you can make it any color of your choice. That's fine by me. Okay, so now we are done with that. We're done with the title. We are going to go to effects and remove all effects. All right, so that we can now just have this. All right, so this is for females. Okay, hold on. So we have our females, and so now we need to look for the males. And so for the males as well, I use the same format. So most only, we are going to see the calculate total employee, all of that. We are filtering by the gender, and we want the male. So you can see that also as well. All right, so now I'm going to just select this. Okay, and then I'm going to use my donut chart. So now I can just click on this, come to format paint, because I want the exact same thing. And then from here, we can just go in and change the slicer color from blue. All right, from blue to this color as well. All right, and now we can just carry this, and we can come here and deliver this right over here. Okay, so now we are done with this. So we know there are some few spaces, so we can stretch it out a little bit. All right, so we can stretch it out a little bit. Okay, so stretch it out a little bit. All right, so now that we are done with this, you can just leave it like this, or you can add a little bit of something to make this even more interesting. And what I did was that I used pictures to represent females and males. All right, so I already downloaded my pictures. If you don't know, you can just go in there and also download pictures as well. All right, you can download pictures of males and females. It really doesn't matter. All right, and so once you are done, you come to style, and then you are going to go to browse, and I'm going to go to where my pictures are, and I'm going to select the females. Okay, so I have for female, and I can also go and select and then get my male. Okay, and so I'm going to go in there, go to image. All right, browse, and I'm going to get the pictures for the males. All right, and I have the pictures for my males. So now that I have this, what I can simply do is that I can just reduce this the size a little bit, bring it up here, and bring this right here. So that's for my males. All right, so for my males, so yeah, like so. So my males, and then for the females as well, I can just right. So we reduce the size also a little bit, and now we can just pick this. Okay, so now that we are done, we can just pick this, and we can position this right over here, and voila. So we are done solving the first question, which is the total males and females. So now we can say that for males, the total males is how many? 382 males, and then for females, we have 312 males. All right, and so that is that for the first question, which is to find the overall gender distribution in the company. All right, and so to find the overall gender distribution, we've separated them into males and females for the company. Okay, and so now we'll be moving on to which branches have the highest and lowest female representatives. Okay, so let's go in and do that as well. So we are going to go in here, all right. So since we are just looking for the number of females per branch, all right, just as the question is saying, let's go back to the question again. So which branches have the highest and lowest female representatives, all right. So which branches have the highest and female representatives? So we are just looking at females only. And so like so, we already created our females only, okay. So I'm going to come here and choose my females only, and now we are looking at the branches, all right. So how many branches do we have? So let's check that out. So we have 3 branches. We have Bono, Aries, we have Lima, and then we have this. So these are our branches, all right. These are the 3 branches that we have. So we are going to come right here. Okay, so now we have, these are the 3 branches, all right. So as you can see, again, it's Buenos Aires, Lima, and Montevideo. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the names right or the branches correctly. Kindly forgive me. And so now that we have this, we are just going to bring this up here, all right. We're going to bring this up here, and we are going to start formatting this, all right, to make it look appealing. Okay, so I'm going to go right in here, and I'm going to say for my x-axis, I'll probably just use the values, right. And so for the values, I'm going to leave them as they are, okay. And then I'm going to remove the title, all right, because I wouldn't be needing the title. It's taking up so much space. So we take the title out, and then for the y-axis, we're actually going to remove every single thing, all right, so that we can have enough space, okay, to do what we want to do. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's see if there are any gray lines. I think there are no gray lines, and that's fine. So we can use the zoom slider, all right. We can use the zoom slider, sorry, but we can change the color of this, all right. So this what we want, okay. All right, and then now we can come right down here. Let's see if we can add some data labels. So we can indeed add some data labels. So I add them. I like to add data labels because they make it easier to just see the values at first glance, all right. Yeah, that is why a lot of the time you see me adding data labels, because they help you to just see everything at first glance, all right. So we've added the data labels, and that should be that. So now I can come here, and I'm just going to say females by branch, all right. So we can just take this out. So it's a females by branch, and we are going to reduce the size of that a little bit, and this is going to be white, and now we can align this in the middle, okay. All right, so once we are done with this, all we need to do is come to effect and remove the entire effect, so that now we can have just this, all right. And so this is for the females by branch, all right. So we've answered this particular question as well, which is asking us which branches have the highest and lowest female representatives. And so looking at this, you can say that, all right, so Buenos Aires has the highest female representatives, all right, whereas this particular Montevideo has the lowest female representatives in that particular branch, all right. And so that is how that is solved, simple and straight to the point. Now the third question says, how does gender distribution vary by department? So we are supposed to go in and see gender distribution by department, all right. Okay, so now let's go in there and check that out. Okay, and so to find the gender distribution by department, all right, so that means we are looking for the total number of people, males and females, by each department, all right. So that's what it simply means, all right. So the total number of people by department. So I'm going to select my department column. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 departments, and then I'm selecting gender because I'm looking for males and females in each department, all right. So males and females in each department, and then we are looking for the total employees, so the total number of people, all right. And so now that I have that, I'll be using this to illustrate that, okay. So I'll be using this to illustrate that, okay. So we have this, and we can simply just go right in and start doing some formatting, okay. I want to be sure that this is not too big, and let's stretch it out a little bit, all right. All right, so now we can just go in there and do some formatting, and for our y-axis, which is this, we want the items, the values, all right, but we don't want the title. Again, of course, we don't want the title, so I'll be going right in there to take the title off, all right. And so that is that. And then for the x-axis, which is what is down, we actually don't want anything when it comes to using this visualization, all right. And so we are going to clear everything out of the way, okay. And now we are going to continue with our formatting and see if these and females, I don't want anything. All right, I can just take it out. We can just check. All right. And then let's look at gray lines. I don't think there are any gray lines in this one. And we can add a little bit of zoom slider. Okay. So now the bars are this thing showing the results. Okay, so you can format that. And I'm going to say for females, I want the color to be white because, yeah, of course, why not? They are girls. And then for males, I want the color to be this. Someone might say, why didn't I just use the white? But I mean, come on, it really doesn't matter. Then for the data labels, we are going to leave them in there, all right? And let's maybe bolden them a little bit for the data labels, all right? And so I'm going to go to values for data labels, okay? So values for data labels, and all right, so values for data labels, and we are just going to make this bold, all right? And yeah, let's just make it bold, and I'm going to leave it just as it is, all right? And so now that I'm done with that, I can just go to my title. So total employee by department and gender, I think that is fine. So I'm going to stay with this same heading, all right? And then I'm going to make this bold, reduce this a little bit, and for the title, I think I'll still go with white. Looks like that's fine, okay? And then we are going to put this right here in the middle. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then we are going to remove all the effects, all right? So that now we just have this. Okay, so this looks cool, right? This looks cool if you ask me. So this looks cool, all right? And so now we are done with this question as well. We are down with the third question, which is how does gender distribution vary by department? Okay, so if I come here, I'm going to say for the production department, females are actually totaling a number of 219, all right? Whereas for males, there are 229 people, all right, in this particular department, okay? And then with IT and IS, the females are around 59, and then males are around 77. And then sales, we have 22 females, and then we have 45 males. And the administration, we have 12 females, and then we have 15 males, and then so on and so forth. But in Z management, the total is just 16, and they are all males, okay? All right. So let me do a little bit of adjustments to the heading. I think the heading was not aligned properly. So I'm going to align it properly. All right, like so. So that is fine. So now we are done with this question, and this question. All right. So now let's continue. So the fourth question, or what we are looking for, is are women underrepresented in the managerial roles? So are women underrepresented in managerial roles? And so with this, we simply just want to know how many females are occupying managerial roles. All right. How many females are occupying managerial roles, as opposed to how many of them are not occupying managerial roles. Okay, that is simply what we are looking for. And with this, what we can do is that we can simply use this that we've created, all right, this feature that we've created to find those females who are in managerial roles, all right, so that we can say this is a total female, but a portion of these people are in managerial roles, whereas the other number are not in managerial roles, all right. And so in order to do this, how do you first need to find the females who are in managerial roles, okay? And so with that, I also created a measure over here for it, so you can see female managers, okay? And so if I click on this is a formula. We still again use the calculate, and I said so for female managers equal to, we are going to say calculate females only, because we are looking at the females only, all right. We are looking at the females only measure, all right. We are not looking at the entire measure, we're looking at just the female only measures, and we've already created. Okay, so since we have a measure for females only, which I showed because that's how we got this one. Alright, that's how we got this. Okay, so since we have a measure for females only, now we are going to just go ahead and say that alright, now we are filtering with whether the person has a managerial position. So there's a column called manager Y or N. Alright, so it's either manager, the person is a manager, yes or no. Alright, and so what I'm simply saying is that for female managers, I'm calculating, or I'm looking for the entire female section, all right, but I want those that are managers, all right. So if the people are managers, then I want to say yes. So I want those that their managerial status is yes, I want those particular people out of this equation, all right, because those are the ones I'm looking for, all right. And so this is the formula or the measure that I used, and so I got this. So this was it. So if I'm to use a card, you can say that, all right, so there are 19 female managers. So out of the 312 females working, 19 of these number of people are actually managers, all right. So that's what it's simply saying. So it's telling me that 19 females are actually managers, which answers this particular question: are women underrepresented in managerial roles? Okay, and so are women underrepresented in managerial? Would you say out of 312 females, only 19 are in managerial positions, being as them being underrepresented? So that depends on you, the individual, all right. You might say yes, this simply means they are being underrepresented, or no, That is fine. It depends on you because I highly do not think all these females, all 312, should be in managerial positions. All right. And so I don't know if this means they are being underrepresented. We've not seen the females. This is the data that we are being given. For all you know, the company has a lot of females in the junior level. All right. A lot of them might be right after university. They might be university graduates. All right. And flooding up that particular company, and we cannot just stand up and then give those people managerial roles. However, if they are old people and we are still just seeing 19 of them being managers, then that is a problem. All right, so we are going to continue and see if our data set will allow us to dig deeper and to find results like that. And so now that we have this, okay, now that we have this, what I simply did was that I simply clicked on this, and then for females managers, I put this in there. So now we are saying that this is a total females, and this 19 are female managers, but these are the females only section. Only these are managers. All right, and so that's what we simply did. And so I can just come right here, and for that particular slicer, I'm going to go and select female managers. All right, and then here I'm going to change the color and make it white. And so that is that with the question. So this entire board is for females, and only 19 of them are managers. All right. So that was quick, simple. It helps you to keep a lot of space. All right. You don't end up using a whole lot of space. All right. And so the question 5 says, are certain job titles more dominated by one gender? Okay, so are certain job titles more dominated by one gender? So in view of this, we are going to have the job titles, all right, and then we are going to have them distributed among males and females, and then we are going to see if for one job title males are more than females or females are more than males. All right, and so with this particular one, because it's going to take so much space, we are going to just highlight this and then hold on for now. Okay, so we are going to hold on for now with that particular one. And then let's move on to question 6. So we'll come back to question 5. All right, we'll solve that because it will take a whole lot of space. We have to solve that in a different sheet. Okay, so the question says, what is the average salary for males versus females? So they want to find out what the average salary is for males and females. All right, so let's see if we can try that. All right, let's see if we can answer that. So let's go right in. Okay, so we are going to do that. So we are looking for, excuse me, so in this particular regard, we are looking for the average salary. All right, and this is so that means you need to have gotten your average salary. So how do you find the average salary? So this is how to find the average salary. So your average salary is average and then your annual salary, because you have a column called annual salary. Okay, and so the average and then by the annual salary will give you your average salary. And so this is how we found the average salary. Okay, so it says average salary by what? By gender. Sure, what is the average salary for males versus females? So for males versus females, that means by gender. Okay, so you have your average salary by the gender, and so this is it. So on average, so let's format this and then see if we can make sense out of this. All right, so because I have just a similar thing, I'm just going to format paint and I'm going to paint it. And so I think this should be it, and now we can bring this right here. All right, and let's stretch this down a little bit, and then this is that. All right, so we can see that with average salary, the males are actually dominating because they're having a lot more than what the females are taking as salary on the average. All right, where the average salary for a male is around 73,000, that of for females around $66,000 of Ghana cedis. All right, and so yes, this is the average salary by gender as is requested in the question. All right, so what is the average salary for male versus female? So that is what we just shown. All right, and now the question 7 is saying, is there a gender pay gap within the same job title? All right, so is there a gender pay gap within the same job title? Now this might also take a significant amount of space, so we are going to hold on with that for now at least. All right, we are going to hold on for that on that for now at least. All right, so now the question is what percentage of managers are female versus male? Okay, so what percentage of of managers are actually females versus males? All right, so we can just go in there and see how we can get this. All right, so let's jump right in. All right, so with that, we are going to have to create. So now we have the total number of females who are managers. All right, so this is the total number of females who are managers. All right, and so we are going to have to create another measure for males who are managers. And so for that, I created male managers. All right, so this is it. So this is the total male managers, and we can easily just add that also to this. All right, so let me just go in and add the male managers to that. Okay, and we can just go in here, and for the slicer you can just say male managers, and we want this to be white. I want this to be white. All right, and so we have this for males who are managers. All right, and this entire one are those who are not managers. Okay, all right. So in having this, what we can simply do now is that now we can go in and pick the female managers. So for this as well, since I don't want to complicate things, I'll be taking this out. All right, so that we have only male managers. But for the question that we are yet to solve, which is what percentage of managers are female versus males, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to select females. All right, female managers, and I'm going to select male managers, and again I'm going to be using the donut chart to illustrate this. All right, so I'm going to bring this right up here, and I'm just going to format paint this. All right, with this. Okay, and so this will simply answer the question, tell you that for female managers, around 20.88%, all right, are managers, whereas for males we have 79.12% of them who are managers. All right, and so the question to answer, what percentage of managers are female versus males, is simply out of the out of the 100%, 20 of them, 20.88% of the females are actually managers, whereas for the males 79.12% are females. All right, okay, so now that we have this, we can just do our formatting. Okay, we can just simply go in here and we are just going to do our formatting. So for male managers, I'll probably just use this. All right, because that's a bigger size. And for female managers, we are just going to go in there and we are going to use a white. All right, and so this is that, and I think we can stretch it out a little bit. Okay, we can stretch it out a little bit, so this should do, right? Okay, so now that we have that, we can move on to the next question. Okay, so now we've answered what percentage of males and females are managers. We've answered that. All right, so question 9 is, do males or females receive higher performance rating? So now we are looking at the performance ratings. All right, we are looking at the performance ratings, and for the performance ratings, what I did was that because initially the data set, all right, had performance. So let me go in right there and show you. So this is the data set. So let's look at the performance. I intentionally didn't delete that or take that out. So the performance, okay, this is different. So the performance ratings, we have exceeds, fully made, needs improvement, PIP. All right, so we didn't really do much for this, so we are going to go in there and then answer the question. So what's the question again? The question says, do males or females receive higher performance ratings? So we are looking at gender by performance ratings, and then maybe putting a little bit of total employees. All right, and so let's go in right there and tackle that. All right, and so to answer this particular question, let me just check the question again. Say, so what is the distribution of employees? No, so do males or females receive higher performance rating? So we are looking at higher performance rating. All right, so we are going to first go and then get our performance ratings. All right, so where is our performance? So we are going to go in and get our performance ratings, and then since we are looking at males and females, that means we are looking at gender. All right, and then we are going to come down here and we are looking at the total employees. All right, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be using this to illustrate this. Okay, and because we already have a copy, we're going to select this and like so. All right, and now we can just stretch it out to illustrate this and to show this. Okay, so now we have the total employee by performance and gender. So, all right, so for fully meet per employees, we can see that 248 of the females have met their performance status. All right, or their performance status is at fully meet. All right, and then out of the same people, 300 of males, their performance status is at fully meet. Now this amount of people, 34 females, they exceeded their performance target, whereas 53 of males exceeded their performance target. And when we come to those that needs improvement, we can see that 21 of females, their performance actually needs some improvement, whereas 16 total males performance actually also needs improvement. And then with the PIP or the PAPE, you can see that only 9 females are at this level. all right, whereas 13 males are also at this level. And so this is how this question is answered, all right. So the males or females receive higher performance ratings. And so in total, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say probably males actually receive higher performance ratings as compared to females, all right. So the males meet higher performance rating as compared to females based on this data set that we have, all right. And so now that we've answered this question as well, now we are moving to the question 10, which is what is the distribution of employee satisfaction by gender, department, and branch? Now this might also take a while, so I'm going to highlight this, right? All right, and hold on for now. Okay, so question 11 is there a relationship between satisfaction and salary? Is there any relationship between satisfaction and salary? And so with satisfaction level, that is what I wanted to show earlier. With satisfaction level, if you come here, all right, the satisfaction level were in numerics, all right. So this the employee satisfaction. This is how you are going to see it in your data set, all right, when you download the data from the raw data, all right. And so what I did is that I used what we call a conditional formatting to change that from 1 to 5 to this. So I have extremely unsatisfied, neutral, satisfied, unsatisfied, and very satisfied. And I did this using conditional format. You can also use the if function to group that particular column, all right, into this. Okay, so let's jump right in and solve that question. Now to correct myself, I think I made a mistake. So I didn't do this with conditional formatting. I did it with conditional columns. All right. So what I meant to say was using conditional columns. You can also use the if function to do this, but I use what we call the conditional columns. Now with conditional columns, you can actually find this in the initial stages when you are doing your data cleaning and transformation. All right. Where you go to transform, and then up there you are going to see one opportunity conditional column. All right. You're going to see one conditional column up there, and then you can use that. It works in the same way as the if function, all right. And so that's how I did, and then I arrived at this particular result. Okay, all right. So now let's go right in. So now that I have my employee satisfaction instead of the one, so what that simply means, okay, so what this simply means is that if it was supposed to be 1, then it's extremely, that person is, or that record is extremely unsatisfied. If it's 2, then the person is unsatisfied. If it's 3, then it's neutral. If it's 4, then satisfied. If it's 5, then very satisfied. Okay, so that's how it looks like. And so if I come here, you can see right the employee satisfaction. So this is how you are going to see. So 1 simply means extremely unsatisfied, 2 unsatisfied, 3 neutral, 4 satisfied, and 5 very satisfied. All right, so it's as simple as that. So if you know how to use a conditional formatting, that's what I use, and that's how I did it. And like I said, you can also use the if function as well. It really doesn't matter. All right, so I'm going to come to M satisfaction. So I'm going to take this right here. Okay, and what are we looking at? We are looking at satisfaction and salary. All right, so satisfaction and salary, that means we are looking at this by the salary. So the sum of salary, so total salary. All right, so by this. Okay, and we are going to do this using this. All right, and so this is simply telling us that for those people whose satisfaction level is neutral, they are actually the people receiving the highest total salary overall. All right, and people receiving the most salary after the neutral people are actually those that are very unsatisfied, which is very rare. Whereas the third one, those are the very satisfied ones. All right, so very satisfied ones. So that looks a bit okay, but I'm so surprised why these neutral people, okay, that means they are neither happy nor sad, they are neither satisfied nor unsatisfied, are the ones receiving the highest salary. And we have to, be thinking about this. I'm not entirely sure why this is happening. So management can look at this and try to figure out what is actually happening. And then the very satisfied people are also receiving really high salary. So of course, if you're receiving really high salary, you are going to be very happy. Yeah, and then sure. So now we have the satisfied people coming close second. The unsatisfied people, of course, we are receiving the least amount of salary because unsatisfied because the salary is so mediocre compared to these ones, and then extremely unsatisfied. All right, and so with this and this, what we can say is that probably they are not receiving the salary that they're expecting. All right, they are leaving because they are being underpaid. All right, and so that's why they are leaving. But I'm still trying to figure out why the neutral people, those who are neither satisfied nor unsatisfied, actually receiving the most salary as compared to the very satisfied people and the satisfied people. But that is an analysis for another day. So what we are going to do is we are just going to go in here and format this. Now I think I can use this particular format style, all right, for this as well. So let's see. All right, sure. So now all we need to do is to go in there, and then for the bars we are going to change the bar color, all right, all of them to this, and that should work. And then for the data labels, right over here, we are going to have to change the colors for them as well, the values color. So we are going to change that from that black, and then we are just going to make the this color. All right, so this makes sense. All right, so now we are done solving this question as well. So is there a relationship between satisfaction and salary? So indeed there's a relationship between satisfaction and salary, especially when it comes to the lower the unsatisfied and extremely unsatisfied categorized people. All right, you can see that because they are unsatisfied because probably the salary that they are receiving is mediocre compared to the rest. All right, but I'm still not entirely sure why these neutral people are actually topping with the most salary. That is what I really don't understand. But there's obviously a relationship between satisfaction and salary. You can actually see that right there. And so the question 12 is, are younger or older employees more satisfied? So are younger or older employees more satisfied? And so if we come here to look at our data, data set, we only have or what you'll be having is the employee age. All right. And so in this particular case, what I did is that I also use what we call the conditional column, all right, to create a new column, all right, for the age bracket, and then I group the ages, all right, from adult to pensioner to approaching pension, all right. So again, I use the conditional column to group the ages, this section, all right, into that. And so if you don't know how to do that, you can, and you also know how to use the if function. You can either use the if function, or if you know how to use the conditional column, you can just use the conditional column, all right, to do that. There's going to be a video on data cleaning that I'll be uploading right before this video goes live, and in that particular video I did a whole lot of data cleaning using conditional column, so you should be able to check that out. And then if you haven't checked that out already, because I'm pretty sure it will be out before this particular video, so you can just go check that out and see how conditional columns work, all right, so that when you come here you'll be able to have an easier time, all right. And so yes, let's continue. And so we are going to be solving that particular question. So the question says, are younger or older employees more satisfied? So let's go in there and work things out. So because I've already created a new column, all right, for age bracket, I'm going to go in there and select my age bracket. So this is the age bracket that I've created, all right. And now what are we looking for? We are looking for satisfaction. Okay, we are looking for satisfaction. So I have this, and I'm going to go right down here and select the satisfaction that I've created, all right. Remember, I've created a satisfaction, employee satisfaction. That's what we use for this, all right. So I'm going to pick this employee satisfaction, and now we are looking at the total number. Okay, because the question says, are younger or older employees more satisfied? So we are looking at the total number of people who are satisfied based on the age bracket and across the satisfaction, the employee satisfaction column or category. Okay, and so once I have this, I'm going to go look for my total employees, and I have this, and let's put this in a matrix. All right, so now I just have this. So this is what we have. All right, so we have extremely unsatisfied, neutral, and satisfied. Okay, I'm pretty sure I need to close this a little bit. Can I close it a little bit without it worrying? Okay, all right. So let's see if we can close this also a little bit. All right, so we leave it like that, and then we can just screw. All right, okay, so this is it. So for, excuse me, all right, so for the age brackets, all right, we can see that those approaching pension, okay, the extremely unsatisfied rate is really low. You can only see the pensioners and the young adults under extremely unsatisfied category. All right, so the pensioners and the young adults are mostly extremely unsatisfied. However, when it comes to those who are pretty neutral, what we can see is that the pensioners are more neutral as against the young adults and then the approaching pensioners. All right, they are neither satisfied nor unsatisfied, so they are not really bothered. All right, and then for satisfied, we can say that the young adults for some reason are more satisfied, all right, compared to approaching pensioners, approaching pensioners and the pensioners themselves. All right. Then satisfied. So unsatisfied, we have approaching pensioners being pretty unsatisfied. Why is it that now they are beginning to pay them less because the company is assuming that they are about to go? All right, they are also about to go like just the pensioners, or is something the problem here? All right, we can also say that with unsatisfied, young adults are also pretty unsatisfied, and I'm wondering why. So very satisfied, all right. We have the approaching pensioners being very satisfied as compared to the young adults and then the pensioners. And so this just allows something that you can use to communicate to management, all right. So we can just go in there and start, formatting our work. Okay. So I'm going to go bold header. Okay. Then the grade, I'm going to leave the grade. The values bold. All right. So value bold. Items in there, I'll leave it as white. Should we leave it as black and white? Nah. So I'm going to change this to this. And I'm going to make this black. And I'm going to change this to this. All right. And then I'm going to make that black. Good. So this is what I'm looking for. This is what I want. And now we can just close this. And then the column headers, these headers. All right. Let's do some magic with them as well. So I'm going to make this bold. All right. And I think we'll just leave them as they are. Maybe put them in the middle a little bit, but I'm just going to leave them as they are for now. Okay, that makes sense. And then we are going to come down to the row headers, which are these ones. Okay, so the row headers, we change the color for the row headers to this, what we've been using. And then for the background, this is not entirely black, so we want to make it black, so like so. All right. Okay, and then we are going to leave that also as it is. All right, so now we're going to come down, and we don't want any column total, we don't want any row total. All right, so now let's increase this, let's decrease this, excuse me, so like so. Okay, so this makes sense. And now we can just come here, and with the effect, we can turn the effects off. All right, and so yeah, so we've answered this question. So the question which is asking for are younger or older employees more satisfied, we can just see it here and say, looking at this, let's look at the satisfaction rate. So we can say that those approaching pension, all right, that means when we say those approaching pension, that is around 45 to 60 years. So the approaching pension, all right, so that was the this thing, the condition that I give it. So around 45 to 60 years, those people are more satisfied as compared to those above 60 or those below 45. All right, so no, so it shows that the young adults are actually more satisfied with 86, with a total of 86 of them, topping this particular column. So young adults, we have 86 of them being very satisfied. All right, as opposed to those operating pension and the pensioners. So the young adults are actually very satisfied with the company. Okay, but then let's look at the very satisfied. So this is for the satisfied, but for the very satisfied, those who are very satisfied, we can see that those approaching pension 45 to 60 are more happier as compared to the rest. All right. So yes, this is what that means, and we'll be moving on to the next question. All right. So what is the next question? The next question says, which gender has higher turnover pattern? So which gender, males or females, has a higher turnover pattern? All right. And so with this, what we have to do is that now we have to look for the turnover. All right, the churn rate. All right, you need to calculate for the churn, because if you don't calculate for the churn or the turnover, then you won't be able to answer this question. And so this is how I calculated. So I have my churn employee measure here. All right, so this is it. So you can see it right there. So 102 churn. All right. And then now that we have this, you can now split that into genders. But how did I really get this? So this was the measure that I used. So I said churn employee. So we are calculating total employees, and then the filter is this, and then the status. All right. And so if you go into the status column, all right, if you go into the status column over here in our data set, so the status column, we have active, which means they haven't churn. That means they are still in the company. We have HR termination, which is a form of churn. We have order, which might also be a sort of churn. So in this case, we said the order means the people have also churn, and then we have resignation, which is also churn. All right, and so all of these have churn except for the active. Okay, And so what I used for the formula is that, so Chan, I said, all right, so we are calculating the total employees, all right, and then if the status is not active, all right, so this is how you write it's not active or it's not equal to active, all right. And so if we are only looking for those who have not Chan, we say equal to active, but because we are looking for those who have Chan, we don't want those who are active, we say if the status is not equal to, all right, it's not equal to or it's not active, all right. So this is the measure, how you write the measure, all right, for that. Okay, so we have this right there, all right, and we have gender right there, all right. So this is telling us that more females happen to Chan than males, all right. So more females happen to Chan as compared to males. And so now that we have this, we can simply just go in here because it's a similar thing, go to format painter, then format this, and then voila, we are good to go. So we've solved this question as well, all right. So we can just bring this right there, bring it right there, and we are done with this question as well. And so in view of this, we are going to say that which gender has a higher turnover pattern. So looking at this, based on this, we are going to say the females have a higher turnover churn rate as opposed to the males, all right. And so that is what this question seems to solve. We solved it. So the question 14 is saying a high performance or highly paid employees leaving, and then the question 15 says does turnover vary significantly by branch or by department. So this and this are the only two left, and we'll probably be doing that in the next page, all right. And so, all right, so now I think there's one more. So a high performing or highly paid employees leaving. So a high performing or highly paid employees leaving. Does turnover vary significantly by branch? All right, so let's see. Okay, so I like to go back and see 'cause we need to cover that space. So let's solve question 15. So does turnover vary significantly by branch or department? Since we've already worked on turnover or Chan, let's just work on that. All right. So question 15, does turnover vary significantly by branch or department? So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say, so turnover, so Chan employee by department and branch, right? So department and branch, right? And we are going to be using the matrix to solve this. Okay, so this is it. So since we are using the matrix, we can just use the format for this, all right, just to save time. All right, and then let me just take the spaces out, just take the columns out, this and like so. And now we can do is that we can push this a little bit, and we sure as hell can push this a little bit. Minute. No. So, all right, so we can push this a little bit. So this enough too much space, and then now we can just drag this. This. Oh, come on. All right, drag it a little bit, and then now we are done. Okay, and so we can simply just look at this and say, all right, let me bring this down. Try to bring this down a little. Don't worry, it's nothing big. Okay, and so for this we can also bring this down a little bit, all right, so that we can stretch this out a little more and stretch this out a little more. So that was the plan. Okay, and so this is simply increase this, all right, take it back up. So this is simply, so in the IT department, all right, this is a churn rate. So in the IT department for this particular branch, all right, we only have just one churn rate. Okay, by production we have 28 churn rates, all right, or turnovers. And then in this second branch, which is Lima, in the IT or IS department, we have 6 people churning or 6 people leaving for whatever reason. In production, we have 34 people in this branch leaving for whatever reason. That is too high, and so the management needs to make a check on this particular branch, why this is happening. Because if you look at the sales department as well, someone also left in the sales department. In Z management, they also have one person leaving the Z management, which is a problem. for a company. So if I were the company, I would advise the company to look at this particular branch, whatever that is going on that is making people churn a lot. All right, and so that we can help curb that before it escalates. Okay, and then we look at this multi-video how do you call it, multi-video branch. You can see that for IT and IS, 7 people have churned. Production, we have 18 people churning. So it simply means that actually multi-video, a lot of people are really deciding to stay in the production, assuming the numbers are the same across, all right, the total employees are the same across, all right. And so this is it for question 15, all right. Does turnover vary significantly by branch or department? So this turnover is varying significantly, especially in this particular branch, all right, and by the various departments, okay, because in Zim management is the only branch with someone turning over or leaving, resigning, churning out, all right. But in sales is a bit surprising that multi-video is also losing a lot of people in the sales department, all right. However, when it comes to the production department, Lima is leaving just so much people that is frightening, okay, as well as in the IT and IS department. Even though multi-video is also high over there, I think the branch that is actually having to suffer the most turnover is Lima, and so we can look at that and work out something. All right. So once this is done, because we are looking at gender equality, I needed to create a slicer for gender. All right. So I created a small slicer for gender. All right. Just so if you want to know details by females and details by males, you can just simply click on that. All right, and then find that. And so I did this and I put this right here. It's not enough to just answer the questions, all right. It's enough to make the work easier, okay. And so I did this right here, and so we can go in there and format this, all right. So slicer settings, that is fine. This is fine, all right. So I think this is fine. So this is fine. So just two, but I don't want for the gaps. So for gaps, I'm going to close the gaps from 8 all the way to 0, or 1 is fine, okay. Let's just say 1 is fine, all right. And then this. So the callout, we are going to format the callout, and the value, I'm going to come here, increase this, and I'm going to say, all right, you know what? I want the values to be this, okay, and I want everything aligned in the middle, okay. All right. So we are done with this, all right. And then for the buttons, we are going to come to the buttons and remove all backgrounds and anything, all right. Then now let's go back and remove this and remove the effects, all right, so that now we have just this, okay. All right, so we have that, and I have my females. If I want details for females, I can just look at that and see that right there. If I don't want it for females, I want for males, I can just use the slices to indicate that as well, all right. Okay, and now our cars, we can just go in and fill in our KPIs. So what are the most important KPIs? So now we've created a whole lot of measures, a whole lot of KPIs, but we know some of them are really important. So like the total sales, right, the total compensation, the total bonus, and total employee. All right, so these are the most important ones. We can probably throw in average salary, but it depends if there's still space, okay. And now we are going to go in right here, and I'm just going to say, all right, so multi-row, I'm going to make this 5, that is fine. And the gap, all right, for gap, I'm going to close the gap entirely, and let's turn off the background. Now, hold on, so like so, all right, and then that should be fine. And then for the cast itself, so this is just formatting, all right. We don't want any borders, we don't want any dividers, we don't want any background, but we want accent bar, kind of, right. So with the accent bar, I think we like a little bit of accent bar from the left, and we want this color, and like so, all right. And so now that we have that, we can now simply come here as well and turn this all off, okay. So that we can now come here, I'm going to say, all right, like so. So there's a mistake with the call out values, all right. So with the call out values, need to do a little bit of formatting on this. So the value color, we are going to make this like so. We are going to reduce this to 15, okay, to 15, excuse me. And then we want it in the middle, and then for the labels, all right. So this is just formatting, all right. It's formatting, so like so, and then let's make this white. All right, so now we can come right over here and we can stretch this here. Try putting this in the middle, right, so that it looks good. All right, so this looks good. So voila, so now we are done with our first page. All right, for this project. Wow, this was so much work. Trust me, I know if you are having tough time, trust me, I know what you are going through. This project was so heavy. All right, on the measures and everything was needed to be thought of thoroughly. Okay, and so I understand if you are going through a whole lot of problem, but just take your time and follow the guide, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to understand. Okay, if there's any question or anything that you didn't quite get, you can also leave that in the comment section down below, and then I'll look at it, and if I need to make a separate video on that, I'll be sure to do that and leave the link for you. Okay, all right, so before we move on to the next page, all right, and then wrap things up on this, I just want to say, hey, if you haven't subscribed yet up to this point, after following, do be sure to leave a like. Do be sure to hit on the subscribe button, excuse me, and also don't forget to like the video if you are liking it, of course, alright, and hit on the notification bell so when I upload a new video like this, you'll be the first to be notified, alright. Now, without much ado, let's jump right back in. So, this is the second page, and on this page, we are going to be tackling the remaining 4 questions, alright. We are going to be tackling the remaining 4 questions. So, we are going to start from question 5 all the way down to question 14, alright. And so, if you are ready, let's jump right in. Alright, so following up on this, the question 5 is asking us, are certain job titles more dominated by one gender? Alright, so we want to know the distribution by job titles. Alright, males and females, are males dominating females in some particular job titles, or are females dominating males in some particular job titles. Alright, and so we are going to be looking at the total employees across the job titles, all right, by gender. Okay, and so that is what we'll be doing. So let's go in right here, and I'm going to say, all right, so first of all, I'm going to be looking at my total employees, all right, my total number of employees. Okay, and then we are looking at job title. All right, we are looking mainly at the job title. So job title by this, and then we are splitting them by gender. Okay, and with this, I'm going to be using the matrix to answer this. Okay, all right, so let's bring this down. Move this down here. Okay, so we have it here over here like so, and we have it like this. All right, so that we are going to say, all right, so for production technicians, 146 females are in these, are actually in this or have this job title. We have 248 males have this job title. All right, and then for production technician 2, this amount of people, this total number of females have this title, whereas this total number of people have the title. All right, and then so on and so forth. Okay, and so this is just simply it. All right, so anyone that takes the data is able to tell, all right, that for some particular jobs, and what we can also do is that we can just simply, just sort out by okay, so you can just sort by the total employees in descending order. Okay, all right, so it's already sorted out for us, and so what we can just go is that we can just go in and then do a little bit of formatting. Okay, so for this, I'm just going to say bold header, right, like so, and we are just going to go to values. My door, excuse me, that's my door, forgive me for that. And then we are going to say this. All right, at the background, we want the background to be black. Okay, and then we want this to be white, and we want the background to be again to be black, like so. And so we have this. All right, and we can decide to take the, so let's work on the column headers for now. Okay, so for the column headers, we have this like so, and the text color I like to use this. Okay, and the background I like to use this, and I like to align it to the middle. All right, now you are free to do it however way you want. That depends on you mainly, but this project, this is how I want to do it. All right, I believe this makes sense. Okay, so like so, that is fine. Then now I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove that. All right, then I'm just going to stretch this out a little bit to the far side. Okay, And then now that I'm done with that, or once I'm done with that, I'm going to remove this, and that should be fine. So I'm going to come here, and for my column, my row column, right? So my row header column, for the background, I want to make it black. This doesn't look like black, so this is black. And so voila, we are done with this. All right. So I think this is making it quite difficult. So like so. All right. So now we are done with question 5. Are certain job titles more dominated by one gender? All right. So we can just come here and say that. All right. So looking at this, we see that not entirely, except for network engineer, which is highly dominated by females. All right, because there are 10 females and there are 2 males in this particular job title. This particular job title. Now we come here to share service managers. We can also see that the males are dominating. There are no females with that particular title. All right, and so it goes on like that. And so you can see, yeah, of course, there are some titles that only males have positions in, whereas females do not have. So like BI director, CIO, director of sales, IT manager infra, IT manager support, president and CEO, software engineering, director of operations. These items, all right, are dominated by the males, with no females having any chance in them, all right, or having any positions in them. Okay, so we can look at this and give management this report that for this particular job titles, they are highly dominated by males. All right, even though there are just 3 people in there, in there, 2 people in there, but they are still dominated by the males because there are no females with these kind of positions. All right, and so we can just communicate this to management, and especially this with the shared service manager, which is highly dominated by males. All right, with 6 of them being in that position and no one from the female side. Okay, but when it comes to network engineering, the females also dominate this by quite a margin. Okay, all right, and so we can just explain this to management, and then with once like this, and then this, I don't know if management will consider that as being highly dominated, job titles by the males, all right, or by the females, whichever one. And so that is that for that. So we can go in right there, and since we are done with question 5, we can just scrap this, take this out. And so the question 7 is saying, is there a gender pay gap within the same job or title? Okay, so is there a gender pay gap within the same job or title? Okay, so we are going to go in right there and see if we can make sense out of this. So let's jump right in. All right, so by pay gap, we are simply looking at the annual salary. All right, so annual salary by production technician, the males and females, are they receiving the same amount, or or is there a pay gap between them? All right, and so that's what we are simply looking at. Okay, and so I'm going to come to my annual salary, all right, or my total salary. Okay, and then just like what we just did, we are going to go to job title. Okay, so this is job title, all right, and then we are going to select gender and a matrix, like so. So it's as simple as this, so that we can say that, all right, so for production technicians, the males are receiving this amount and the females are receiving this amount, and then like so, like so, like so. Okay, and so because we've already done a similar thing, we can just come here, format paint, and do the same thing over here. Now we're just going to come here, format paint this, and I'm going to do that right here. Oh, come on, why is it not working? So like so, because it's so much work to do all of that again. So if we can just a minute. This is a lazy way of doing things, but that is fine. Right? The lazy way of doing things, but that is absolutely fine. And then format paint, and all right. So now we've gotten that out of the way, and we are good to go. Good. So now that we have this, we can just simply drag this. All right. Simply drag this right here because it's so much. All right. Don't worry about what you can see. We'll be taking that out. That is just a total. Okay. We'll be taking that out. So once we have this, we can just simply go here, and I'm just going to remove the totals. So like so, like so. All right, so this is the question. All right, and we can just add some borders to this. All right, just to separate it from the next ones. All right, So this is the second question. So we are going to go to effect, and we are going to go to visual border, and like so, we are going to make this and increase this a little bit so that you can see. All right, so this is it, and that solves the question. Oh, please, the question 10, which is what is the distribution of that solves the question 7 of is there a gender pay gap within the same job or title? All right, so if you look at production technician, is there a gender pay gap? All right, looks like, but it's not really much. What about production technician too? Not really much. It's fine. Manager, about 1 million, which is quite an amount, and the administrative assistant, there's yeah, this this is about 500,000. Okay, and the area sales, so now it's getting big, and this is quite small, so I wouldn't say about 300,000. I don't know if you consider that a gender pay gap, all right? But one like this, database administrator, okay, this is 300,000, so it's fine. And then this, so not really, but some actually, still stands out. All right. So we can show this to management, and management can decide on what to do. All right. Whether to increase the salary of the females, all right, to actually match the males by a significant margin, or increase the salary of the males in some job titles to meet that of the females by significant margin. All right. So management can look at that and decide on what they want to do. All right. It's in their hands. All right. And so we can just provide the data to them and advise them on what is actually happening, all right? And then they will take action on that. And so that is that. And so we move on to the next question. So now that we are done with question 7, we can simply just go in here, clear this. Now question 10 says, what is the distribution of employee satisfaction by gender, department, and branch? So we are going in to answer question 10, all right? And so if you are ready, let's jump right in. So question 10. Okay, so for the employee satisfaction, all right, distribution of employee satisfaction by gender, department, and branch. Once again, so we are looking for employee satisfaction. That's the first thing we are looking for. All right. So this is employee satisfaction, and then we are going to have to base them on gender, and then the department, and then the branch. All right. But we are looking for the total number of people, okay, or the total number of employees. So once we have that, now we can just use a matrix to indicate this. Okay, as simple as that. So for employee satisfaction, those under extremely unsatisfied, we have 2 females, we have 3 males. All right, and under extremely unsatisfied, we can say that the 3 males all come from production, the production department. Okay, they all come from the production department. Okay, and under this particular branch, all right, which is Buenos Aires. Okay, so that is that for that. And then we can also say that, all right, so for the sales, we also see that 2 females from the sales department are also extremely unsatisfied. Which branch are we looking at? We are looking at the multi-video branch. All right, so 2 females from the sales department are really unsatisfied. So what is the reason? Why are they unsatisfied? And so we can look at that and see how to answer that. All right, and then under those very satisfied, we can see that under administration, okay, under administration, we can see that people from Buenos Aires, all right, people from Buenos Aires and Lima, all right, are quite satisfied, all right, with Buenos Aires having 3 females from them being very, very, very satisfied with whatever that is going on in the work, and also 3 males being extremely satisfied with whatever that's going on in the work. However, when it comes to Lima, we have only 2 people from the females who are extremely satisfied in the administration department. All right, whereas for the males, we have 6 of them from the administration department under this particular branch, Lima, who are also very satisfied. All right, and so this is just how to find out or to answer this question. All right, so how many people are satisfied, extremely unsatisfied, and very satisfied, neutral, and unsatisfied, all right, by the department and each branch. All right, so that is what we've just simply done. So easy. There's really nothing too difficult here. So what I would like to do is that for some reason, so I have gender, but for some reason maybe we can just swap this to this and then bring department down here. Let me see. You can actually swap that depending on what you want. All right, like so, like so. So I think I prefer it this way. Okay, I think I prefer it this way. it's still the same thing. So under extremely unsatisfied, all right, we don't have anyone under administration or IT. They are all from production, okay. And then under production, the total males, all right, who are extremely unsatisfied under production is 0. But for males, we have 3 people from under production who are extremely unsatisfied. Okay, and then we can just simply go and say these 3 people are from the same branch bonus areas. Okay, so that makes it really simple, if you ask me. And we can just go ahead and pick this format painter, do the same for this, and we are good to go. All right, so from here it's just the same thing. It's not really anything difficult. As long as you understand the question, I think we are good to go. Okay, and so that is that for question 10. Oh please, so let me just shift this a little bit. All right, to okay, so that is that for the question 10. Let me see. So what is the distribution of employees certified by gender, department, and branch? So that is what we just looked at. So once after you are done, you can just try to understand the answer that you provided a little bit, all right, to get a hang of it. You just need to copy, but try to understand. That is why I tend to explain it just a little bit for you to get an idea, all right, so that once you go back to the drawing board, you are able to say, all right, so this was said, this was said, this was said, that's why we have this, that's why we have, that's why we have that, all right, and that makes life simple for all of us. Okay, all right, so the last question, so we are not just putting visuals together, we are answering questions, we are answering business questions, all right, and that is why I want to say it again, that if you haven't subscribed, be sure to subscribe, all right, because there's so much more to come and there's so much that you're going to learn from this channel. Okay, and so without much ado, let's move on. And so the question 40 is saying, are high performing or highly paid employees leaving? Okay, so are highly paid employees leaving? So that's what we are going to be doing. So a highly paid employees, so again we are looking at the annual salary, and in this case we are looking at employees. Okay, and so to begin this, I remember doing something something over here. Yeah, so we first, if you look at the actual data set, we have first name and we have last name. So I transformed it during my transformation phase, all right, and then I use what we call the merge, all right, to merge the first column and then the first name column and the second name column as one, and that is how come we have the full name column. All right, and so if you get a data set and you see first name and then second name, but you're not sure how to get a full name, it's simply because we did some transformation. We brought the first name and the second name column together so that we're able to create a full name. All right, and that's easy to make. All right, and so you can do that. If you're unable to do it, you can let me know and I'll direct you to where to get that. All right, okay, so we are going to have the full name. We are going to have the full name, and right after having the full name, I'm going to have salary. All right, so we have the full name, we have the salary. Okay, now we are going to have the status. All right, because the status is going to let us know whether they are active or they've actually resigned. All right, and if they've resigned, what is the leave reason? Because if they've resigned, they need to have given a reason for their leave. All right, okay, so now that I've selected that, I'm going to go to my matrix. Okay, and we don't want all of them. We're only looking at the highest contributing. Let me see. So it says the highest performing highly paid employees. We are just looking at the highly paid employees. All right, in this scenario we are looking at the highly paid employees, so we are not looking at all of them. We are just probably looking at the top 10 to the top 15. So let me say top 15 because there are so many. All right, so the top 15, all right, highly paid. All right, so by total salary, so the top 15. Okay, so now that I have this, I can bring this right here and we can expand it a little. Right, so now we can expand a little to actually see. Okay, all right, so top 15, so we have it right here. Okay, so we have this, so these people are still so this is when we're active and the resignation. All right, and so you can see that given Daniel has resigned, but what is his reason for resigning? All right, so his reason for resigning is that he's looking for a higher salary. All right, so he's looking for a higher salary. So this is the reason that he's given. There's another note provided, but I'm not sure, but his reason was a higher salary. All right, okay, so now we have that, and we can also see that this particular person, Sergio, has also resigned, and his reason was not provided, or rather unclear duties. All right, so his duties aren't that clear. Okay, so that's the reason he's giving. So you are not entirely sure. That's why he's leaving. And then this particular person, Belen, is also looking at a higher salary. So his reason for churning or leaving is because of a higher salary. Okay, and so now that we have all of this in place, we can just simply come here, go to Format Painter, do our thing, go back, and that is that. So now we have this, and we can just simply come in here and do a little bit of our formatting by removing this and by removing that. Okay, and now what we can do is that now we need to stretch this out a little bit. Okay, and stretch this out a little bit as well. Okay, and yeah, so you can decide to bring this down and then give this more space. Okay, and so yes, this is all the questions solved so far. Phew, that was so tiring, like honestly. That was really 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 tough. So we've answered all of our questions, all right? So all of our 15 questions. So the question 14 again, are high paid employees leaving? So yeah, some high paid employees are actually leaving. Like this particular person, Givens Daniel, this also Sergio is also leaving, and this particular person, Belen is also leaving. All right, because and they've given the reasons for why they are leaving. All right, given that they say he's leaving based on a higher salary, so he needs higher salary. All right, so let's go to the reasons and see if high salary is actually part of the reasons. All right, why people leave. All right, and so leave reason. Okay, so a lot of them are going to be provided. Let's see. So we have unclear duties, which one of them chose, and higher salary. So yeah, his reason is valid. Okay, for say he's leaving because of higher salary. So this person, given his dad, is leaving because of higher salary. All right, and yeah, and another person, Sergio is also leaving because his reason for leaving is based on unclear duties. All right, so his duties are unclear, and that is why he's leaving. Okay, even though he's among the top 15 people earning the highest salary. So let's sort this out and then actually see. Okay, let's sort it out by total salary. Okay, and let's say descending order. So by descending order, the total salaries, King 1 is actually the one receiving the highest amount. Sergio is actually the third most the third person receiving is actually one of the people receiving the highest salary, and his problem is with unclear duties, and that's why he's leaving. Wow, that is really 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 something. Even though he's receiving so much salary, he's actually decided to go because his duties are now unclear. This is like a scenario that just happened to me some few days ago, where I work and I was laid off because my duties became unclear and I had to question what I'm actually doing. So that's really, it's really funny to see something like this happen all of a sudden. But that is fine. That is fine. All right. Yeah. So this is it. This is the entire dashboard. All right. This is the entire dashboard. Now, up close, it looks really huge. You can see everything. So we started all the way from here once again. So we started all the way from here, from the bottom. Now we're up. All right. So we started all the way from here. We answered all of the questions that were provided. All right. So we've answered all 14 questions. Supposed to look like. All right. So this is going to be our final outcome. We have the page one, that's the overview page, and then we have the page two, which is also another page in this particular project. So this is what we'll be looking at. All right, now without much ado, let's delve right in. And of course, we're using this as a guide. A few things can change here and there, but it depends on what we want to do in the moment. All right, and you're also allowed to add your own style. Okay, make it your own style. All right, if you want to change the background color, you are free to do that. If you want to change your font style and such, you are free to do it. If you want to position them in a different way so that you can say, all right, so this particular project you were guided, but you also added your own way of doing things. That is totally fine. All right, that makes it unique and makes it stand out, so that when you go for an interview, you are able to answer these relevant questions. All right, that interviewers will probably ask you when you get there. Okay, and so for before we even begin, I just want you to know that I created the background for this project, all right, already in PowerPoint. Okay, so this is my background preparation in PowerPoint, and I'm leaving this in the description box below as well. You can go in there and you can just download and change a few things however way you want, if you want to do that. All right, and so yeah, without much ado, let's dive right in and start doing something. Okay, And so now that we have everything sorted out, the first thing that we need to do for this project is to go get our design background or to prepare our design background, all right, in any case, okay? And so we're preparing the design background because I've already stated that we already have our background design in Power BI. We are just going to go and then pull in that background into Power BI, okay? So we are going to come to Canvas background, go to browse, and then wherever you've saved that particular picture, because you need to have saved it as picture, okay, you just go and pull that in, okay? So Power BI, and we are looking at the St. Martin's, all right? So once you have it now, you can simply just come down, okay, and then reduce the transparency, all right? And so we have our face design background, okay? And so for the next one or the second one, we are going to do the exact same thing, okay? And you are going to select the next one, all right, and then open, and we are going to close this. Okay, so now we have our design background for both pages, and we can just go in and then start answering our questions. Now, to begin with, I just wanted to know that I've already created my measures and any other thing that will be relevant to this particular project right here. But as and when it's needed to show you, I'll let you know how I did it and what went into it. All right, so don't fret. So let's continue. So now we have our background. We are going to just start answering the questions because there's nothing much more to do here. So we are just going to go in and start answering our questions, okay? And so our first question, which is the management wants to find out what the total sales, the total cost, and the total profit is for the year 2021. Now, before we even go or delve into it any further, I just want to say this particular data set is just for 2021. Okay, and so if you come right here, you can see that it's just for the date section is just for 2021. So everything is just for 2021. I think this should be fine. So the year, everything is 2021. Okay, so everything is, and the month is basically just January. Okay, the month is also there just for January. So January 2021 details is what we are actually working with. All right, or working on. So that is just by the way. And so they want to find the total sales, the total cost, and the total profit for this year. All right, and for the month. So total sales, total cost, and total profit. And so I already created my measures, all right, for that. And so I have my total sales right over here. I have my total profit, I have my total cost, and my total quantity. Everything is over here, all right? And because it's total, that's the summation of everything, all right? We are not looking for the average or the count. We are looking for the total sales, all right, which is the sum, okay? And so the DAX measure that we use is sum, all right? So you can see the total sales. This is the DAX measure, which is sum of the sales, okay? So we have a sales column, so sum of the sales column. That gives us the total sales. Now for the total profit as well, because we want the total profit is the sum of all the profit, all right? So total profit, you can see, is the sum of the profit. And then for total cost as well, because we are looking for the total, the sum as well, so we use what we call the sum of the unit cost, all right? So the unit cost, the total of all the unit cost gives us the total cost, all right? And so this is how we go to find the total sales, the total profit, and the total cost. And so in this particular project, we are asked to find what the total sales, the total cost, and the total profit is, okay? And so now that we've created our measures, we can easily just go and now pick our measures up. So total sales, total profit, and then total cost. And then I threw in a little bit of total quantity, because it will be needed in some of the visualization. You have to use the total quantity. So I just created that just so that you can also take a look at it, know that all right. So this is actually the total quantity. So when we are using the total quantity in those particular areas, you are aware of what we are doing. Okay, all right. I don't know if that makes sense, but that should make sense. Okay, all right. So now that we have our KPIs, which is the total, so the total profit, the total cost, and the total quantity for the entire period, and we've found the right visual for it, which is the card, we can easily just go in and now we are going to format the card, all right, to make it look good for this particular project, all right. And so for the formatting, we are just going to go here, multi-card layout is should be okay, so that should be 4, all right. But with the gaps in between them, all right, we are going to close the gaps, all right, because we don't want this 8 px gaps, all right. We want it to be 0 or 1, all right, so that we have enough space for other things, okay, all right. So we have that, and I'm going to remove the background, all right, because I don't want any background for this particular project, okay. And so now that we are done, and now we go to the cast itself, All right, and for the cast itself, um we are going to remove any borders, any dividers, and then any backgrounds. However, I'd like to add some accent bars to this. Okay, and for the accent bar, I believe you can just make the color blue and at the left side. Okay, so blue and from the left. All right, now you can choose, decide to make it from the right. That is mainly based on you. All right, depends on you. Okay, if you want to change the color, you can just change the color. If you want to change the position, you can easily just change the position from left to right. All right, and so if I'm to select right, now it's going to be starting from the right. If I'm to select maybe bottom, now it's going to start from the bottom. All right, but in this particular case, I want it from the left side. Okay, and so I have that, and that is that with the card. Now we go to the color, so the figures in them, we want to reduce the size and the fonts and all of that. Okay, so we come to the values and we're going to bolden it, but we are going to reduce the size to maybe 16 should be fine. All right, and then right after that, we are going to position or align it in the middle. Okay, all right, and then we go to the labels. So the labels are the total quantity, the total cost, the right types under the figures. Okay, and so we are going to go to there, come here, make this black, and this should be fine. Okay, so now that we are done with this, we can just go and remove any effect, all right, on this particular project. All right, so I'm just going to remove all the effects, all right, from this particular project, so that now we have this, so there's no more effect on this particular project, and voila, I think this is fine. So now we are done answering our first question. Okay, so we are done answering our first question. All right, so this is the total, so the total profit and the total cost, the total quantity. So anyone that comes in contact with this data set is able to tell from first glance that this is the KPIs, the totals for this company or for these stores. Uh, you know, uh, um, the total for this store. All right, so like to know how the store is performing and all of that. Okay, all right, so that's our first question. Now the second question is, which weekday recorded the highest and lowest revenue? And now for this, because we don't have the weekday, okay, so you need to go in and create your calculated table in order to find the weekday. So this is our calculated table that I created. Now I created this from scratch, because normally with the dates you don't have weekday. You have the year, you have the quarter, you have the month, and then you have the day. All right, you have the day, and for the day it simply shows you days as in 1 to 30th or 1 to 31st, but it doesn't show you the weekday, like from Sunday to Saturday or from Monday to Sunday. All right, and so in view of this, in order for us to know the weekday, we need to have gone to create the calendar table, and that is what we're going to create. And so I'll show you how I created the calendar table. All right, so in order to create a calendar table, first of all, you click on the stores or any one of them, and then now you can go to new table. All right, so when you get to new table, to give you an option to start putting in your measures for a new calendar table. All right, and so this is the measure for my calendar table. So for my calendar table, I said calendar table equal to calendar, I use the min. All right, so order date and the max order date. So this will give me all the dates all the dates that I'm looking for within the order date column. All right, so it's going to start from the 1st of January 2021 all the way to the 31st of January 2021. All right, because the order date is yes for the month of January 2021. All right, so it's going to give me everything from the 1st of January 2021 all the way to the 31st of January 2021. So this is how I created my calendar table. All right, and then from there I found my month based on my calendar table, not based on the other date. All right, but based on my calendar date. All right, and so you can see the formula right here. Month is equal to month calendar table date. So this is a calendar table date. All right, if you see here, this is a calendar table, so the calendar table date. All right, and then I found the year also from the calendar table date, and then the month name from the calendar table date. And so this is how I found the month name, because you can see we have month here and we have month name here. Now if you use the month function, it's going to give you everything in figures, but if you use the format, all right, function to find the month name, it's going to give you everything in its right ways. All right, so like so. And then week number. All right, so week number, that is from Sunday to Saturday. All right, so you can see it's just 7 days in a week. All right, 7 days. All right, and so we also found the week number with this formula. Weekdays go to this, but we needed the actual days. We wanted the days in string form, so I used again format, and I used this formula to get the weekday. All right, now I actually did this so that we can actually added this so that we can just sort by, all right, by the weekday, so that everything will be according to, so it's going to be from Monday all the way to Sunday, or from Sunday all the way to Saturday. All right, so that we don't get Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday like that. All right, and again, that is why I also added the month, or I also just use the month, and then with this, when we come to month name again, you can just sort it out by the month, by this one, so that in case you're using the month, it's going to actually flow from January all the way to December, but not January, April, March, February. No. All right, and so that's what we did over there. Okay, and so that's how we created our calendar table. And now the question is saying that we created a calendar table, and now we're able to find our weekday from that. All right, and now the question is asking us to find which weekday recorded the highest and lowest revenue. Okay, and so in view of this, we can simply just go in, excuse me, and say, okay, so which weekday, so I can select my weekday now. All right, so Sunday all the way to Saturday, so which weekday contributed, so we are looking at revenue. All right, so measure table, I'm going to my total sales because this is a revenue, and then now from here we are going to go to line chart. Now before I even continue, I just want to make this one thing clear. It's kind of skipped me, because these tables are so many. All right, because we are working with so many different tables, like I said in the initial stages, that we are going to have to create a relationship and data modeling, all right, in order to use this table as one big table. All right, and so if you come right here, I created my relationship. Okay, so this is how the relationship is created. All right, so we have the stores table, and then we have the customers table, and then we have our main table, which is the sales standards, whatever, I think it's in French or Spanish. And so we created our tables over here. Okay, now the calendar table as well, because it's a new table, you are going to have to create a relationship for the calendar table. And so if you check, you are going to see that I have my calendar table, which is this, also related. Now if you don't know how relationships and data modeling works, I have a video on relationship and data modeling, which I went into details, I spoke more about. All right, and so you can just check that out to get an idea of how relationships and data modeling works. Okay, but I just wanted to throw this out there that we actually created a relationship and data model, and that is why we are able to use all of these tables as one. Okay, all right, so if that is clear, so now we are going to format our visual, okay, that we are working on. So what I'm going to do is, now that we have everything sorted out, we are going to go to our x-axis, and this is the x-axis. We don't want to see the title because we already know it's weekday. All right, however, we would like to see the weekdays themselves, and so that's that. And I'm going to change this. Now we want it to be black. All right, we want it to be original black, and yeah, but we don't want the title, so I'm going to take the title off. All right, so we have enough space, all right, for our visualization. Okay, and then for the y-axis, we are going to take all of them out as well. All right, so I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this for the y-axis. Okay, all right, so now we are going to come in, we are going to continue with our formatting. And secondary, I don't want anything for secondary. And so let's see if there's any gray lines, and then we can remove them. I don't like things I don't like gray lines in my project, so I'm taking them off. And then we are going to add zoom slider, all right, to this. And then the line, we are going to leave the color as so, but maybe we like to increase the width, the size of it a little bit. So we are going to do just that. And so yeah, and let's add our markers. Okay, so we are going to add our markers so we are able to actually pinpoint which weekday we are looking at. All right, so we are going to use the markers, and for this I believe we can change the color and use black, all right, to indicate this. Okay, so black. All right, so I think this is fine. So now that we are done with this, we can just go to our title and format it a little bit. So total sales by weekday, but it's all right, so total sales by weekday, and we are going to do this, reduce this, put this in the middle. All right, so that is our title formatted. Okay, so that's the title formatted, and now we are going to remove all effects. Okay, so we have this, so remove the effect so that it doesn't cause any confusions. All right, so now we have this, but there's one more thing I like to do, which is I like to add data labels to this particular work. So I'm going to turn on my data labels. All right, so we can just simply see the amount, and then come here and we can format this as well. All right, so we are going to format the values, make this, yeah, sure, and then we are going to make the color black, and voila, we are done with the second question. Okay, so now we are done with our second question, so let's move on to the third question. And the third question is, what is a profit margin trend across the year? So what is a profit margin trend across the year? But there's something that is being fishy about this particular question, because we only have January as the only month, and yeah, January as the only month from 1st to 31st. All right, we do not have any other month. All right, and the year is just 2021. And so when you say the profit margin trend across the year, we can actually use month. All right, and we can actually use year. So what we are going to do is that we are going to add a profit margin to what we've already created. All right, for the weekday. All right, so for this particular one, so we are going to know the total sales and the profit margin across each weekday. Okay, all right, and so I'm just going to go to my measure, and I'm going to pick my profit margin like so. All right, so this should be that, and then I can format a little bit by removing the legend started from it. So now if I come here, this is my total sales and my total profit for Sunday. Yeah. So on Sunday, my total sales was 4.8 million, and my total profit for all Sundays. So the 4 Sundays in that particular month was 1,378,000. All right, for profit. And then when it comes to Monday, my total sales were this. So you can see that on Wednesday we actually made the most sales and we made the most total profit as well. Okay, and so this is how you can answer that question for question 2 and question 3. All right, question 2, which week they recorded the highest and lowest revenue? So the highest revenue was recorded on Wednesday, the lowest revenue was recorded on Saturday, and sometime Sunday, but I think the lowest was recorded on Saturday. Okay, all right, and so that is how you can solve that particular question. And the question 3 is a profit margin across. Okay, so now we can move on to question 4, which is which product category generated the most revenue and profit. So product category. All right, so we are looking at the product category, and for products category we can find them under products. So we are looking at the product category, and then we want to find the total sales and then the profit. All right, so the total sales and then the profit. Okay, now with this, because we are looking for two different measures, all right, we are looking for the total sales as well as the profit. All right, just like so, what we can do with this one, because this is not a trend, all right, it's not a time trend, I'm going to be using this particular column. All right, now let me use this one. Okay, and then once I've selected it, I'll use this one. Once I've selected this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say, all right, so for my column y axis I want the total sales, but my line y axis I want the total profit. So I'm going to put this right there. Okay, so that now I can have something like this. Okay, and so my totals is my total profit by my product category. So now I can have something like this, and now all we need to do is to go in there and format this. Okay, so let's format this. And always I say that formatting is one of the most important things, because seeing how it is now, you might think this is ugly, but after formatting it, that is when it changes. All right, and so we are going to format it and turn it from how it's looking now to how it's actually supposed to look. Okay, and so I'm going to come here, and for my y-axis I don't want anything for my y-axis, of course. All right, so I'm going to turn them all off. Okay, and then I'm going to go here and I'm going to turn my legends off. All right, okay, so now that I'm done with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my line, and for the line I want to make it, should I make it blue or should I make it black? So you can just change the line color. All right, however way we see fit. So I like to make it black. Okay, so my line, the line that is inside, that is the profit line. All right, the total profit line. By changing that, and then we are going to come here and then we are going to add some markers to this. All right, so we are going to add some markers to this. All right, and the markers are black, so that is fine. And let's add some data labels. Now adding data labels will be very wrong. Okay, so now we can go in here and work on the title to total sales and total profit by product category. Okay, so we are going to do this. I'm going to decrease this a little bit. I'm going to make this black, and then we are going to put this right there. Okay, so now let's see if using this rather makes sense or using this. Okay, so I think either one of them is fine. Okay, all right, so now that we are done with the formatting, so I don't think the data labels would work. I don't think the data labels will work, and this will also not work. No. Okay, so we are done with the question 4. All right, which is this particular one. So which product category generated the most revenue and profit? And so from here we can see that All right. So this product category, the criteria generated the most sales. All right. Whereas this one generated the least amount of sales. But when it comes to profit, we can simply say that this particular one, the pluggables generated the most profit. All right. Because comparing this profit to this is 1 point. This is 2 million. This is hold on. This is also 2 million by 62,000, but this is 2,228,000. All right, and this is 1.7, and it goes down like that. So even though this generated the most sales, all right, this product category generated the most sales. This product category actually generated the most profit. Okay, and so yeah, that is that. Let's see if everything is fine. Okay, so we can see that right here. So the same thing. So you just change a little something, but that is fine. All right. So now let's move on to the next question. All right, which is what? Which is going to be, what are the top 5 best-selling products by quantity? All right, and so that is why I created the quantity. All right, I created the total quantity measure. All right, because they are now asking us for the top 5 products with the highest quantity. All right, that's what the question says, right? And so these are the top 5 best-selling products by quantity. Okay, and so we are going to just pick the quantity, and we are going to go look for the top 5 products. All right, and so with that we are going to go to products and go to products here, and we are going to change this from products to the top 5. So I'm going to select top N, and I'm going to use it top 5. And now it says it is by quantity, we are going to base this on the quantity, and now we are going to apply. Okay, and with this we are going to be using this particular one, this right here, all right, to indicate this particular result. Okay, all right, so now that we have this, all you can simply do is to format this, all right, so that it looks okay for the work that we are doing. All right, so like so, and now we can just go in and format this. So I'm going to select the format style for this, right, and so that we don't have to start the whole formatting all over again. All right, and so we have it like this, like so, and I like to add some data labels to this, because with this we should be able to add some data labels and even some zoom sliders, right? All right, sure. So we added the zoom slider, and now we can add our data labels to that, and we can simply just go down here and say, all right, we want to format the values for these data labels. We want to make this black, right, or dark, all right, bolded. Okay, so this is this for this question. So the total quantity by top 5 products. So let's just change the title of this. All right, so I'm going to change the title of this, and I'm going to say top 5 products by quantity. Okay, I'm going to say top five products, all right, by quantity, and that should be that. So top 5 products by quantity. So now if you look here, we can see that this particular product by Cicleta, I think this is Spanish, I'm not entirely sure, has the total quantity. All right, it brought in the total number of people, all right, at 207. And then this particular one, indoor inside, brought in, followed up close with 200 people. All right, so all 200 purchases were made. Okay, and then followed by this at 198 purchases, and then this 191, and I think 190 and 190. So this and this were at a tie. Okay, and so that is why they both come in at 5th place. All right, and so we can also see that just from looking at the data labels. All right, which is why the data labels is also one of the most important things. Okay, and so we have the top 5 products by quantity, we have the total sales and total profit by product category. We've also answered the trend. All right, the total profit and total sales by trend. Okay, all right, so now let's jump into the next question. All right, and so the next question says, which products have high sales but low profit margin? All right, so there are some products that have high sales but low profit margin. So we are going to be looking at the top 5 products with high sales, and we're also going to be looking at their profit margins, all right, to indicate whatever that is going on. Okay, all right, so let's jump right in. So I'm going to say top 5 products. All right, so products. All right, so I'm going to say products. All right, so top 5 products by total sales. So first I'm going to look at the total sales, and then I'm going to look at the total profit. All right, and so I'm going to now come here, and I'm going to say, all right, so I want to find the top by sales, first by sales. All right, top 5 by sales, And now that we have buy sales, we can just easily look at the total profit. Okay, and with this, I think I'm going to go with this as well. So I'm going to use this, and I'm going to use the same format for this. All right. The only difference is that now in this particular case, we want the total profit also in the axis. Okay, and we can just bring this right over here. So let's increase it a little bit. Okay, and then we can just, all right. Okay, okay, all right. So now we have that. Okay, and I believe we still need to do some remove background, um, remove effect stuff. All right, so let's go in there and remove the effects. All right, I think they've, all right, sure. The effects are still turned on. Let's see if we can we add some zoom slider to this. This is going to spoil the whole thing. We don't need that right now. And let's see if the data labels will fit. All right, so we wouldn't want to use the data labels as well. So we can see from here that this particular project, all right, or this particular product by the collector Monty is actually bringing in enough sales. All right, is among the top five most brought in sales. All right, or products with the most revenue. However, the profit margin is quite low for an item bringing in so much sales. Okay, so management can decide to do something about this particular product. Okay, and this is also the same. Right, this is also the same. Okay, all right. Alright, so management can decide to do something about this particular product. Alright, and this one is also the same because they are both part of the top five products, but they are bringing in less profit. Alright, as compared to the rest. Okay, so management can decide on this and say, alright, so looking at this, we are either going to have to increase the price or something of this particular product. Alright, let's increase the price a little bit to match the sales that is making. All right, and this as well. Okay, and then for the rest, if they're okay with that, you can say, all right, that is fine. But it's surprising that this is the leading product. All right, this is the leading product, but its profit doesn't match that of this and of that. And so management can decide to do something about this particular product. All right, either increase the price or the sales a little bit to match the profit. Okay, all right. And so that is that. So which product have high sales but low profit but the potential pricing issues? So management can do this. And so this is what we've just looked at. And so the question 7 is, who are the top 50 customers by revenue? Now we'll leave this for now, all right, because we are looking for the top 50. And let's move on to the next one. So which stores are the top revenue generators? And so the top revenue generators, we can simply just come here and we are looking at the stores. Okay, so this time we are going to stores. So which stores? Alright, so the stores, top revenue generators, and we are looking at total sales or total revenue. Okay, and with this, we can simply just go in here and say, alright, there are so many stores. Probably we are just looking at the top 3 stores. Alright, so let's say we are looking at just the top 3 stores. Okay, alright, and now I can put this right here and we can apply, right, so that we can use the donut chart to show this or to indicate this. Alright, okay, so now that we have this, now we can just go in and we will have to format this to look good, all right, for the project that we are making. All right, so let's increase this a little bit, the size of this a little bit. All right, and then we can now go in here and try to format this. All right, so we don't want any legend title for this, it takes so much space. All right, but for the color, I think we can do something about the colors. All right, we would like to make this is blue. All right, so that should be fine, and we would like to change the color for this. This also looks fine, but for this particular one, I think we can change this a little bit. All right, to match the theme of what we are doing. All right, and so now that we have that, we can just close this, and then for the details, we can either position it in the middle or inside or outside, depending on what you are working on and how you want it. All right, so if you prefer it outside, you can leave it outside. If you prefer it inside, you can leave it inside. If you want it outside, you can leave it outside. But I think the outside and the preferred outside are both the same. All right, and so now that we have that, you can simply now come to values, and what we are going to do is that we are going to work our way around the values a little bit, the font style, the font size, the font color, and all of that. All right, so now we have that, and I think that should be fine. Okay, that should be fine for now, and that is okay. So for the title, let's work out the title. So we are going to say top three stores. All right, top three stores, top three stores with the most sales. All right, so top three stores with the most sales. Okay, and we can just increase this a little, decrease this a little bit, make this bold. All right, make this, and then we can align it perfectly in the middle. Okay, all right. So I think that wasn't aligned, so we align it in the middle. Now let's see if we can increase this a little bit. No, so let's just keep it at 12. All right, and yeah. So now we are going to just change the effect, all right, or remove any other effect on this particular project, all right, and that's that. Voila. So you have it looking like that. So you have the top three stores with the most sales. Okay, all right. So now let's move on to the next question. So these are the top three stores with this leading. So this is the top store, all right, with the most sales. That's Tienda Puyo de Araguas L, whatever. God. So you can even see that this the total, this alone is taking about 46.98% of just these three, all right, followed by this taking 26.79%. So this is going to be the second store making the most sales, all right, and this is going to be the third store making the most sales, all right. And so that's how it's supposed to work, and that's how it works. Okay, all right. Now let's move on to the next question, which is what? Which stores have the lowest profit margin and why? So we are looking at the stores with the lowest profit margin and why. So let's jump right in and go do that. All right. So we are simply just going to jump in here. Okay. And we are going to look for the stores, right? Let me read the question. So which stores have the lowest profit margin? So the stores with the lowest profit margin. So again, we are going to go back and look for stores. All right. And this time around, we are looking for the profit margin. So total profit. And because it's lowest, we are going to come right back here, and instead of basic photo we are going to be selecting top end, and then instead of the top we are going to change the show items to bottom. All right, and then we are going to put in 5. So and then we are basing this on the total profit. So this is now going to give us the stores that's bringing in the least profit. All right, the least profit. Okay, so once we have this, we can easily change or format this or give it a visual. And for this visual I'm going to use this. Let's see if this works. So for this one we are going to just use this particular visualization. Okay, all right. And since we already have a copy, we can just format painter and then do it right there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 5 stores, all right, making the least amount of profit. Okay, so the first one we have Tienda San Bartolome. All right, so this is the first store that is making the least profit. All right, but it's still bringing in 55k. But this is the one. This is the worst of all. The Tienda Sudanese. This particular store is the profit that is bringing in just so abysmal. And so why is it that this particular store is bringing so much abysmal profit? And so we can sit down with management and then now look at what is happening with this particular store, go more into details, see what is going on, what is not going on, and then make a decision based on this. But with this, we're able to let management know that, all right, so these are the stores that are bringing the least profit. All right, and as a data analyst, this is our job to let management know that these are stores that are bringing the least profit. All right, if you wanted to create a page for stores only, all right, new page for stores on we could actually go into details, and maybe in another video we'll do that, where we just take the stores and look at the stores in its entirety. But this is just, like I said, beginner level stuff, and so we wouldn't want to start creating drill throughs and all of that are more into details. Okay, and so yes, so you can simply just say this, and management can use this as a way to make more inquiries, all right, ask more questions, and if you want we can go in and do so much more with this result that we've provided. All right, so this has made me realize something, that this we didn't entirely take the effects out. All right, so we are going to just go in and do right there. All right, so this is the total profit by the store. So but we are going to say the stores making the least amount of profit. All right, so we are going to go to the title, and I'm going to say stores bringing in less profit. All right, so stores bringing in less profit. All right, and I believe that should be that for that. So these are the stores bringing in less profit. It looks like you don't see, but if I'm to Yeah, you can now see so stores bringing in less profit. All right. Okay. So let's jump right back in and continue our work. So the next question that we are to solve is which region show the strongest sales performance? So which region shows the strongest sales performance? So with this, we are going to our locations table. All right, we are going to locations table to go and pick up the region. All right, so this region, all right, show up. We are showing a strong sales performance. All right, so total sales. Okay, so we have this. With this, we are going to be using the map chart. All right, we are not going to be using the map chart for this. All right, so what we are going to be using, we can try a few things. Maybe this. No. So which regions we are actually looking at just the top five regions, all right? Because there are so many regions, all right? You can see right there, there are so many regions, and we don't need all of them, all right? So we only need the top five region, all right? So the top five region that's making the most sales, okay? And then we can apply this, and so let's see if we can now fit this right here. Okay, so we can fit this right here. So we can say that Casilla while Leon, I don't know how to pronounce it, excuse me, is making the most sales, all right, followed by Aragon making it the next most sales, and then Cataluna, all right, and then this and so on and so forth. Forgive me if you are watching this and you're from these countries, pardon me for not pronouncing them well, all right. And so this is how, all right, so this is it. So the regions, the top five regions making the most sales. All right, answered as simple as that. And then what we can simply do is that we can now go in and format this. I don't like the colors of choice. All right, so I can just come to colors and then change the colors. All right, I don't want these bright colors. I want something below them. Okay, so like so, and then we can use this. Okay, and then with this we can maybe use this. That's too bright. So maybe we can use this. All right. So this makes a lot of sense. All right. So the top five regions, and now we can just change the title to top five regions with the most sales. Okay. And so I'm going to come here. Sorry, excuse me. I'm going to come right here, and I'm going to say regions or top five regions with most sales. All right, and that should answer the question. So these are our top five regions with the most sales. As the question is requesting of us to do. So which region show the strongest sales performance? All right, and so coming back here, you can see that the Castilla y Leon is showing the strongest sales performance. All right, followed by Aragon, followed by Cataluna. All right, followed by Andalusia, and then Castilla-La Mancha. All right, so these are the regions showing the most sales. All right, or bringing in the most sales. Okay, all right. So now we can go to question number three, question number which is who are the top performing sales agent by revenue? So who are the top performing sales agent by revenue? And with this, I only need the top one agent making the most revenue. All right. So the top one agent making the most revenue. And so I come to the agent sales. Now before I even continue, I'd like to know that when before doing anything, because we had the sales agent photo, all right, we had where the image URL for the sales agent. Okay, so what I did was that I came right here and then I changed it from uncategorized. Okay, so you find it under uncategorized, so I changed it from uncategorized to image URL because we've been given the image URL and that's what we use. Okay, all right, so let's continue. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select the image URL, so which is the sales agent photo. All right, and then now we are going to look for, it says by total sales. All right, so the measure table, you are going to look for the total sales. All right, and I'm just looking for the top one. All right, so the top one agent, just the top one agent, the agent that is making the most sales. All right, so top one by the total sales right over here, and then I apply, and so you can see that this agent is the one making the total sales, and it's a filter. So I'm going to change this and make the filter. All right, so that if I want information based on him as the top one, what he actually brought on board, if I just click on that, I can see everything. I can see his total sales, his total profit, his total cost, his total quantity. I can see his sales in for each of the products. I can see his sales in each of the regions and all of that. All right, okay, and so that's why we are just using that as a filter. We could have just used a card, but I believe the filter is much more better. All right, in order to know more details about him. Okay, all right, so now that we have that, we can simply just come here and do our formatting. Okay, and so the formatting is one of what is important. So I'm going to make this one and I'm going to make this one. All right. Okay. Then now you can just come here, and then for the call out, I don't want any call out for this particular one. All right. I don't want any labels or whatever. So I'm just going to take that completely off. All right. Okay. And then total sales by agent. All right. So now that I have that, you can just simply remove anything, background or what have you bothered from this. Okay. All right. So that's what I'm doing. So this entirely is formatting. All right. Okay. So I think since that is almost there, we can just come to title and let's say top agent, top agent, or we can just say best selling agent. All right. So the best selling agent, and now we can reduce this to 12, and then this, and we can make this black. So black is fine, and we can just put this right in the middle. Okay. So align it in the middle, and now we can just stretch this to the top. All right, we can just stretch it to the top and this down to the bottom. All right. Okay. So now we have this, and we can go in here and remove all effects. All right. And so voila, that is done for this as well. Okay. Looks good, right? Alright, so hey, if you've made it up to this point following my guide, alright, on this particular project and you're loving it, I'll just like to take a minute and ask you to, hey, kindly subscribe and hit on the like. You can also turn on the notification bell so that whenever I upload a new video like this, you'll be among the first to be notified, alright? I'm here for you, so do be sure to join the Nakama. Now, without much ado, let's jump right back in. Okay, so now we've answered this question 10 and question 11, who are the top performing sales agent. Now the next question, what is the correlation between sales agent activity and store performance? All right, and which agents have the highest average deal size, and how does unit cost versus unit price vary across product categories? And then we are also going to answer what are the top 50 customers by revenue contribution. And so with that, we are going to moving on to our next page, which is the page 4. All right, so let's go in there and answer these questions one by one. All right, so now we've answered almost all of the questions. We have this, who are the top 50 customers by revenue to answer. We have who are the top performing agents, sales agents by revenue, which agents have the highest code deal size, and how does unit cost vary versus unit price vary across product category? All right, sure, let's go in right there and start doing this. So we are going to answer question 7, which is who are the top 50 customers by revenue distribution? Okay, and so that's what we are going to do. So we just go in right there. So we are looking at the top 50 customers by revenue distribution. Okay, and so in view of this, we are simply going to go to customers because we need the customers, the top 50 customers. So we are going to select the customers, and then by revenue distribution, right? And so by revenue distribution, that is total sales or total revenue. And so we are just going to select this, and because we are looking for just the top 50, we need to come down here, and then with the top end, we are going to change this and say top 50. And then based on the total sales, so we are going to put it right in here, and we are going to apply. And now we are going to get that, and we want the matrix for this. Okay, so we are going to increase this a little bit so that it shows. Okay, and now we are going to bring this down here and increase it because we want it to have a lot more space. Okay, and so I'm just going to increase the space a little bit. All right, and then drag this whole thing down here so that we can just all see the top 50 customers by revenue. All right, so now that I have this, I may want to, because this, so there's so much space at the end, so I'd like to shape this right here a little bit. Okay, and then now I can increase this to the top. All right, so now we can just go in there and format this. So what I'm going to say is that with a style, I want a bold header, so that's going to change that part to black. All right, sure. And then for the grid, I'm going to leave it as it is, so the grid is fine. And then we are going to go into the value section, and we are going to change this, do something a little bit. And so this should be fine. If you ask me, this should be fine. The color and everything matches. All right, so this is black, the background color, then this should be white, and then the background color should be black, right? Okay, and then this should be white, and then the background color again, hold on, this should be black. All right, so this kind of makes sense. All right, so this is black. All right, okay, so that's it for the values. And then for the column headers, we want this as bold, and then we also want the text color to be white. Okay, and then we want the background to be black. And we might decide to align it in the middle, but in this case I don't want to align it in the middle, so I'm going to leave it as it is. And then the row headers as well, what I'm going to do is that I want this, because this is not entirely black. If you look at it, it's not entirely black, so I'm going to change this and make it black. All right, okay, then we are going to bolden it a little bit, and also we are not going to align it in the middle whatsoever. Okay, and so once we are done with that, I don't want the sub, I don't want this, I don't want the row subtotals, no, I don't want any of that. And so that is why we need to increase this again. Excuse me, what is this? All right, so now bring this down here so that I can shift this again. Okay, and now this is that. And so you can just simply go in right here now to our general, and then remove the effects, all right, of this. Okay, and then voila, so that is that. So these are our top 50 customers by revenue. Okay, and if you want, we can actually arrange them in ascending order. So total sales, and we want it in ascending order, so in descending order, excuse me, so descending order, so from the highest, all right, to the lowest. So which customer made the most sales or contributed the most sales? And that is Marcio Hernandez Gilbert. So he contributed an amount of 30,000 US dollars, then followed by Calista Del Bennett with 29,000, and then we have Pedro Gilbert Villanueva. God, these are Spanish names, but well, so you get it right. All right. And so that's our question answered. And then now we are going to come down here. We are going to say, how does unit cost versus unit price vary across product categories? Okay. So again, let me highlight this so that we don't forget the ones that we've not answered, and then which agents have a higher deal size. So I'm going to highlight this. So these are the ones left. Who are the top performing agents by revenue? All right, so that we don't forget the ones we haven't answered. So I believe we've answered which region show the strongest sales performance. We've answered which stores have the lowest profit margin and why. We've answered which stores are the top revenue generators. All right, we've answered the rest of them. So now we are answering just the four. And now we've answered this now, so we can just simply remove the color for that, and we have these three to go. All right, so how does unit cost versus unit price vary across the product category? So we are looking at question 40. All right, because I just want to finish with this. So unit cost, okay, so where is the unit cost? So the unit cost should be here. All right, so we have our unit cost and our unit price. All right, so we are looking for unit price and unit cost by what? So how does unit cost versus unit price vary across product categories? So product categories, we're looking at the product categories. All right, and so I'm just going to put this here, and I'm going to go to product and select the product category. All right, and with this, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use a scatter plot, all right, to indicate this or to show this. Okay, and so I have this, and I'm going to bring this right here, bring this right here, bring this right here. And there is a relationship. So if I check, there is a relationship between unit price and unit cost. All right, so the relationship between unit price and unit cost for products category character. All right, so it shows that an increase in the unit price is leading to actually a gradual increase in the unit cost. Okay, and then and then this one as well, consider a higher increase in unit cost so leading to a higher increase in unit price. Okay, and let's check this out. With this, what we are saying is that, yeah, even though, but this is bringing in, BMX actually bringing in the lowest unit price, all right, and the unit cost. But looking at this, you can see that the unit cost, the unit price is just about 600,000 more than the unit cost. And then with this, we can see that this is about 1,000,000 or 900,000, all right, 1,000,000 or 900,000 less from, so the unit cost is actually catching up to the unit price. All right, let me look at this, let's check this. This is about 2.5. All right, this is about 2 million difference, and these ones are just about 2 million differences, and this also, yeah, 1.5, 2 million. Okay, all right. So an increase in unit cost leads to an increase in unit price. Okay, all right. So that's the relationship. Okay, all right. And so with this, we can simply just come here, and I normally don't want anything for this, so for the scatter plot, all right. And then for the y-axis as well, we are going to remove every single thing, all right, from this, so this and that. Okay, and then let's check if there are any gray lines. I don't think there are any gray lines, so zoom slider is not going to show. Okay, and then for our markers, we are going to make we are going to change the color of our markers, and let's increase this a little bit, and let's change our markers, or should we leave it as blue? All right, so we are going to leave it as blue. I wanted to make it black, but I think blue is fine. Okay, and the category labels, let's put up the category labels, and with those ones we are going to change the format size, the style, and the colors. We're going to make this black, all right, bolding, and I'm going to increase this a little bit. All right, so that's that for that. And now that we are done with that, we are going to go to general, and for the title we are going to say relationship between, all right, between unit cost and unit price by product cut. All right, so by product cut, which is product category. And now we can reduce this a little bit, put this right here like so. So this should have been bolding, right? And then we can align it in the middle, right in the middle. Okay, so it looks like I made some mistake with the unit, so we can just go in there and make that correction between unit cost and unit price. All right, so this is fine, right? This is the relationship between unit cost and unit price by product category. All right, so starting from BMX, we can see the relationship between the unit. All right, so starting from BMX, you can see the relationship between the sum of unit price and then the sum of unit cost, right, as shown below. And then for Turismo product category, you can also see that for that, and then like so, and then increases to Carretera. All right, and so you can provide this to management, and based on this, management can make their own analysis based on this information that you're giving to them. Okay, all right. So now that we have done with that, that is for this particular question as well. So let's take this out. All right. So now we have who are the top performing sales agents by revenue, and then which agents have the highest average deal size. All right. So what I did, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all the agents. All right. So I'm going to give them all the measures so that if you just want to look for the agents performing well by revenue, you can just see that. If you want to look for the agents performing well by profit, you can see that. If you want to see those with the average, with the highest deal size, you can see that, and all, and so on and so forth. All right, and so we are going to come right here, and we are going to go to agents. Okay, I'm going to go to sales agents, and I'm going to select my sales agent photo. All right, and so once I have this, I'm going to come to my measures. I'm going to select my total sales. All right, my total profit. I'm going to select the total cost by agent, the total quantity, and we are going to select the average. All right, the average sales. Okay, and so we are going to have all of this in here by agents, and so whichever agents that you are looking to get information on, or whichever measure that you are looking to get results on, you can easily just check right from this complete table. Okay, so now that we have this, all we need to do is to go in there and then do a little bit of formatting. All right, so with this, I'm just going to change this from sales agent photo to sales agent. Okay, and I'm going to select, I'm using the matrix for this. Okay, all right, so now we are going to just come right, and we're just going to come right in here, and we can start doing our formatting. All right, and so the layout, I think that is fine. The grid, I think this is fine. Okay, and now the values, yeah, we can do something about the values. Okay, so this black, and see, I like to increase the space a little bit, okay, like so, and then this as well, we can like so, okay. All right, so now that we have that, the column headers, let's make that proper as well, so like so. All right, we can increase it a little bit if we want, but I think this is fine. And then with the row headers, there shouldn't be any row header. All right, so we are going to take this off as well. We don't want them. All right, so we have free space to scroll down and scroll up. All right, based on what we are looking for. All right, okay. So now that we have that, I believe everything should be fine by now. So now we can come right here, come to effects, remove all the effects, and now we have this. But one more thing with this particular project or with this particular visualization, maybe I might want to put some border visuals around that. And so for that, I can just come to effect, okay, and then scroll down, select the visual border, okay, bring this down, and then what color visual border do I want? I like to use this, and I like to increase the width a little bit, okay, so that I have it in here. So now that I have it in here, we are done solving the questions. All right, so now we can find the top performing sales agent by revenue by simply coming here and say, oh, so we want the top agent by revenue. All right, so we want to sort by revenue sales. Okay, so by revenue sales. So this is a top sales. This is a agent by top sales. So this person comes in first. This person comes in second. This third. This fourth. And this fifth. All right. One other thing that we can add to this, if we wanted to, is to just come right here, all right, and say, all right, so we have the sales agent, but we want the sales agent's name, all right. So sales agent's name. So you can just bring this and put this right here, okay. And then so this is Natalia. You can just see that's Natalia. So sales agent Natalia brought in all of this, all right, and so forth and so on. So you can just simply add that. So this sales agent is who? Juanito Pacheco Quintero, all right. So he is our top sales agent, all right. So that is that for that. And then our second top agent, if you don't know the name, is Ricardo Amat Casals, all right. So we can just simply do this, and this is basically fine. And so that is that for of our questions. Okay, so by total sales, and if you also just want to find which agents have the highest average deal size, so we have the deal size. Okay, so we have the average deal size, average sales. So we have the average sales deal size. So if we want, we can just simply say, all right, so we are looking at the one with the average sales deal size, and that is actually this particular man over here, the Chinese man, Aureliano Gabezas. All right, so he has the highest average deal size, okay, amongst all of them. And so that is that with the questions that we were solving. All right, so I believe we are done solving all of the questions. Okay, so one thing that I did is that I also added the stores, all right, so that we can see all of this information by stores as well, because the stores is the most important thing. All right, so after everything, we just added a store slicer. All right, so stores and then slicer. Okay, so store slicer, and then we did a little bit of formatting. All right, cleaning this visuals. All right, making it good. Okay, and so I'm just going to decrease this to 1. No, I'm going to increase this to 3, and I'm just going to decrease this to 1. Okay, but even this we can make it let's say 9. Okay, all right, so that I can bring it here. The names of the stores are really long. Okay, so we can reduce this a little bit once more to 8. All right, so that is fine. And then for the gaps, I don't want any gaps, so I'm simply just going to come down here and close the gaps. All right, okay. And then now we can do this, and the call out values. All right, the call out values, we can either increase or decrease them, but I like to bolden them. All right, yeah, I like to bolden them. Okay, so we have that. And then for the buttons, I think everything should be fine over here. The only thing is that for the stores, we can either turn it off or turn it on, but I like to turn it off just to save space. Okay, and then we are going to turn the effects off as well so that we don't see anything altogether. So voila, so now we have everything. So if I want to know the record by stores, so let me change this back. I don't want to sort by average sales, I want to sort by total sales. All right, and so if I want to know by stores who brought in the highest sales or the total profit or whatever, and since this is based on the total sales, we want to find which agent, all right, per this store brought in the total sales. All I need to do is to click on this, and it's telling me that, all right, so with this particular store, this person brought in the highest sales followed by this. But if I don't want for this and I want for this, now I can say that in this particular store, this man brought in the highest sales followed by this. All right, or I want information on this or this. So based on the stores, you can just check and select all of them. All right. Okay. All right. So okay, that is that. So you can see these stores affects the entire thing as well. So this is because this is slicer. All right. So don't get it twisted. So now we are going to go back and do our final thing. So this is going to be our final thing, and with this you can see right here that what we did was that I used the ultimate slicer panel. All right, so I created a slicer panel for all of this. So I took every single thing that is most important in each of the tables, all right, that we had, all right, and then I created a slicer for all of them so that I can say, all right, so for the sales agent, if I want information for this particular woman, it will just show me, all right, and if I don't want for her, I want for this particular man, it can also just show me. All right, so that is what we are going in there to do now. We are going to create our ultimate slicer panel so that this slicer panel can control this entire dashboard. All right, whatever you want. If you want information on the region, we can just select. If you want information on product, you can just select. For information on stores, we can just select to give us it to just give us. If we want information on customers, so for instance, this particular customer, this person was the one that got the most sales from him or her. All right, and so if you want to go to the next one, so this particular customer as well, it was this person that got the most sales or the most deals from him or her. All right, and so we are going to be creating the slider. So let's jump right in and go do just that. Okay. All right, so once we come here, we have here, so now we are going to be creating, we are going to be taking everything that we'll be using for our slices. All right, and so in this particular scenario, the stores, all right, we are going to be using the stores. So the store is going to be a slicer. All right, so let me just format this so that we can use that to format paint to the other slices. Okay, and so I'm going to come right here and to the multi select button, and I'm going to make this one, I'm going to make this one, and then we're just going to make this 0. All right, and then overflow, we are going to overflow so that we can use the arrow that goes to the right to select the next person. All right, and so overflow, and I don't want it to be continuous row, I want it to be paginated. All right, so that we have the arrow. Okay, and then we don't want it in vertical form, we want it in a horizontal form like so. Okay, all right, so now that we have that, now for the call out, okay, for the call out we are going to reduce the size a little bit or bolden it a little bit, and then like so. So this should be fine so that we can save space. Okay, all right, and then we have this, so like so. We don't want any labels, and let's go right here. All right, and for the title, we are going to work out the title a little bit, so like so, like so, like so. All right, and then put it in the middle, or align it in the middle, of course. All right, so we are going to align this in the middle, and then now that we are done with that, we are going to make this small. Okay, we are going to make this really small, and then for the effects, we are going to turn off effects, all effects. Okay, we are going to bring this right here, and voila, we are done with the first one. Okay, so now that we are done with this, now we are going to select the next one, sales agent. So with sales agent, we are going to be using the picture. All right, and like so. So all I'm simply going to do is I'm going to select this because I've already formatted this, and that's the exact same thing we are going to do for all of them. Okay, all right, and then we can close this allow. Okay, so that we have this, and then we have that. Okay, so now I'm done with this as well. So now we are going to move on to products, and for products we are going to look for the product itself. All right, and so like so, and exactly we are going to be doing the same thing for all of them. all right, because we are going to be using the same format across board, all right. And so like so, then we are going to bring this down here, and like so. I think this is fine, and increase this or decrease a little bit. So like so. So we got for the products, and for the locations, I'm going to select my region. All right, I'm going to select my region, or should we select the town, whichever one, but let's select the region. All right, so region, and then like so, and then I'm going to go to format painter. I'm going to format paint this. Okay, okay, so that crow was disturbing my work, but that is fine. So now we can just so now we can make this some as small as it should be. All right, so like so, and then we can now bring this right here to match it. Okay, okay, and then sales agents like this. So all right, so now we have region, and now we are going to go with for customers. So we are going to select our customers and filter, right? Okay, so now we are going to just select this format painter, and we want it the same way. Okay, all right, and then now we can just come here and bring it up here. All right, good, good. All right, so now we've created all of our slices. Okay, but there are two other things that are important to this, or let's say, yeah, we are going to use something to represent our turn off and our turn ons, our filter panel turn on and turn offs. All right, and we also need to use the select and the bookmarks to make this perfect, because we can't just leave them like so. I want them in a way that when you come to this page, you can see we have this right here, and I can shut them, so I can hide all of them, and then I can show them if I want to show them. All right, so you can see I show them and I hide them. All right, so I can just have it like this in there on my page, or I can decide to just show them, and then the sliders will appear when I want to use them. All right, so that's what we're going in there to do right now. Okay, all right, so let's go there and get that done. Okay, okay, so now if you don't know how slices are created, I have a video on that, so you can check that out. Okay, all right, so for this, what we are going to do is I'm just simply going to go to insert, and because I want every single thing to work as I want it, I want every single thing to appear when I want it to appear, and every single thing to disappear when I want them to disappear. I'm going to have to put them in a box, sort of. All right, so I'm going to have to put them in a box. So I'm going to come here, create this. All right, so I'm going to come create this. All right, okay, so this shape. Okay, all right, so I've created the shape. And now what I'm going to do is that for the shape style, I'm going to make it this, so we can see every single thing in the shape. All right, and so now that I've gotten this, I'm going to select every single thing, the shape included, every single thing, the shape included, right click, and then I'm going to group them. All right, so I'm going to group everything. Okay, and so now I've grouped everything, and so if I come to my view section, if I come to my view section, you're going to see that I've selected, we'll go to selection, you can see that I've selected everything, and it's called it group 1. So this group 1 is the entirety of everything in here, the shape and all of the slices in that particular shape. And so if I pull in the arrow down, you can see that it's telling me that we have stores in there in that group, we have sales agents in that group, we have product filter in that group, we have region filter in that group, we have customers filter, and we have the shape itself. All right, and that is exactly what I want. So now that I have this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open my bookmark. All right, so now I have this, I'm going to open my bookmark. Now you can see I've already created some that was for my previous work. All right, but I'm going to create a new one. So now that I've created my bookmark, so I'm going to say, all right, if this group is shut down, so now you can see we can't find it here because I've shut it down, then I'm going to add a filter, and I'm going to call this filter closed, so that it doesn't overrun the one I've already created. So I'm going to call this filter closed with capital letters. All right, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to say if it's opened, all right, then I'm going to add another one. I'm going to say, all right, then this should be filter opened, like so, so that if I click on this, you can see it's off. And then if I click on this, you can see it's back on. So if I click on this, it's off. Just so you get it. If I click on this, it's back on. So we know this is working. All right. We know our filter is working. Okay. And so what I can do is that now that I have this, I need objects to replace this because I can't just be going back and forth. So I need objects to replace it so that when I control click on this particular object, it will either shut it down or turn it on. All right. And so that's what we are going to do. So once I've done this, I've done my bookmark, my selection and everything, I'm going to go back. I'm going to come to insert and I'm going to select the picture that I want. Now in this particular case, you can select any picture that you want of your choosing. All right, really doesn't matter. Any picture that you want to dispose of, you can use that. All right, so I'm going to come to browse and I'm going to go select my pictures. All right, and so my pictures, I have them stored. The pictures that I'm using, I'll be using the control panel. All right, so if you want, I can also leave these pictures in the description box below for you so that you can use them as well if you want. Okay, so I'm using this, and the second one that I'm using is going to be so this is shut down, so this turn on, the other one is going to be shut down, all right, or the panel off. Okay, and then like so. So these are the two ones that I'm going to be using. Okay, so now that I have this, I'm going to make the whole thing a little smaller, and I'm going to bring this down here, and I'm going to bring this down here as well. All right, so we have this. Now this is not simply going to work. If I control click on this, nothing is going to work. If I control click on this, nothing is going to work. Why? Because you've not given these actions. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is we are going to go give these two objects actions to tell them that, all right, so if I control click on this, I want the entire thing to hide, and if I control click on this, I want the entire thing to show. Okay, and so that's what we are going to do. So I'm going to go right here, and you see I've selected this one. So this is going to be my control panel open, and this is going to be my filter closed. Okay, so you are going to go in and have to give them actions, all right, so that we are able to use them as and when we want to. All right, so I'm going to select this. Okay, no, so first I'll select this. All right, and I'm going to give this an action, and so I'm going to turn this on, give it an action, and then I'm going to come to type back, and this is a bookmark. Whatever that we did over here, we did based on bookmark. Okay, there is no page navigation but bookmark, and so I'm going to go to bookmark, select bookmark, and then the bookmark will be none. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, so this particular one, if I click on this, I want everything to hide or everything to close, and so I'm going to choose close. Now you can name it however one you want when you are in the process of doing it. Okay, and so I'm done with that. And so if I'm to come back here and control hit on this, you can see now everything is vanished. All right, you can see now everything is gone. And so if I want it back on, then I want to use this, and so I'm going to go back and give this an action. Okay, and with this I'm going to change it from back to bookmark, and then from this I'm going to say filter opened. Okay, so that if I'm to click on this, select control click, my filters is going to turn back on. And so if I don't want, I can just click on control click on this. If I want, control click on this, and then it's back on. And so that is how that works. All right, and this is important because sometimes maybe you need to filter some things based on this information, based on stores or whatever that you want. All right, and so you can easily just do that. And so you can see that this particular shape is in front. So if it's in front, all you need to do is to go to format and then go to send backwards. We should have done that in the initial stages, but it really doesn't matter. And then select send to back. All right, and then I'll click outside, and now that should be okay. All right, so you made a mistake. We really made a mistake. All right, so so send to back. Okay, so it seems we made a mistake, but let's see. I'm trying to figure out if it can still work. All right, if this, because when we were grouping, we probably should have just sent it backwards before we even went in there to do what we wanted to do, but it's not working. Okay, so that is fine. So what we can do, we can just remove this. All right, so we can just remove it and then do it all over again. All right, so it means now this is not going to work. Oh, it's still working. Oh, it's still working, so that is fine. Now, this is a new discovery because I thought you probably should have still selected everything with the shape. I didn't know that even without the shape, because if you can see, the shape was in front. So I was trying to get the shape backwards, all right? And we should have done that in the initial stages when we were grouping everything. When we added the shape, we should have sent the shape backwards. But it's showing that it still really doesn't matter because we've already given it an action. So even if one of them is out, the rest will still work, as you can see. So showing it like so, and then like so. All right, so like so, even without the shape. So the rest of the items still work. So that is a new discovery for me as well. And yeah, completed project that we're actually hoping to see. Okay, and so this is page one and the page two. Now it could be slightly different, it really doesn't matter, but we're going to be sure to answer all of the questions. Okay, and so like I always say, be sure to add your own style, all right, add your own thing so that you can make the project yours, so that when you are being asked how and what you did with this particular project or to this particular project, you also have something to say. Okay, so let's jump right in. Now to begin with, I'm going to go right in and I'm going to select my design background. Now my design background has already been created in PowerPoint. All right, so you can see it right there. This is my design background. Now don't be scared, I'll be leaving the design background for this particular project in the description box below alongside the data set, so you are free to go in and check it out. All right, I'll also probably be making a video on how to prepare and create something like this and how to save it before probably this video goes live, so you don't need to be afraid. Everything will be sorted out for you. All right, all you need to do is to pay attention and then try it out, all right, during your free times. Okay, so I'm going to come right here and I'm going to go to canvas background because I have it as picture. Okay, and so this is the first one, and I'm going to select this. Now once I've selected it, all I need to do, excuse me, is to reduce the transparency, and voila, we have it here. Now I'm going to go to the other one, all right, and I'm going to select the other picture, all right, the other design background picture, and again I'm going to do the same thing. And yeah, so now we have our background design for this particular project sorted out. That was so easy, and it's easy because I'd already done that in PowerPoint, and in fact it's actually easier to do it in PowerPoint, and PowerPoint is more reliable than if you are doing it in Power BI. In my that's in my experience. All right, excuse me, in my experience, someone else might be different, but that's what I think. All right, and so we have our design background, and now what we are going to do is we're just going to go right in and start answering or helping the business solve the question that is provided for us. All right, and so we are going to go right in and let's look at the first question. So the first question says, now manager wants a comprehensive understanding of customer behavior, sales performance across the countries, including. So the first question is, what is the total sales, the total cost, the total profit, and the total tax, all right, during this period? Okay, so that's what the company is looking out to find out, to understand. They want to know what the total is, the total cost, profit, and the total taxes. All right, and with this we are going to be using what we call DAX measures, all right, to find them. All right, and so I've already created my DAX measure, so this is my measure table for it, and I have my profit, so this is my total profit, my total revenue, the total tax, all right, and the total cost. All right, so I've already created them. Now I'm going to show you how the syntax or the formulas are so that you can keep that in mind and follow along, especially if you're a new beginner. Okay, so for total profit, it's just profit is equal to, so you're just going to change the title to profit, or you can also make it total profit. That is fine. And then you are going to use the aggregate function sum. All right. And then once you use the sum, I have a video on all of this on DAX and all of that. You can check that out. So sum, and then you are going to select the profit because we have profit in our data set. All right, the reason why we can use that is because we have profit in our data set, and this is it. So we are looking for the summation of all the profit. All right, and so that is just the logic behind this. Okay, all right, so the total profit, that is how I found it, and then revenue as well, we are looking for the sum. So that one again, total sales. All right, so total sales are total revenue, so you can just change this and make this total sales, which is also total revenue. That is fine. This is also the same formula. And then we have our tax, and that again we use the sum. All right, so everything was sum, so we could have used aggregate, we could have used, sorry, uh, we could have used average, excuse me, we could have used count, mean, max. There's so many DAX formulas out there, but since this is a beginner friendly tutorial, all right, we decided to stick to the basics. Okay, and so these are the measures that I've created, and they all answer these questions. All right, they all answer the question one. Okay, and so once we have that, all we can do is we are just going to select all of them. All right, so I'm going to select my total profit, I'm going to select my total revenue, total tax, and the total cost. And because they are KPIs, I need to show them. Everyone needs to be able to see them at first glance. We are going to be using what we call the cars, to show this, all right, to illustrate this. So I'm selecting the cars, and this is what we have for the cars. And now all we need to do is to go in there and format this. Okay, so we'll be formatting the cars. And if you've been following, we've done this a couple of times already. It shouldn't be anything difficult at this point. All right, we are going to go right in, and we are just going to do our formatting. So we don't want any background, right? And we don't want any gaps between them. All right, okay. Then now what we are going to do is that we are just going to, for now, then let's go to cars. All right, so what I like to do is I like to take them one by one. Okay, I like to take them one by one, and then I work through them all one by one. All right, so divider, and then we don't want the background. Okay, all right, so now we come to the call out. All right, we come to the call out, and that's where you can increase or decrease your value, your font size. All right, so this, and then now we want to reduce this all the way to about 15. All right, so that makes sense. Okay, and we want this to be white, the color to be white. All right, good. Okay, and we want that in the middle, station aligned or station in the middle. Okay, so that's that. But I think we can also do the labeling right here. So let's do the label. Now the labels are this total cost, tax, revenue, profit that you see down there. Okay, so we can format that as well. Okay, so let me just reduce this a little bit, and again I'll be changing their font colors to white. All right, so now you are not seeing anything, but that is fine. We'll do the magic once we are done. Okay, all right, so we are done with this. Now we can go right here, and for the effects we can just turn the effects off. All right, and then voila, we have everything sorted out. So now all you need to do is to reduce this a little bit just to fit the space that we've provided for it. All right, so just to fit the space. Okay, and then now we are done with the first question. So the first question which says they want to know the total sales, the total cost, the total profit, and the total tax has been done and dusted. All right, so that is just what we just completed. Excuse me. So that's what we just completed. All right, and so we are moving on to the next question. And what is the next question? The next question says, how are sales trending daily and hourly? All right, so how are sales trending daily and hourly? Now if you come into our data set, all right, or you come into our report page where we are doing our work, okay, and then we go here. So this is a actual data set. Okay, because with this I did a little bit of something. All right, now initially we had, all right, so let me actually how do you call it, let me bring the data set or import the data set into Power BI once again, and then take you through this short period. All right, and then we'll come back to the work a minute. All right, so before we continue, I wanted to start a little something, touch on a few things before we continue. So these are the data sets that are actually in this project, all right, as we work on. So there are three different Excel files. Okay, so I selected all of them. First off, I selected all of them, then we send them to the transform data so that we can do our data cleaning. All right, now we'll be going back. We are just digressing a little, but we'll be going back to continue, but just so you understand. All right, so first, if you first or when I first imported everything into Power BI, went to the transform section. All right, this is how the data set appeared. So now with countries, this is how you are going to see it. I don't know how you're seeing it, and but this is how you are going to see it. This is how it's supposed to appear as. You are going to see column 1 and then column 2, and then country and image URL. Now this is wrong, all right, because we need this as a column header, and then this as a column 2 header. All right, so what you are going to do is once you come here is to go to first row as headers, and then do that, and then it's going to position them all where now you have the country as your header and the image URL as your header. All right, so this is the first thing you do when you are doing your transformation or your data cleaning, during the data cleaning process. So this is for country, and now you go to purchase type, and you realize that with purchase type is also appearing the same. So all you need to do is to go here, use first row as headers, and then do that, and then you're going to position them all for you. Then now we can go to our Xmas data set, and with this everything seems okay. And so here we don't have to do any more data cleaning because we are done with the data cleaning process for this as well. We are done with what we are supposed to do, so this is fine. But with this, if you pay attention to the question, the second question says how sales are trending daily and hourly. Okay, but if you come right in here, okay, if you come right in here, you can see we have time, and it's hour and minute. All right, so it will be difficult for you to find for hour. All right, and especially even if you're able to get for hour, because some people will just come here and then go to hour. All right, and you are not even see, some people just come here and then just go to hour, click this, and then go to hour. But then you should understand that the hours are in AMs and PMs. Okay, so AMs and PMs. And so the first thing to do is to split this particular column where you have your EMs and your PMs in one particular column, so that now you can find for just your hour without the minutes and the seconds attached. Okay, and so what I did was that I just came here because this date is correct and there are no empty cells. Right, there are no empty cells or repeat or repetitions, right, or duplicates. And so all I simply did was that, and we can check if they are duplicates by simply right clicking, all right, and then looking for the duplicate. All right, so removing duplicate, and there's a removing duplicate, so we can just check to see. But I already did that, and so I know there are no duplicates. Okay, and so that's not important. So this is what is important. So all you are going to do is that now if you try splitting this, okay, you are not going to find a split. Why? Because split normally works with text or string columns. Okay, but this is time, a time column. All right, this is time, so you can't really split this. And so the first thing that you do is to change the data type. This is a data type, so you change the data type, all right, to text, and it will allow you to change it to text. All right, so once you've changed the data type to text, now if you right click, you have the option to split, and we are splitting by the delimiter space because we only need the EMs and the PMs. We don't need these semicolons or these columns. We only need the EMs and the PMs, and that is separated by a space. All right, and so I'm going to right click this, and when I go to split column, I go to by delimiter. Okay, and so delimiter, I'm going to change select or enter delimiter. So the delimiter that I'm looking at right now is space. Okay, and then I'm going to click on enter. All right, so now once I click on enter, you can see that now we have our EMs and PMs, and now we have our time. Okay, so I'm going to change this right here, and I'm going to call this AM/PM because these are also going to be important going forward. So AMs and PMs. All right, so this is the column for that. And so now I can just simply come here. Now I can go to my time, and I can go to my hour and say I'm only looking for the hour. And so now I have my hours. All right, so 8, 6, 8, 3, 5, all of that. But I'm just going to change this because if we just leave it as integer and you are not like, you might end up summing it and then making the whole thing confusing. So I'm just going to select the text for this. So I want this as text. All right, I want this as text. So this is the first thing that we did. All right, when we were cleaning or doing our data transformation for this project. Now there are a few more things that I like to talk about. Okay, but as we go on, I'll come back and then I'll take you through. And so we are done with that, and that is how I got my time, hour, all right, and my AMs and my PMs. Okay, so if you don't know, that's how we got that. So I'm going to come right back up, and the question says you want to find. So let's answer the question. It says how sales are trending daily and hourly. All right, okay, all right. So now we've gotten for the hourly, but what of the daily? All right, what of the daily? And so for us to get by daily, that is when we prepare the calculated table. All right, and so what I did was that now that I've gotten this, we are just going to close and apply. All right, so that we can get the updated data set into our Power BI. All right, okay, we are going to get it into Power BI, and we are just going to wait a little bit for it to finish loading. All right, okay, so it will should be loaded by now. All right, so it's loaded, text relationship. All right, so now it's loaded and we have it in Power BI, and so these are our files. Okay, but we need to find for the daily. Okay, and so to find for daily, that is Monday to Sunday or Sunday to Saturday. All right, you can't easily find that. Okay, and so we are going to use what we call the calculated table, the calendar table, excuse me, to find that. If you come to date, see the date hierarchy, you only have year, quarter, month, and day. We can't find, and the day is from 1 to 30 or 1 to 31. All right, so the day is 1 to 30 or 1 to 31. So you can't really use this, okay, because this doesn't answer that particular question. Okay, and that is why we had to create the calendar table. And so all we needed to do was click on this, and then we go to new table. All right, so our calendar table, the new table. And then once we come here to our new table, okay, so once we come to our new table, all right, so excuse me, so I'm going to click on this, go to new table. All right, and then I'm going to say, all right, this new table, I'm going to call it calendar. All right, so cal table. All right, and that's how we got this. And for the calendar table, we are going to use the measure calendar, and we are going to say min. So this is how I created the calendar table: min, date, xmas, date. So I'm using the date. All right, and then close this, and then now I say max. All right, and I'm going to say date, xmas. So maybe this is a little bit ahead, but that's fine. You can just follow along. So I've created my calendar table, and so now if you come right here to the table view, you have my calendar table created. So this is my calendar table. All right, and what I can do is that I can just change this format. All right, I want it in short date. So I want it in short date. I don't want the time and all of that. So I have this. Okay, so now that I've created my calendar table, what I went ahead to do was that I went ahead to create a new column. And for the new column, maybe let's just call this year, even though we are not really going to use it. And I'm going to say year, and then my calendar table date. All right, so my calendar table date. So to create the year from this particular date. All right, and you can as well just create month from that as well. Okay, and so let's create the month. Let's create the month. Let's create a month, and I'm going to say month. All right, and again I'm going to take it from the calendar table date, from this date. All right, and then voila, so I'm taking it from this date. So calendar table, so month. All right, so these are the months. Okay, now what we can do with the month is that we can just format the month. All right, so I'm going to say, all right, so format this. Okay, so let's say this. So because I don't want the month in this column where we have one, I'm going to say format, and I'm going to say calendar, this, and I'm just going to do this and say month. And this is the exact same way we are going to find the weekday. All right, so month. So now you can see it, instead of the 1, 2, 3 up to 12, now we actually have the month. All right, and we can just set the month by, no, that's fine, don't worry, there's some other time. And then we are going to go in right there, and I'm going to create a weekday. Okay, so weekday, so that we can have Monday to Friday. All right, so weekday, but I like to use num. Okay, weekday num, and I'm just going to say weekday from calendar, oh please, from this. All right, and I'm creating this for a reason. Excuse me. So we have our weekday from 1 to 7. All right, from 1 to 7, but I don't want it this way, so I'm going to create another column, and this column I'm just going to call it weekday. Weekday. Excuse me. And I'm going to say format. All right, format the calendar. Oh, all right, then go to say day 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, and I'm going to close this. All right, so now we have our Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All right, and so I did this because I want to categorize this. I want to sort by, by the weekday number. All right, so that when we are using it in our report view, we are not going to get the days mixed up. Okay, all right, so that's how we arrived at this particular weekday. Okay, that's how we arrived here. All right, so I just want to take you through that process so that you understand. All right, and so now that we have this, now what we need to do is that you need to come to your relationship. You need to create a relationship for it. Okay, this is your data modeling or relationship, because if you don't relate this table to your data set, then it's not going to work, it's not going to function. Okay, because it's a new table that you've added, and it doesn't have a relationship, so we need to relate this. So we are relating it to this. We took this date from this particular table. All right, so all we need to do is to pick this and then drag it to the date, and it's going to create a relationship for you, so that now you can use the date in conjunction with the entire data set, because this particular data set, all right, is interlinking with this and with that and all of the other files. Okay, and so if you come right in here, you can see that we have our relationships already created. Okay, so this is our relationship, so these are just the measures, then the full parameters. So these are relationships created, All right, so there's a relationship created, and so that is how it works. And so that's how I created the weekday. Okay, which you can see right here. All right, so you can see it right here. So the weekday. All right, okay, so let's continue. So now to answer the question, sales by daily and hourly, I'm just going to come right here to my measure table, and I'm going to pick the sales, so total revenue. All right, by, I'm going to come here, so to my, so we are looking for the AMs and then the hour. All right, so first I'll pick the hour because I already created this. I showed you how to create this, right? And then I'll pick the AM, and then I'm going to come right up here, and then I'm going to pick the weekday. So these are the three things that we want, all right, or we are looking for, right? Okay, so some of time I'm going to pick this, I'm going to pick this, I'm going to put this on top here, hold on, top here. All right, so let me change it to this now first. All right, and then I'm going to come pick this weekday. I don't want it over there, so I'm going to go to my weekday table. I'm going to pick this, and I'm going to pick this right here. All right, so this is how it's going to be looking like at first, but don't worry. All we need to do is to click on this and then click on that. Okay, and now let's pick it up. So voila, so we've created our drill down and drill up using the calculations that we made throughout up to this particular point. Okay, and now all we need to do is to format this in here. Okay, this project actually took a little while. Not that it was difficult, but there were a few things that you needed to pay attention to, all right, for you to work exactly how you want it to work, all right. And so that is why you are seeing it, but don't worry, as long as you follow along you should be fine. So this is simply saying that, so for the time, all right, so this is the time, all right, so this is the first hour, the second hour, the third hour, the fourth hour, the fifth, the sixth, the eighth. All right, so this is the seventh, the eighth. We use markers to identify them: the ninth, the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th hour. All right, now when it comes to time, you know it's mainly from 1 to the 12th hour, although there are 24 hours in a day, but it's mainly from 1 to 12 hours. So that, and that is why it was important to find the AM and the PM, so that we can say 1 AM, 1 PM, 2 AM, 2 PM, 3 AM, 3 PM. And so if you don't find the AM and the PM, so you just leave it as the time per the hour. Then time 1 o'clock. Is it the morning or in the evening? 2 o'clock. Is it morning or in the evening? All right, because normally it's from 1 to 12. You will hardly find people reading time as 13 o'clock or 14 o'clock or 15 o'clock. Although sometimes it does happen, but the standard is 12 o'clock AM and 12 o'clock PM. And that is why it is important to go and find that out. All right. And so now that we have all of this, so the first hour, the second hour, the third hour. But so now it's telling us that this particular hour, the 8th hour, brought in the most revenue, but it didn't bring us the most revenue in the morning or in the evening. And that is why, that is when we can just click on this to check, and we can see that, all right, so the 8th hour brought in the most revenue, but in actual fact it was in the morning, the 8th hour in the morning, that is 8 a.m. in the morning, the time between 8 o'clock and then 8:59 in the morning, that brought in the most sales, whereas the PMs in the evening is actually bringing in less sales. All right, so we can actually determine or answer this question based on this and say, all right, so the hour that's actually bringing in the most sales, it is actually 8 a.m. in the morning. All right, and we can go down and say, all right, so 8 a.m. in the morning, which particular weekday do we make the most sales? And we can see right there that it's actually on Mondays 8 in the morning that we made the most sales. All right, followed by Wednesday 8 in the morning, and then it goes down like that. And so this is how the drill through helps us to solve this particular question, and this is how we are solving this question. So now that we understand that, we can simply just go in and format this to make it look more appealing and more beautiful. All right, so let me take this drill down out. All right, and then we can just go in and do that. All right, so now let's go in and format this. Okay, so I'm going to come to my x-axis, and this is the x-axis, and I don't want, all right, probably I'll want the values, but I don't want the titles. All right, and so what I can do is just come here and format this and make this color white. All right, the font color white, and that should be done for now. All right, so that should be done for the x-axis, and then we can go to the y. Now with the y-axis, I don't really want anything from there, so I'm just going to turn this off, and I'm going to turn this right off. All right, okay. So the secondary axis, let's check if there's anything for secondary axis. So I'll be taking this off as well. I don't want anything for the secondary axis, and I can see some gray lines, and I don't like gray lines in my work, so I'm going to turn my gray lines off. All right, and that should be the vertical gray lines. All right, sure. So I'm going to turn that right off. Okay, and we should be done with that. Now I'll be turning on the zoom slider. I really do love zoom sliders. And then for the line, let's just say we are going to use white. All right, the line color, let's just say we are going to change this to white. All right, don't worry, I don't see anything, but that's fine. You see them real soon. All right, now you don't want any shaded area, but you want markers. All right, and for markers, let's just assume in this particular case for markers, I'm going to use black. All right, as markers. Okay, so that we can see, because if you don't use black, it's going to be difficult to see. Okay, now you can use whichever marker that you want. It depends on you. And I'm going to change the color, and I'm going to make the color black, so now you can see the markers, right? Okay, and then let's go right up here. All right, so data labels, let's add some data labels to this. All right, it looks good. So I'm going to add some data labels to this, and for values, I'm just going to make this dark, and I'm going to make this dark, or should we make it white? Let's make it white. All right, okay. All right, so now that that seems okay, we can just come here, remove the effects. All right, the background effects. Okay, and then for the title, yeah, I'm just going to say so strength, hourly, hourly, uh, and weekday. All right, so 6 strength by hour and by weekday. Okay, and then now you can just change this, make this a little smaller. All right, and change this, make this white. And yeah, this looks pretty good. Let's align it to the middle. All right, now if you want with the markers, you can make it white. It depends on you. You can make it whichever color. It depends on you, but I just wanted to make it black, you know. And so yeah, that's our second question solved. So strength, hourly, and weekday. And I do hope you understand the process that we took to get there. All right, because it's very much crucial and very much important that you understand the process. Okay, so let's move on to the third question, which is which age group buys the most around the season. So we want to find out which age group buys the most around the season. Okay, all right. So the age group that buys the most around the season. Let's see how we did it for this. I'll make sure. All right. So we just use a few little. All right. So it's fine. So which age group? So the age groups have already been created. So you don't need to use DAX, the if function, or whatever to create the age group, because it has a customer age group already prepared for us. All right, it already grouped them. The data set already grouped them. Okay, so now that we have that, so this is the age group, and they want to know the revenue that each of these groups contribute. Okay, and so we are just going to be using this to illustrate that. Right, and so now we have this. It's just solved. It's so easy, and then we can just format this. So for the y-axis, I like to leave them, and so I like to format them a little bit. Okay, and make this white, right? But for the title, I don't think we'll need a title for anything. Okay, all right. So that is that for that. And for the x-axis, in this particular case, we wouldn't need the x-axis for anything. All right, so we are just going to turn the x-axis off for now. All right, and then with green lines, let's see, green lines, there are no green lines, which is fine, which is actually relieving. And let's see if there are zoom sliders. Let's see. Okay, so we can add some zoom sliders. And then for the bars are these things showing the items. So what we can simply do is that for all, we can just select white for them. All right, and that is that for that. So let's add some labels, some data labels. So like so. Okay, and then we can just do this and then make them white because they're outside. Okay, they're outside. We can just change this, the values, and then make it white. So this is simply formatting, and formatting is one of the most important things when it comes to Power BI, if you ask me, in my view. All right, because formatting, it's formatting that takes your data set from it being just visualization to it being proper visualization. All right. And so formatting, in my perspective, I think is one of the most useful skills that you can get used to. All right, when it comes to Power BI. Okay. And so with this revenue by customer age, I think it's fine. So we can just format it a little bit, make this bold. All right, make this white, and then we can decrease this a little bit and align it in the middle. Okay. All right. So that should be fine for now. And then with the effects, let's remove everything so that we can now have just this. Okay. So this is our third question practically solved. All right. So if I answer the question, which age group buys the most around the season? So looking at this, you can see that the age group 1 to 11, they buy the most around this season. All right. So ages 1 to 11 buy the most around this season, followed by ages 12 to 17, and then followed by 18 and over. All right. So ages 1 to 11, the amount that they contribute during this season is around 11 million. All right, just a little over 11 million. Whereas the ages 12 to 17, the amount they contribute is a little is some amount over 8 million. Whereas people age 18 and over, they also contribute just above 8 million, just a little close to 9 million. All right. And so that is that for this particular question. It's answered as simple as that. So now the question 4 says, which gender spends more during this Christmas season, or which gender spends more during Christmas seasons? All right. So gender, we are talking male and female, or if there are any other genders, we can look at that. All right. And so we are just going to go in here again to our actual data set, and we are going to look for gender. So gender, how many? We only have male and female. All right. We only have male and female. So we have the gender and how much you contribute. This is total revenue. So you have this, and with this, I use this to illustrate this. All right. I use this to illustrate it. All right. And so you can just have this, and I'm going to put it right here because we don't have a lot of items in this particular one. It should be able to fit into this, and that is why I did this. Okay. All right. And so now we need to format this. Okay, it's still a work in progress. So for the x-axis, yeah, you can just make this big alone and then make this white. All right. So for the x-axis, that should be that, but we don't want anything for the title because anyone that takes it should know that that's for gender. All right. Okay. Male and female is practically gender, and then with the y-axis, we just don't want anything at all for the y-axis. All right. Okay. So we have that done and dusted. And then let's see. I don't think there are any gray lines in this particular one. All right, but it's just good to check. It's good to check. And then the zoom slider will not work, so you can see zoom slider is off here. Zoom slider can't show. All right, so you don't need to bother with that at all. And then with the columns, that's the columns. This we change that. We make it white. All right, we make that white. And then all we need to do is now, can we add some data labels? Now we can add data labels to this. Okay, and so that works out. Now we can just come to title and say revenue by gender. All right, so this revenue by gender, but let's decrease this a little bit and increase or make this bold, and this should be white. All right, then we can align it in the middle. Okay, so we've aligned it in the middle, and now the effects we are going to turn off so that we can have this. So voila. So this is our third question solved. So now looking at it, you can see that this female, this is male, and the females are contributing 14,429,000 to this Christmas season's sales, whereas the males are contributing $14,102,000 dollars to. So the females are actually contributing a bit more than the males in this particular data set in this particular region. All right. So let's continue to the next question. So what is the next question? Now guys, which country leads in both sales and profit? So they want to know the countries leading in both sales and profit. Okay, and so for that, you are just go right in and do just that. All right. So another thing we did right here, all right, is that in order to use, how do we call it? This, as you can see here, in order to use this, okay. So what I did was that I'm going to come here and I'm going to show you. So you can see that we have, for countries, we have the country and we have the image URL. So this image URL is for the countries, all right? It's for the countries. And this purchase type. We also have the purchase type, and we have the image URL for the purchase type. All right. And so in order to use the image URL, you don't just um, take it and drag. No, it's not going to work. Or the country URL is not going to work. So what you are going to do is that you are going to come right here, and again I selected this my countries. All right, and then this is a URL. So I'm going to click on the URL column, and then I'm going to come right here, and instead of just leaving it under uncategorized, I'm going to go to image URL and select the image URL. All right, and this is going to happen. So after doing this, now you have the right to use the image URL. And with the purchase as well, we can do the same for the purchase. We are going to come right here to the purchase URL column, and then change it from uncategorized to image URL. All right, to image URL. So now that we've done this, it will load, and then now you have the opportunity to use those image URLs. All right. Now sometimes it's web URL depending on how the dataset was given. If it's web URL, you change it to web URL. If it's image URL, you change it to image URL. If it's city and you want to use a map chart, you change it from uncategorized to city, or from country to from uncategorized to country. All right. And so you have the option to do all of that. All right. Once you come here, and then you select the data category. Okay, so you can see that we have all of this. Now most of them, or even all of them, they uses internet. So your internet needs to be on when you are choosing or selecting these things. All right, and so for instance, you have a country column. All right, and you want to use a country, you want to use a map chart to illustrate this. It means you need to change it from uncategorized to country, and then from there you'll be able to use a map chart, and your countries are going to show. All right, okay. And so in here, I've already done that. So I'm able to use my country image flag. So you see that I've changed it from country. I changed it. Well, you see that as I change it, the country symbol has changed to this. All right. So it will change it. If it's city as well, it will also change to this, and so on and so forth. Okay. All right. So I'm using my image URL. So I'm going to select this. So this is my image URL. I've already done the setup. Okay. All right. And now I can just go for my measures. So the question is asking for total revenue and profit, right? So it's a which country leads in both sales and profit, okay? And so it's total revenue and profit. So once I have this, I can just select my total revenue and then my total profit, all right? And then that is that. So voila. So you can see. So we can just drag this. Let me just drag this. Oh, come on. All right. So you can just drag it and bring it right here, okay? So you drag it and just bring it right here. Okay. So from here, all we can do is that if you want to sort by revenue, all we need to go and do is that we are going to say, okay, so you want to see the highest countries, the highest revenue by country. So we are sorting by this. We are going to say that, all right, by revenue, actually, it's Poland. Which country is this? Is it Poland? I think this is Poland. So this country is actually bringing in the most revenue. I don't know which flag is this. I've not really taken the time to go through the flags, and I'm not really good with countries. Okay, so forgive me for that. So, but we can see that this country right here is bringing in the most revenue, followed by this country, and then this country. This I know is France. So followed by, oh, sorry. So within we by should be descending on that from highest to lowest. So yeah, so by revenue, Sweden is bringing in the most revenue, followed by France, followed by Germany, and then Great Britain. All right, and then it goes on like that. Then Portugal, Germany, Italy. This France, right? Oh, this Netherlands. Excuse me, that's Netherlands, and then France, and then followed by I think one of these is Poland, but I'm not entirely sure. You can let me know in the comment section down below. All right. So for revenue, you can just do that, and if you want to also know by profit, which was actually bringing the most profit, you can just do this, and we can simply know you can see that it's actually following the same trend. All right. And so you can see it's actually following the same trend. All right, like so. All right, so now that we have this, you can simply just go in and format this. All right, so first of all, I like to format this. This name, it's a country. I don't want it as image URL. It's a country. All right, even though I do not know all of the country names. All right, but that's fine. And then with the style, I think I like the style like this. And then with the grid, do we want grid lines? No, we don't want grid lines, right? No, we don't want grid lines. So I'm going to take the grid lines out. And for values, let's work on the values a little bit. So increases, no, bolden it, excuse me. And then I'm going to make this white as well. but this we are going to make red. No, I don't think there's a color for that. Is it this? No. So red is red, but no. All right. Seems there's a color. So that, and then we are going to make this as well. That. Okay. All right. So now that this is fine, and then so yeah, and then column headers. These are the headers. So let's work on the headers as well, and let's make this white. All right. Increase it a little bit, and then we are going to align it in the middle, and then for the ground color we are going to use this as well. Okay. All right, so we are done with that. I don't want the totals. Okay, so let's take the totals out of it. So I don't want the totals. Get it out. All right, so we've taken the totals out of it, and what next or what else? So for the image, we can reduce the image size or leave it as it is, but I like to leave it as it is. All right, for now. So we are going to do just that, and I'm going to come here, and we are going to turn off the effect so that everything fits. Okay. All right. So this is it. This has answered that other question. All right. So that's answered. Which country is in both sales and profit? So we are able to see that we know that the country that is leading in both sales and profit is actually Sweden. All right. And so that answers that. So that says which product category generates the highest revenue? What are the best top selling product? Which purchase type drives the highest? So let's look at which purchase type drives the highest conversion, because since they are both going to be the same thing, let's look at that. Now let's check something right over here. All right, so top 10 product. All right, so we will come and do that. But which purchase type is driving the most conversion? So what I simply like to do is that because they are all the same, I just need to work on this once and for all. All right, so now these are going to be slices. Okay, so you are going to use the purchase URL, but we are going to make this purchase type because these are the purchase types. All right, these are the purchase type. The online purchase type. Let me show you. So purchase types. All right. So we have in-store purchase type, online purchase type, and Xmas market purchase type. All right. And so these are the purchase types. Okay. So what I'm simply going to do is that I'm going to change this. I'm going to make this slices. All right. So that when I click on this online purchase type, is going to affect the whole thing, or the Xmas market, or the in-store, whichever one is going to affect. So they are going to be functioning as slices. As you can see, they affect the entire data set, all right, accordingly. Okay, so they are slices. All right, so I'm going to format this for the slicer settings. I'm going to leave it multi-button row. I think this is also fine. Then call out value. All right, or the call out. So let's go to the values, and I don't want any values for it. That's the things that I'm written, because they are not actually the names, they are just data, image, whatever. So we don't want all of them. Okay, and so yeah, but what I like to do is I like to close the gap. So that's not from here. I like to close the gap between this and this, because this is too big of a gap. All right, so we are going to come right here, and I'm going to go to gap. Okay, gap. When I say gap, it reminds me of One Piece. I don't know if you watch, any one of you watches One Piece. uh, Gap, Monkey the Gap. He's like my favorite character in One Piece. All right, just that's just by the way. If you're a big fan of One Piece, you can leave that in the comment section below as well. Or I'm not a big fan of One Piece. One that I'm also really enjoying is Gachakuta. Alright? Alright, so let's proceed. So now I have this, and I'd like to come here, remove the title. I don't want the title for it. Alright? And then again, we are going to remove the effects. Alright, so that we just have this. Okay? So now that we have this, we can simply just drag all of this and fix it right on top here. Okay, all right, so that's our purchase. So our purchase, our purchase type, and that is that for that. So we've answered this question as well. So which purchase type drives the highest conversion? So we'll also be using the food parameter, and then using that again, but again, just one, you can just use that to check on this particular page um, which ones people or countries are preferring the most. All right, okay, so now that we have this, now let's go back and solve question which product category generates the highest revenue. Okay, you're going to go to product category, generating the highest revenue. So product category, we are going to find that here. So these are product category, and there are so many of them. All right, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, so there are 13 of them. And so what we are going to do is that generate the most, is it the most profit or the most total revenue? So which is the most revenue? All right, and so we are going to pick our measure, which is total revenue. Okay, put that in there. But because we want to know the ones that are actually top performing, let's just say in this case we are going to be selecting the top 7. Okay, because there are 13 products, so let's kind of divide it into two. So the top 7. All right, and then with this we are going to be using the true map, as you saw, to illustrate this. Okay, so the true map is going to show us the top 7 products, all right, bringing in the most revenue. All right, and so this is it, and from here we can just simply do our formatting. Okay, and so let's just do that right away. So with this, we are going to use a conditional formatting, and what I'm going to say is that I'm going to just use gradient and change everything to white. Okay, so I'm going to just change everything to white. All right, okay, so that's for our conditional formatting. Colors and data labels, let's leave some data labels. All right, on this, and for that, the data labels, I think I want them black, right? So black as data labels. All right, okay, so data labels as so, and then for category labels as so, let's leave that as black. All right, so category labels, so black. So name of category, so we like to see them because every other thing is white. We would like to have this as black so that we are able to read the items. Okay, all right, so now let's remove this. um yeah, I realize when we use a white, for some reason whenever we use a white it gives us this problem. Yeah, so let's just use black. Let's just go with black. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why whenever we use white in such situations it just makes everything white and you are unable to see anything. I'm not sure. I have to do my check on that, but I said that when we use a black we are still able to see. Yeah, and so now we can just change this and make these ones white. All right, the data labels and data categories. All right, we can just make them white. All right, and so yeah, and then change this as well and make this as well white. Okay, so now that that is done, we are going to go to the title, and we are going to make the title proper, so like so, and we are going to make this white, and then I'm going to align it in the middle. All right, align it in the middle, and let's push this, and yeah, voila. So this is the first part of this, and we are moving on to the second part of this. Now if you are enjoying this product and it's something that you are really liking and loving, hey, don't be sure to leave a like, and don't be sure to subscribe to the channel. All right, so that when I upload any new video like this you'll be the first to be notified. And in fact, if you want to learn more about data analytics, Power BI, SQL, Python, Excel, Microsoft Excel for data analytics, hey, then this is a channel for you. So be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. If there's anything you want to ask or figure out, you can leave a comment in the comment section down below, and I'll be sure to check it out and answer. Let's move on. All right. So what is the next question? So the next question is, so now we've answered question 1, question 2, question 3, question 4, question 5, I think. Yeah, question 6. We've answered. All right. So we've not answered question 7, but we've answered question 8. If we've not answered question 9, so let's answer question 7. So question 7 says, what are the top best-selling products? All right. So what are the top best-selling products? So we are going to come right here, and let me close this and close this. So the top best-selling products. So product name. How many products are we looking at? We are looking at a lot of products. All right, we are looking at a lot of products. 1, 2, 3, 4. But let's just look at the top 5 best-selling products. All right. So top 5 could be top 10, depends on you. All right. So top best-selling product by revenue. All right. So now that we have that, we can just simply go right here to the product and go to our basic filtering, change from basic filtering to the top end, and we are just going to say top 5. All right, and then by revenue. Okay, so I just put this in here, and voila. And with this, we are going to be using this to illustrate it, right? Or should we use this? No, I think we should use this to illustrate it. All right, so the top 5 best-selling products. Okay, so we are just going to drag this, and now that we have this, all we need to do is to format it, all right, so that it looks good. So these are the top 5 best-selling products. We have Barbie doll being the highest sold product. I do believe the little girls are purchasing this a lot more than any other thing. So Barbie doll comes in first, and then we have the Hot Wheels. So my little guys, they come in a close second. And then we have the third item that means to be Lego Star Wars set. I'm pretty sure the boys are in the Harry Potter puzzle. And then we have the Fisher Price learning toy. So these are the top 5 products that is bringing the most sales at this particular point in time. All right. And now that we have that, we can just simply go and then do our formatting. So I'm going to format this because I need that. All right. And we are going to change this to white. Okay. But I don't want the title, so for title I'm going to turn it right off so we can have enough space. Okay, and then for the x-axis, I don't think we want anything for the x-axis, so I'm going to turn it completely off. All right, so that's it for the x-axis. All right, so grid lines, are there any grid lines? Let me check to see. So I don't think there are any grid lines, which is fine. And then for zoom slider, I think we can add a zoom slider to this, and that is fine. And for our bars, we want to change everything to white. All right, in this instance we want everything to be white. Okay, all right, so bars, that's fine. And then data labels, should we add some data labels to this? Probably that should be fine. So we can just do this, go to our values for the product, the labels. All right, and make this bold, and then make this black. So the black should be fine. All right, and so that should be that for that. So we can just come here and we can just effect remove it, so that for the titles we can say top 5 products with the most revenue. All right, so top 5 with the most revenue. And now you can come here, reduce this. All right, put this in the middle, this, and then like so. All right, and then we are done with this particular question. So this question, which is asking us to find the top best-selling products, so the top 5 best-selling products, we've done that. Another question now, because we've already worked with the question now is saying, are high budget customers spending more or less? All right, we want to know if high budget customers are actually spending more or less. And so if you come here, we can see we have budget. All right, Xmas budget. So we have that auto group already to be high, low, and medium. So these are the Xmas budget people categorized. All right, let's do that. Now that we have that, all we need to do is to add the revenue. All right, so the Xmas budget by the revenue so that we are able to answer that question. Okay, but before that, I like to do a little bit of, I don't like how this is black, so let's just go into the data labels. All right, for this particular visualization, this one of course, and then change the data labels value from black, all right, to white. Okay, I think that will make a lot of sense. So from black to white. All right, and I think that's fine. And so now we have this, and we are going to visit the same exact visualization for that. Okay, so I'm going to select this, and so I'm just going to come here, format painter, and then format paint this. Okay, and then we can drag this and put this right here. Okay, you can drag this and put this right here. So this makes sense. And so with this, we are able to answer this particular question: are high budget customers spending more or less? All right, as you can come here and say that, all right, even though high budget customers are still spending some significant amount, they are spending around 9,573,000 US dollars. The medium budget customers are actually spending a little more with 9,586,000 dollars. All right, so they are spending just a little above the high high Xmas budget customers. Okay, and so that is a question solved, and now we are moving on to our final questions. So we can come here to question 10: which day sees the most Christmas traffic? And with this, we've already answered that. We can come here, and then we can use this to answer that particular question. All right, so we don't need to re-answer. Question 11 is saying, what are the peak shopping hours? Also, we've answered that question as well. So which payment methods do customers prefer? So which payment methods do customers prefer? Now we'll be working on this. I'll be using the 4 parameters to summarize all of that in one fell swoop. So let's just move on to question 3. Which item should be discounted, promoted, or discontinued? So with this, we are looking at the bottom, the items. All right. So I'll be looking at how I'm going to solve this. I'm going to be looking at the top products bringing in the least amount of sales. All right. The bottom 10 products bringing in the least amount of sales. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. And then based on that, we can sit down with management and say, all right, so these are the top products bringing in the least sales. But looking at this, there are some that we can actually promote. There are some that we should discontinue, all right? And some that probably should reduce the prices, okay? So before I do that, I just want to add a little bit of, this is not part of the question, but I just want to add a purchase type, just so, in case we need to look at, or we need to uh, find some item, do some analysis using the purchase type, you can easily just do that. All right, okay, so let me take this off. And now purchase type. All right, so now we have this, and what I'm going to do, so like I said, this is not actually part of the question, but it's something that I added as a plus, just so to make things a little easier for anyone that takes the data set. All right, and so that's that. So okay, so this is one. All right, and what I did was that I brought this right down here. What we are doing is we are bringing this right down here. Okay, all right, and then so we don't want any call out, so we are taking the call out. All right, so that we can have that like so. All right, and then we don't want any gaps. The gaps are too large, so we are going to come to gap and then reduce the gaps. We don't want any gap. All right, so that is fine, and then it's like so, and then like so. All right, and so now that we have that, we can just simply come here, turn off the title, and we can turn this back off so that we have our purchases. All right, so online, market, and then all of that. So we have this, so that if I want to filter by the purchase type, online or what, we can just simply see. All right, so this is 2.3, but online 1.7, and then maybe market this. All right, and then maybe, yeah, so that's that. Now let's answer the main question. All right, so answering the main question, which is, or the final question, which is, which item should be discounted, promoted, or discounted, I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say which items, that is the product name, all right, or the product, all right, so like so, and then we are going to come right here. I'm going to close this, all right, and the measure is by revenue, okay. And so now that we have that, we're going to come right here and we are looking for the product that are not performing, all right, the product which are not performing. And so first I'm going to select the top end, but I'm going to come right here and I'm going to select bottom, all right. So I'm looking at the bottom 10, okay, or because we use the top 5, let's look at the bottom 10, of course. So let's see the bottom 10, all right, by revenue, okay, and then we are going to apply. And in this case, we are going to be using the tree map to illustrate this, okay. So I'm going to bring this right down here. Let's stretch it out to fit the entire space, all right, because there's nothing really much to do there. And now that we have this, so Barbie doll is one of the items that is not really good, it's not really performing, all right. So these are the items that are actually performing, the product names that are actually performing. We have the PlayStation and all of that. So let me check something right over here. Okay, just checking something. So all right, okay, that's right. So these are products that are actually performing. We have Barbie doll, all right. So these are the ones that are really not performing, okay. So these are the ones that are really not performing, Now these are the ones that really not perform. Sorry, the filters were on. I knew something was wrong because the filters were on, so that is why. So we are just going to be formatting this, all right, at this point. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so we are going to come right here, and I'm going to go to my formatting section. Okay, and it's simple. So from here, you just want to change everything to black using conditional formatting. So I just go to gradient, and then from here, the lowest I want to be black, and then highest I want it to be black, and I'm just going to click on OK, just to change everything, right? All right. So now that we are done with that, we want some data labels. Yeah. So this like so. I think that should be done. And we can do the same for this as well. We can just change this to be black. All right, to be white. Excuse me. Then we can go here and then change the title to be products not performing. Products not performing. All right, and then we can, based on that, decide to discount or whatever we want to do. All right, and then this should be white, and I want that in the middle. Okay, and at this point, I can just turn this off. All right, so we are done with this question as well. So that's question 30. Which item should be discounted, promoted? So we are done creating the visualization, and from here now we can look at it. Alright, so this is a total revenue by Samsung Galaxy Keys, and so management can decide should we continue to, put in more effort in this particular product, alright, or should we just discontinue this product, alright. So as you can see, they want to know which item they should discontinue, promote, or or discount, alright. And so yeah, giving manager this, management can now decide to say, all right, so with this particular product, we can say that it has room for improvement. So maybe let's discount the price and see if it will still sell, all right? And then we can also do the same for this. But when you look at items like this, the Gordon Ramsay cookbook, which making the least amount of sales, management can decide to, all right, so with this particular two product, the Levi's jeans and the Gordon Ramsay cookbook, we can decide to discontinue them, all right? But with this and this, we can just discount them a little bit. And then some of them we can decide to promote them. Alright. So management can use this data set to make informed decisions, alright, on which products they should discontinue, they should discount, and they should continue promoting. Okay. Alright, so that is that for this. Now for our time question, our next question. Now you can see that we've exhausted all of the questions. All right, we've exhausted all of them, but there are obviously some questions that management will just want to take a look and then get visualization or answers for. All right, and that is where the food parameter comes in. So I created a food parameter to help management make some really quick decisions at first glance. All right, and so we'll be doing that here. And so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go select my fold parameter. Now I've already created my fold parameters. I've created this fold parameter and then the measure parameter. All right, so these are my fold parameters. Now if you know what fold parameters are, they help you to quickly take a look at the visualization and answer so many questions using just that one particular visualization. All right, and so I have a video on this particular topic, fold parameters. You can check that out. All right, and so that you get a hang of what fold parameters really is or are, because in that particular video I went into details to explain it what fold parameters are. All right, and so in this particular video I'm just going to, now with food parameters, they just work with slicers. So before you even begin anything, you select the slicer or the visualization, which is slicer, bottom slicer. All right, then now you can go in. So I'm going to select my first food parameter, which is this. So this is my food parameters. So if I want information on all of this, if I want the total sales, the profit, and all of tax and anything on this, I should be able to just get it at a glance. All right, and then I'm going to go to my second food parameter and select that as well. So my second is the measure parameter. So if I want to know the total revenue by payment method, that visualization should be able to tell. If I want the profit by payment method or by product type or whatever, that one visualization will show. If I want the tax by all of this, that one visualization. If I want the total cost by all of this, that one visualization will show. All right, and so now that we have this, I'm just going to go ahead and format this. Okay, so for my fold parameters, I'm going to leave them as so, and then with this, the multiple button layout, going to make this 4. No, so I'm just going to make this, I'm going to make this rather 4. All right, and I'm going to make this 1 because I want this horizontally. Okay, I want this in horizontal form. So I have this, and I'm just going to put this on top here. All right, and let's reduce the gap. All right, the gap is too large. All right, so, and if you know me, you know I normally don't like gaps. All right, I just remove all the gaps. All right, or I close all the gaps. All right, and then with the fonts, we are just going to go with values. We just want it to be bold, and we want this to be white. We want it in the middle. All right, and so maybe I'll not increase this, I'll just leave it that, and so, and we don't want any data labels or background. Okay, and then we are going to come right here, and I'm going to turn the title off, and the effects, I'm going to remove all the effects. All right, okay, so now we can go back here, and for this we are going to remove the background for this as well. So I'm going to come here, hold on. Oh, okay, so the button, so the button background, so I'm going to take this off, I'm going to turn this off. All right, or if you want, we can add some adjacent, adjacent bars to this, or accent bars to this, excuse me. We can just add some accent bars to this, and we can just make this bold 6, and we can change the color, make it white. All right, just to catch crews, you know. All right, so we can just do that for this. Okay, and then we can just simply click on this, and then come here, and then format painter for this. Okay, the only difference is that with this particular one, we don't want it that way. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to come right here, and then with this, because I want it in a vertical format, I'm going to make this one, and then I'm going to make this 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. So now we can bring it right here, and then we can just close it a little bit, and then open this, and open that, and then close it a little bit. All right, like so. All right, so that this, and then with this as well, what I want to do is with the accent bar. All right, with the accent bar, I don't want it on the left. Okay, I rather want it beneath it, so at the bottom. All right, so rather than on the left, I want it at the bottom, like so. All right, so I want it like so. So now we've done creating this. All right, so once you are done creating the field parameters, one other thing that is important is that you need to have one visualization. Okay, and that visualization is what is going to show the results for these things that you've selected. So it's more like a visualization that's going to show the payment method by revenue. Alright, but in this case, we are going to have one visualization that's going to show all of this and all of the result for all of them all at once. Alright, and so the visualization we are going to be using in this particular case, I'm going to be using the tree map to illustrate this. So the tree map, now that we have the tree map, we are going to be using our food parameters as the x and y axis. Okay, and so I'm first going to use this, and then I'm going to select this. All right, and then I'm going to come here, and I'm going to bring this right here. Okay, I'm going to bring this right here, and then we have the column, so that should be fine. All right, okay, and then we can just increase it, and then once you increase it, now we can just do our formatting. So in this case, we are seeing the total revenue by the payment method, and we can see all of that here. All right, but if I don't want the total revenue, but I want the profit, once I select this, we can also just see the profit. If I want the tax, once I select the tax, we can also just see for the tax. If I don't want the tax and I want for the total cost, we can also see it for the total cost. But if I don't want the total revenue by the payment method by the product type, once we select that, we can also see that right over here. So the product type. All right, or we want it by the product category, so product category. All right, or we want it by the purchase type, so purchase type. All right, and so that is how the fold parameter works. Okay, so now that we have this, all we need to do is to go and format this as well. Now we have a similar thing here, so we can just copy the format for this in Paint. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so we can just go copy the format for this one. All right, right over here, and we are just going to paint it right in here. Okay, all right, so we have that, and yeah, so total tax, total cost by product type, total revenue by product type, If I want by product method, total revenue by product method, total profit by product method, tax by product method. If I want by the product category, you can also just do that. So total revenue by the product category, total profit by the product category, and etc. etc. So that is our questions and everything that is needed in this particular question solved, plus an additional one for you to enjoy the round. And so yeah, this is my Christmas gift to you all, and I do hope you enjoyed it. And like I've said, don't forget this Christmas, kindly subscribe. All right. So we started off from here. We answered each and every question from this particular data set. Now you can go over and try it on your own as well. But we answered everything, all 13 or 14 questions. Okay. We answered everything as a data analyst, and we provided management with this intensive, um, dashboard, okay, to help them or to guide them in making their decisions. Particular project, so you can see right over here, is called the animal shelter operations project. All right, so this is the data set that we've imported into Power BI Power Query Editor. All right, now before we were doing just a little bit of of data cleaning over here, removing some columns and doing some cleaning transformation before we further send it into our report view to start answering the business related questions. All right, and so this is our data set, and you can see from here we have everything. Okay, we have everything all the way to was outcome alive. All right, so what I'm going to do is that at first glance, I don't like how this column, the items in this column are, are shown. All right, what is with this asterisk and all of that? Okay, and so what I'm going to do is that, or what I did was that I just came right here, going to replace value because I want to remove all the asterisks. All right, from the entire list. Okay, so I'm going to go to replace value and then put this here, and I'm replacing it with nothing, so that if I click on OK, now you can see that all our asterisks are no more. All right, so that we don't have all of the asterisks. Now with the now values, let's see. Normally I don't like to have blanks in my analysis. All right, unless it's really critical or unless I'm asked to leave it. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the empty spaces. All right, all the empty spaces. And so to do that, just click on this arrow, and then because they are blanks, I'm just going to go to remove empty. All right, to remove all the empty cells. Okay, so that I have this. Now what we can also do is that with the nows, we can see that we have nows. That means there's no item in there. So what we can simply do is that we can just change the nows to unknown animal. All right, so we can just right click this again, come to replace value, and then the nows are in capital letters, don't forget. So nows, now I'm going to say unknown animals. All right, and then I'm going to do this so that now all the nouns are changed to unknown animals because they are nouns, we don't know them, so we need to change them to something that makes a little bit of sense. All right, or a lot of sense. Okay, all right, now the animal type, everything seems okay. You can see there are no errors in here. The primary color also seems okay. Secondary color also, we have some null values. So what we can simply do is that we can just go in here and then change the nouns. So replace value, and I'll say now to unknown color. All right, so now it's unknown color. All right, so that we can just take up the nouns, and you can see the secondary colors also have some empty. So like I said, I don't like, so I'm just going to remove. But if you use the remove empty, it's going to remove the entire row, the items in the entire row. I'm fine with that. That is why I'm doing that. And like I said, if it's really important, you don't touch on them. All right, if it's a practice test, you can use the remove empty to try your hands, but in the real life settings, on the real business case, don't just go removing empty cells or removing blanks. No, don't just go doing that. All right, find out if your boss has something to fill those cells with. All right, if there's a way to go about it. All right, ask questions. All right, the work of a business or data analyst, one of it is to ask questions. So ask questions as to what you're supposed to do with those particular columns. All right, before you go in there and then try doing anything. All right, okay. Then we have the sex, which is fine. We have date of birth. I don't think I'll be in the date of birth column, so I'll be taking this out. All right, so I'm taking that out. Date of birth, I don't think I'll. intake date. I'm pretty sure I'll be using that. And then we have the intake subtype, and again what I can do is I can just remove the empty. Like I said, it's important to verify before removing empty if you are working on a real business case. All right, don't just go in there and remove empty. You need to be sure to ask questions. All right, but since this is a project, that is why I'm just removing empty, because like I said, I personally don't like having blank spaces in my analysis. All right, and so in my work as a data analyst, whenever there are blanks, I do want to ask and then see if I can fill those blank spaces with something. All right, okay, so that's a one and all. All right, then we are going to come here. Reason for intake. Reason for intake. I don't know if you are going to use this, but let's leave it there for now. All right. Then we are going to leave the outcome date, then the crossing, jurisdiction, outcome type. Let's see, outcome type. Blanks. I think let's leave the remaining blanks for now. Um, let's leave the remaining blank for now. Okay. All right. If they need be for us to remove them, we can easily just come back and remove them. So now I have this, and I think this is okay. All right, I think my data set now is fine for me. So let's just quickly go in, import that into the report view, and then probably start doing some analysis. All right, so I'll just go ahead and click on close and apply, and then close and apply, and then I'm going to have my data set in here. So first of all, it's going to load. Yeah, so it's going to load, and I'm going to have my data set pop up right over here, my clean data set, or how the data set that I've just cleaned, how I want it to be. All right, I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, kind of. So the data sets that I want to have, I have that here. All right, so now I have my data set and I have all of my columns. All right, and so this is where we are going to begin our work proper. All right, so yeah, let's jump in. So all right, now we have our data set and we have everything in here, and now we are ready to go. So the first thing that normally I like to do is I like to get my dashboard designs into Power BI. Okay, and so if you look right here, I already created my PowerPoint designs. All right, that's my Power BI designs. All right, excuse me, already in PowerPoint. All right, so this is going to be my overview, okay, on my opening page. So I created all of this in PowerPoint. All right, so my opening page, and then I have my intake overview page. All right, and then I have my outcome summary page, and then you can see now I have my length of stay or LOS page. All right, so I have all of this already in PowerPoint, or I have them created already in PowerPoint. Now for to go into how to do this. All right, and so if you don't know how to create your own designs in PowerPoint, I have a video on this. Be sure to check that out. All right, to help you know how to do this. Okay, so without much ado, I'm going right in there to bring in my designs into Power BI. And so what I'm going to do for my overview on my starting page, I'm just going to go right here, go to canvas background. I'm going to go to browse. All right, and I'm going to go to select. I'm going to go and then select my so I have it in here, animal shelter design. No, I don't. That doesn't. So I have it here. Pretty sure. So my slide one. So I'm going to select it. So you need to know where your designs are after you've created them. All right. So that was me fumbling a little bit, but that's fine. So this is my first page, and this is going to be the overview or the opening page. All right. So I have my opening page now. Okay. So what the second I'm going to do is now I'm going to go in there once again and pick my second slide. All right. So this is my second slide. This is my intake. Okay, my intake. So I'm going to say intake overview. Intake overview. Okay, now I'm going to go to the third one. So I'm going to click on new page. Go right here, slide 3. All right, and I'm going to reduce the transparency to be able to see this. I'm going to say outcome summary. Outcome summary, and then for the final page, that is going to be my LOS. All right, or my length of stay page. Okay, and I'm going to do this so that I can have my LOS page, and then voila, now we have our dashboards designed already in um, PowerPoint transferred into Power BI. Okay, so I have my opening page, I have my intake overview page, I have my outcome summary page, and I have my LOS page or my length of stay page. All right. So now that I have this, the next thing that I want to do is I want to get my navigations. All right, symbols all over here. All right. So I'm going to go and do that. All right. Now the navigation symbols are just this. All right. These things right over here, so that when I click on this, it takes me to intake page straight, or I click on this, it takes me here straight, or I click on it, takes me here straight. All right. So that is simply what we are going to be doing. All right. And so with that, you can represent your pages with any image at all, any picture at all. All right. It depends on you. And like I've said, I've made a video on that as well. Page navigations. You can check that video out as well to understand exactly what is going on here. All right. And so once I have that, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to insert and bring in my images. All right. So my first image that I'm going to be bringing is going to be this. Okay, so it's going to be, I'm bringing my intake. All right, so I have this right there. So I'll go ahead and bring the other ones. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and bring the other one. So that's my intake, and this is going to be outcome. Excuse me. This is my outcome. All right, and last I'm going to take is going to my LOS. All right, so LOS. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to come right down here, and I'm going to select my LOS. All right, and then open, and that is my LOS. Okay, so once I'm done with this, I can just make them resize them a little bit, and I'm going to bring down this down here. Okay, resize this as well, just a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to bring the final one, and I'm going to resize that a little bit as well. Good. So now I have all of my items right in here. Let's bring this down a little. Bring this down here a little bit. Just so to look good. Alright. So now that I've done this, I'm going to give them actions. Alright. So this one I'm going to say, I'm going to turn it off, and I'm going to say once I click on this, I right click on this. Since it's page navigation, I'm going to select page navigation and say this should take me to intake summary. Alright. Then I'll go to this one and again give this also an action, and this is also page navigation. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to say this should be my outcome summary. And then finally this, I'm also going to give an action, page navigation, and I'm going to say this should be my LOS page. Alright, and so what is going to happen is that if I'm to just control click on this, you take me to my outcome summary. So you can see it like so. Alright, and I can go back here, and if I'm to click on this, control click, is going to take me to my LOS page. Alright, so that is that for this. So now I'm going to come here, and we are going to bring in the same stuff. Alright, let's see if we can copy all of this, or we can't. So I'm going to copy this one by one, so that we don't go taking them all over again. Alright, now I'm going to go back, select this. Alright, come back here, this right in here as well, and then for the last one, I'm going to go select this. Alright, so you can select by simply control C, control V. Alright, so control C, okay, and then control V, and then you can have it right there. So you have these three. Alright, now I'll do a little bit of changes with them, but I just want to have all of them in there. So alright, so let me just come here once again. Oh man, they all look the same, which is bad. So I only need one. Okay, so click on this, control C. Alright, and then control V. Alright, good. Then now this, control C, come here, control V, and I have this. Alright, so you can just fill this in right there. Now we're making some changes, so just keep in mind. Alright, I just want all of them in here so that I don't want to make the whole thing so long. Alright, so yeah, so control C. Once you've already created one, you can just control C, control V them, All right. Yeah, you can use Control C, Control V, them, Control C, and then Control V. All right. Uh, this is the outcome. Why did I select that twice? So here, Control C, come here, Control V. All right. Now the last page, Control C, and come here, so Control V. All right. So Control C, say Control V. All right. So the last one, Control C, come here, going to say Control V. All right. So that's good. So we have all of these. Okay. Let's position them all. All right. So the action for this is still turned on. So this is going to be intake page. So if I'm to select, click on this, it should take me to the intake overview. All right. Okay. So for the intake, because this is still the intake overview, we can still have this. Okay, we can still have this. So what we are going to replace this with is we are going to come up with to the buttons, and we are going to replace it with the back. All right. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to remove this because it's the same page, so we can have that. All right, it's the same page, so we can have that. So now I'm going to have the outcome, the length of stay, and I'm going to have this little guy right here. Alright, and we can increase it a little bit. Okay, to make it stand out. Alright, so that if I'm coming from here to the intake overview, and I want to go back to the open, then I can simply just control hit on this, then take me back to where I'm coming from. Alright, and so that is how this works. Alright, like I said, because we're already on the intake overview page, we can represent the intake overview page with the intake overview action. Okay, alright, so now that we've done with this, we can come to outcome summary, and we know that this is for outcome summary as well. Okay, so let me go back and select this. All right, we will come in, and then this is the outcome summary. So we can also have this in here representing the outcome summary. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and represent this with the back icon. Okay, so we can just put that right in here, so that if I'm coming from here, all right, if I'm coming from here to here and I want to go back, I can just, and they take me back. But if I'm coming from here, and I'm coming from here all the way to here, outcome summary, I want to go back, I'll just right click on that and it take me back to here. Okay, alright, so that is that. We're done with this. And now for the loss page, LOS page, which is this. Alright, so again we are going to take this out of the way, alright, and replace it with this. Alright, and so yeah, voila, so we are done with the opening page, the designs for the opening page, the intake overview page, the outcome summary, and the LOS page. And that was so simple. Alright, that was so simple because we already have everything prepared in PowerPoint. That was so simple. Okay, and so now that we are here, we are going to start tackling our questions. Okay, and so what is the first question? And so now the first question, all right, is to find the total number of animals brought to the shelter that year. All right. So the total number of animals. And how do we find the total number of animals? We are actually going to use count. All right, to count because we don't have like the quantities. Okay, to use some. This time around we have the, if you go in there and we check, look at the items to the table. All right, can see that we have the kennel ID, animal name, etc., but we don't have the quantity of animals. All right, we have everything like this. All right, so we are going to count them based on either the animal ID or the kennel ID, but the count doesn't really go with text, it goes with integer item. And since this is an integer column, all right, whole numbers, if you look at this is a text column. Okay, so it will be difficult to use count with animal ID. It wouldn't work, and I shall show you what I mean by that. We shall try that. All right, but in actual sense, we'll be counting based on the kernel ID. All right, because the kernel ID are unique. The items in there are unique. You don't have repetitions in the kernel ID column. All right, the kernel ID items are all unique, so we can, and they are integers, so we can use the kernel ID to find to in addition with the count to find the total, animals. All right, but we can't use the animal ID. So I'm going to be showing you what I mean by that. And so once I come here, we are going to start creating our measures. And for that, I'm going to come to home, and I'm going to create, because I don't like creating my measures all over the place. I like to have my measures grouped, as one. I like to have my Power BI report looking really neat. Okay, so I create this measures, and I'm going to create a measure table. Just need to organize my measures. All right, just need to organize my measures so I know where my measures are. All right, and so it's loaded, and now my measure table is created. Okay, all right, so I'm going to click on this arrow, come here, right click on it, and I'm going to start my first measure. All right, and so like I said, let's try counting them by animals ID. All right, total animals. So with total animals count, animal ID, ID, right? So it's really difficult to see from here. The way I saved it, I should have saved the wall, but that's fine. Oh, please. So animal ID. So this is animal ID. And if I'm to select, I'm to enter this and choose this. Okay. Wait, this. Oh, it works. Alright. Okay, when I tried it, I was actually using the sum, so the sum wasn't working, but the count works. All right, so you can just use the count. As we work, we learn new things. All right, as I help you, I also learn new things, and so I'm not really bothered. But if you had still use if you had changed this to the kernel ID, we'll still be getting the same figure. So let me show you. If you had changed this to ID and then kernel ID, all right, we'll still be having the same figure. Okay, so let me just remove this, show you. Now you can see that now we are not using animal ID, we are using kernel ID. Alright, but if I'm to select this and come here, we also have the same, so it really doesn't matter, it's still the same answer. Alright, and so that is fine. So you can either count using the animal ID, or you can count using the kernel ID. That is fine. Alright, a lot of the time these projects I just take them and I start solving them. Alright, because I don't like to feel or to come across as being perfect. Okay, because that can be so intimidating to some people when it looks like someone is just easily doing it and they are unable to do it. So I just try my hands on something real quick, and then I just come in here to do it. So you realize that some of my work, as we continue to do it, I get more ideas and I inculcate those ideas into the work, and that is fine. That is how I do it. I normally like to be natural, and then to let people know that I can also make mistakes. All right, and that is what's important. So that's fine. So now that we have that, now we can just simply go in and do our formatting. All right. So now we solved our first question, the total animals. Okay. And so let's do our formatting. What am I doing? Okay. So let's come to cars, and the cars should be fine. All right. Let's remove this, and that. Okay. Now let's go to our callout, and let's format it. All right. Now, formatting is an important aspect of Power BI. Okay, a lot of the times I've seen many people do amazing works, but because the formatting is so bad, the the project looks really bad as well. And it's not even their fault. It's just because they do not spend a lot of time formatting their visualizations properly. Okay, and so yeah, be sure to spend some time on your formatting. Okay, yeah, sure to spend some time on your formatting if you want your format to stand out. Okay, all right. So like so, looks good. And then I'm going to remove my effects. All right. So now I have that in there. So that is our first question solved. So that is, what is the total number of animals brought to the shelter this year? And that is 51,000. Okay, 51,000. So we've solved that here. Now, what I wanted to also add, or what I added to this, is that I tried showing the different number of animals, okay, that were introduced into these shelters. All right. So how many cats, how many dogs, how many livestock, and all of that. So I created measures to show all of that. All right. And I'll be showing you how to create all of them. Now I've already gone through the data set, and I know there are 10 unique animals types. All right. So I know there are animal type. There are 10 unique animal types. You have the amphibian, the bird, the cat, the dog, guinea pig, livestock, other rabbit, reptile, and wild. So one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 10. All right. So what I do is that I'm going to go in and create a measure for all of them so that we can have all of them they showing at the top. So when we are doing your analysis, you can know, all right, so there are actually 200 and this animals in here, there are actually 200 and this animal, or 100 and this animals, or thousands, or so you can just simply take the data set and know which animals were brought in the most, all right, just at first glance. Okay, so let's go in there and let's start creating our DAX measures for that, for those as well. Okay, all right. All right. So since there are 10 different animal types, we are going to get all of them. And the measure that we are going to do, I'm going to do the first one, and for the rest, we can just copy and then paste them. All right. So I'm going to say amphibian. I know we have amphibian. So amphibian. And the DAX measure I'm going to use calculate. All right. Calculate. And because you have total animals, I'm going to say calculate total animals. Filter them. Filter. So filter, we're going with this. All right. And I'm going to say where the data type, where the animal type. Okay. So animal type, excuse me, animal type is equal to amphibian. All right. Close and close. Okay. So now I can copy all of this so that we don't have to write them again. Okay. So let's see for amphibian, total animal, and we have that. So this for amphibian only. All right. All right. So now the next one is going to be for wild animals. So another new measure so that you can just follow. Before I do copy, so you are going to just paste. And so since this is for wild animals, don't forget to change it to wild. You change it to wild. And you are going to come right there and change this as well to wild. Alright? And now we can close. And now we have wild. The next one is going to be for birds. So birds, I'm going to say bird, and I'm going to come right there. I'm going to say bird, and then we can just enter. And so I'm going to fast forward this and do all of this same way for all 10 of them. All right, and then once I've done, I'll come back and then we shall continue. All right. All right. So we are back again, and you can see that now I have all of my 10 animals, or my 10 animals total right over here. And so we have amphibian, the total for amphibian, the total for birds only, the total for cats, the total for dogs only, the total for guinea pigs only, livestock, other, rabbit, reptile, wild animals only. Alright. So now that we have this, now we need to present that here on top here so that anyone that takes the data set is able to know the total amphibians, the total birds, the total cats, the total dogs from the total animals right at, at first glance. Excuse me. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to consider this separated in two, so 5 here, 5 here. That's how I did it. Now you can decide to make it all 10, you can decide to make it anyhow you want. As long as it's a project, that is fine by me. Okay, so I'm going to select amphibian, 2 bird, cat, dogs, and I'm going to say guinea pig. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is my first 5, and I'm going to represent that using a card. Okay, so you have all of this here, and since I'm lazy, we hit on this hit on this to format this. All right, and voila, this looks good, right? Mm-hmm. Let's show it a little bit. All right, so we have for amphibians, we have for birds, cats, dog, guinea pigs. Now we can reduce the charges a little bit, but I think this is fine. If you want to reduce a little bit, that is fine by me as well. You can do that at your end, but I think anyone that sees this should be able to tell, okay, especially from the measures that have been provided here, okay. All right, so now we are going to move on to the second one, which is this 2, 3, 4, and 5. And again, I represented that with a card. And we can, now that we have this, we can just go here, format pin this, and do the same for this. Okay, so we have this, like so, like so. I'll bring this in a little bit. Alright. Alright. And that's that. So now we are done with the first actual question, and we are done with these KPIs to help people understand how many cats, how many dogs, how many different animals we're taking into shelter, all right, at first glance. Okay. So now that that is fine, let's move on to our second question in the intake dashboard session, and that is which animal types have the highest intake volume, all right. So which animal types have the highest intake volume? Now you can see right from here that the animal type have the highest intake volume is actually cats, all right. You can see that's actually cat, but manager would like us to visualize it, all right. So let's go and do that. So I'm going to come right here. So which animal type, right? So animal type, I'm going to select this, and I'm just going to come here, measure type, and I'm going to select my total animals, okay. And I represented this with this wait, this, excuse me, okay. So now that we have this, can just bring it up here, all right, stretch it out a little bit, bring it all the way down here. Now that we have this, we can just go ahead and format this. It's as simple as that, nothing really big, so we can just go ahead and format this, okay. But I'd like to add the second question to it, the third question to it, excuse me. So what is the third question? The third question says, which intake conditions are most common? So we are also looking at the intake conditions, all right? So the intake conditions, we are going to come right here, and I'm going to say, all right, so for intake conditions, obviously with the total animals, all right? So total animal by intake conditions, okay? So this is the intake conditions. So we have it like this, and again we are going to present this to represent that, all right, like so, all right. So the total animals by animal type and the total animals by intake type, okay. So now that we have this is too big, all right. So now we can just format both of them all at once. So I'm going to come here, and for my y-axis, which is this, I don't want the title, okay. I don't want the title, so I'll take this off so that I can get enough space, all right. But I do want this, so I'm going to change this, and I'm going to make this black, all right. And then for the x-axis, I don't think I want anything for the x-axis, so I'm going to remove everything from the x-axis, like so. That's how I want it. Let's move on to gray lines. See if there are any gray lines to this. I don't want any gray lines, so they are already turned off, so that is fine. And then for the bars, I want to change the colors from blue, I want to make it black for all of them. So I'm making black for my bars, all right. And then, all right. So now we want some data labels, okay. So I'm going to turn this on. My data labels, I want them black, and I want them outside. So since they're already outside, I just want to make them black, bold black, all right, and like so. And that looks good, okay. That looks fine. So what I can now go ahead to do, I can now come here now, and then for the title, yeah, I want title. What I thought is that I'll do something about it afterwards. All right. So my title, I want this to be black. I want to position in the middle, and yeah. So let's remove any effects, all right, on that particular visualization. You can just turn it up to remove all effects, all right. And voila, now we have this. And now that I have this, I can just go to format printer, select this, and I'm going to do the same for this. And that is that. So we are done with the third and the second question. Okay. All right. So you can see right here that for the animal types, cats cats are the animals that are being sheltered the most. All right. They have the highest number of cats for each shelter. All right. And then followed by dog. So cat stands at around 24,000, where dog stands at around 16,000. Then followed by it follows by birds and then others, and then we have the wild animals, rabbit, and so on and so forth. But by intake conditions, we can see that those that were actually normal, they have a normal um, condition, all right. That means they are neither injured nor hungry nor whatever. You can say they're actually in good faith, all right. The total that was taken in around 23,195, and that's the highest, all right. And then followed by under age or weight, all right. So those animals are either underweight, underage, or underweight, all right, came in a close second. So these were the animals that was also taken in the highest in these shelters, all right. And then we have the injured, severely injured, all right. So those that were also severely injured, about 4,000 of them were also taken in, all right. Then followed by ill severely, all right, and then like that, so on and so forth, all right. So we can present this to management, okay. Now it says which areas based on your location contribute the most intakes, okay. So that's our third question. And with this, we are going to be using what we call the map, all right, the map chart to illustrate this, okay. But before we do that, let's try to do a few cleaning on that before we do that. Now if we come to our table view, okay, if we come to our table view, we are going to see that we have a column for we have column for latitude and longitude, and then geopoint, all right. We don't actually have a column that talks about state, or that talks about you know let me see if there is a place like that. Yeah, we don't actually have a column that talks about state or region or whatever, but we have the latitude and the longitude. And of course, we can use the latitude and the longitude as long as we have that. So in order for us to use a map chart, we need to change the the category data type for this and this to its relevant data types. All right. Currently, we can see them as sum and uncategorized. If I come here as well, you can see it as sum and uncategorized. Now, if you have it like this, you won't be able to use the map chart. All right, you won't be able to use a map chart. It wouldn't work. So what you need to do right here is that you need to work on these two in order for you to be able to use your map chart. All right, to illustrate them. Okay, so I'm going to come here and I'm going to say for latitude, I don't want it as sum. All right, I want it as don't summarize. Okay, don't summarize. And then for the data category type, I don't want it as uncategorized. I want it as, since it's latitude, I want it as latitude. All right. Then I'll come to longitude and I'm going to do the same thing. I want this as don't categorize, don't summarize. All right. All right. And for the uncategorized, I want it to be as longitude. Okay. And so now that I have this, now I can just go back here and we can start using our latitude and longitude in combination with our map chart. Okay, so I'm going to come right here and I'm going to say, you know what, I'm looking for the latitude and the longitude. All right, I'm looking for the latitude and the longitude, all right, by the total animals, by the total animals. But you can see that even though the question is which areas contribute the most intake, so you're saying which areas contribute the most intake. And in view of this, for the most intake, I'm going to change for all to maybe the top 10. All right, so the top 10 by total animals. All right, and now we have something like so. We have something like so. Now we are going to put it right here, bring it down here. Voila, and we have this to show for it. Okay, and we can just go in there and now format this, all right, to make it look beautiful. All right, So I'm going to, since we have this, I'm going to come right to our format visual, and for the map settings, do you want this as road? Personally, I don't want it as road, but you can change it. Do you want it as area, and you get this? Do you want it as dark, and you get this? Do you want it as light, and you are going to get this? Do you want it as grayscale, and you are going to get this? All right, or do you want it as road, and you are going to get this? All right. So personally, let's see, in this case I don't want it to be dark. I'll probably like the grayscale or the road, right? Just so it can match with my color. So let's see, this light, I should go with light. This is so hard. No, I don't want this color. Obviously I don't want this color. So road, so I think I'll go with road for now in this particular one. All right, so road. And for the bubbles, I want to increase the bubbles a little bit, like so. All right, so that it will show. And for the bubble color, the bubble colors, I want to change this, and I rather want to make the bubble color black. All right, like so. Okay. All right, so now that I have like this, now we can go turn on the category labels. Okay, or no, the other way, turn the category labels on for this one in this particular case. And then for the title, I'm going to say top 10 animals by geolocation. All right, geolocation. Okay, and I'm going to decrease this a little bit, but I'm going to bolden this, and I'm going to make this black, like so. All right, and then we can just put this in the middle or as center. Okay, like so. And then the final thing I want to do right here is to remove any effect, okay, so that we can have something like so. So I think this looks okay, looks promising enough. All right, so this looks promising enough. So now let's move on to our final question, which are there seasonal patterns in intake trends? All right, so are there seasonal patterns in intake trends? And so with this, we are looking at trends. So we are looking at monthly, yearly, monthly, quarterly, so on and so forth. But if you look at the data set, all right, let's see, intake date, all right. So you have from 2017 all the way to I think 2024. Okay. So what I want to do is that in my particular case, I want to find the year. All right. I want to be able to look at the year. I want to be able to look at the month. I want to be able to look at the quarter, and I want to be able to look at the weekday. All right, so these three I want to be able to look out for. All right, so I want to know which weekday brings in the most. All right, then I can just show that. But maybe we'll take the quarter out, I don't know, depends. All right, but in this particular case, let's just add a quarter just in case. Okay, and so what I'm going to do right here now that I've done this is to create a calendar table. All right, or some people call it a dim table. Now what a calendar table does is that it helps you to notice the date that you have right in here, because sometimes the date can be a little dicey to use. It's not really advisable to use the date that is already in the data set. All right, a lot of the time it's not really advisable. So what you can do is to create a new calendar table and use that new calendar table date to do your analysis. All right, and so that's what we are going to do. So I'm going to create a new table. I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to go to new table. All right, and it's going to give me this, and I'm going to call this new table, I'm going to call it my car table. All right, my calendar table. And now what is the that function that I want to give to this? So I'm going to say I'm going to be using calendar. All right, and I'm going to be using main, which is the main of the date, intake date. uh, I'm going to be using intake date. All right, so main, intake date. Okay, and then max, intake date. Okay, okay. So I want the minimum intake date and the maximum. So I want to start from the minimum to the maximum intake date. So now we have this, like so, and this is that. And what we can do is now I can just come here and I can just say I want it a short date. I don't want the time and all of that. I just want a short date. So now we have our date. Okay, we have our date, and now we can just go in and find for only the year. Okay, so now I'm going to come here and I'm going to say, all right. So now I want for the year because I'm going to be using the year. So I want for the year, and the year that function is just simply here. And then our table where we want the year from is the calendar date table. All right, so like so, and we have it over here. And now I want the month. Okay, so I'm going to come here and I'm going to say month. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say month. All right, and so month, like so. This is also the formula, and from the table I'm going to say calendar table date because I'm taking it from year, not this one. Okay, all right. So month, and then again we are going to say we want for the weekday. Okay, so I'm going to say weekday, weekday, and then no, not weekday, week number. So like week number Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like so, right? And I'm going to say calendar table date, and then enter. All right. So week number. So where the 7 starts for Saturday, all right, and the month starts for Sunday, and so on and so forth. Okay. So now that I have this, now let's work for the quarter. Okay, the quarter, and for quarter, okay, quarter. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say this Q and quarter. Okay, another table so that I can get the Q plus the quarter, the quarter. All right. If you just use quarter, it's going to give you 4 1 1 1 1 1. But if you use the Q and before the date, it's going to give you. So this is now quarter 4, quarter 1, and so on and so forth. All right. So now that I have this, what I'm going to do is I don't like how this and this are being represented. I only added this and this so that we can sort the month and the week numbers by them. Okay. So I'm going to now come here and I'm going to say, all right, now I want month name, and I'm going to say format. I'm going to use the format. All right, I'm going to use the format, calendar table date. All right, and I'm going to say, all right, so I want month, like so. So now we have our month, and I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for the weekday. All right, so now I'm going to say weekday, and I'm going to say format, call table, and I'm going to say weekday 1 2 3 4 because I want all of them, like so, and I have that. All right, and so now what I'm going to do is that so that if I come here, let me show you. If I come here and I'm to select, so once you can, before you create a calendar table, you need to create a relationship. All right, because it's a new table that you've added. All right, and if you add a new table apart from the measure, okay, apart from the measure that you don't have to create a relationship for, whenever you add a new table to Power BI, you need to create a relationship. Okay, as you are going to create a relationship by saying the calendar table date is equal to the intake date. All right, and now we can just create. All right, so now that our relationship has been created, now let's go back. Okay, and what I'm going to say is that so if I'm to select the month name, all right, and I select this, no, I want for the measures, and I select my measure. I want my total measures. I want my total measure, like so. Now you are going to see it appearing like so: May, June, July, August, April, and this is bad. All right, you don't want your date coming off like this. All right, this is bad, and so that is why we created the other columns. All right, that is why we created these two. All right, these two, so that once I come to month name, I can go and sort the month name by what? By the month, by this column. All right, so to give me, so when I'm using it, to give me from ascending to descending. When we go there, I'll let you see that. And then for weekday as well, we are going to sort by, and I'm going to sort by the week number. All right, so that it doesn't get mixed up. Okay, so now if I come right back here and I select my month name, if now I'm to select my month name, and I come down here to select my total animals, okay, like so. Now you can see that it's not giving me that problem anymore. Now it's actually from January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. Alright. So this is how I want it. Alright. So now that we've created all of this and we have all of this, now let's go and answer the question. Alright. So the question is, are there seasonal patterns in intake trends? Alright. So now we are answering the question. I'm going to say now I need for the year, I need to see the trend in years, the trend in quarter, the trend in month, and the trend in weekday. Okay. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to select this year. I'm going to select here. Right. I'm going to select quarter. I'm going to select month, and I'm going to select the week. Okay. So now that I have this, now I'm going to put in my total animals. Okay. And because we'll be using this, I like you to see that. Okay. Now if I'm to stretch this out, now this is not what I want. All right. This is not what I want. So what do I want? So I'm going to remove this. Okay. I'm going to remove this. All right. And then I'm going to remove the other one. So like so. So what this simply means that you need to have created a hierarchy. Now we didn't create a hierarchy. All right. We just started putting things inside, and that's not why it's not working. So for our total animals, I'm going to put it here. All right. And then for my x-axis, all right, which is so, first I'm going to start from the year. I'm going to put this here. All right. So we have 2016, 2017, 2018, so on and so forth. So now I've picked my year. Now I'm going to go ahead and pick my quarter, and I'm going to put this here to create a hierarchy. All right. So you can see it like so. And I'm going to go ahead and pick my month, and I'm going to put in my month. So I'll create another hierarchy. And then I'm going to pick in my weekday. All right. And put that in here. Now create my weekday. But still, there's no how you want it. So once you have this, all you simply need to do is click on this, and then to click on that, to click on that, to click on that, and like so. So this is simply has given us the opportunity to draw down and then draw up. So once I have this, if I come to 2016 and I want to dig deeper, so 2016 telling us that only one animal was taken into shelter, but in 2017 7,277 were taken into shelter. If I'm to click on this, it's going to tell me that all right, so in 2017 in quarter 2, 2,443, the highest of animals were taken into shelter. And I can click on this again, it will take me to the month and tell me that June actually had the most total animals taken into shelter in that particular year and that particular quarter. All right. And I can even go deeper to check for the weekday, and I can say that all right, in this particular case, it was Thursday that brought in the most animals. Okay. And so that is drill down and drill up for you. I have an extensive video on this. You can check that out if you want. Okay. So now that we have this, all we simply need to do is to go and format this line trend or whatever it is. Okay. So I'm going to come here, and for my x-axis, I'm going to remove the title. I don't want the title. All right, because anyone that sees it should be able to tell. All right, so we have that, and for the values, I'm going to work on the values a little bit. So I have so, I have like so, like so. And I think that is that. And for the y-axis, the y-axis again, I don't want the title. All right, I don't want the title, but I don't think I want I want the values as well. I don't think I want the value, but let's just keep the values. Just why not? I mean, and then now we can have this like so. Okay. All right. So now that we are done with that, let's see for if there's any secondary y-axis, because I don't want any secondary y-axis to this. And I can see there are some green lines, and I'm going to go there and take the green lines off. Okay. So green lines off. The vertical green line is also off. Okay. Turn off. And then now this looks to be coming out pretty good. Okay. And we are going to give it some zoom sliders. That's fine. For the lines that is this line, I want to change the color, make it black. All right. Or what do you think? You can also add a color of your choosing. That is fine by me. but I want it black. All right. Okay. So now that I'm done with this, still doesn't look very good. So I'm going to add some markers to this. All right. And for the markers, I'm going to add all of them black, and it should be a little big. All right. Like so. The colors look fine. We can add a shaded area if you want. Let's see how it's going to be like. All right. I think in this case I'll add a shade area. All right. Like so. So that's fine. And let's add our data labels so that we can see them. Okay. All right. So data labels, and for that, the color that I want in this case, because we have some inside and some outside, let's see if black is still going to work. Mm, all right, so black is still going to work, so we are going to use black. All right, and this looks to be coming off well. And then for my title, I'm going to say total animals intake by trend. All right, so like so should be fine by me. I can bolden this a little, make this black. Okay, and we can put this in the middle, all right, to make it look good. And now that I'm done with that, I'm going to come to the effects and remove my effects, and now voila. So this looks good for our first page. Looks kind of good. All right, so we've been able to settle and get all of the questions solved and resolved. All right, and like so, that's what you can see right here. Beautifully done. Okay, and so now we are moving on to the next set of questions, which is the outcome dashboard questions. And so if you are ready, let's get ourselves right into it. All right, so this is the page 2 of our project, and so now we are currently on the outcome summary of our project. Now to begin with, I'd like to fill this place, all right, or this one with the totals for the animals, all right, because for every particular page I want the person that takes this particular data set or project or visualization to see the total animals that we're taking into custody or into shelter. Right? I just want them to see all the total animals, and that is why I created that space. And so we can simply just come and copy this. All right, can just come and copy this since we already have it, and bring this here. All right, just come and leave it here, post it here. That is fine. So anyone that comes in here is able to see. All right, and we can now go back and take the second part of it. Okay, bring it here, and we can also put this here. Okay, all right. So that is that for this, and now we are delving into the main questions for the day. So these are just additions. So the main questions for the day. Okay. So it says the question one says, what are the major outcome categories or outcome types? All right. So what are the major outcome categories? And so in this particular case also we can just say we are looking at the top 5 or top 10 or whichever one you want. All right. So the major outcome categories. All right. By the animal count. Okay. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to pick my total animals. All right. And then once I'm done, I'm going to come here and then I'm going to select for my outcome category, right, or outcome type. So outcome type, let me look at the outcome. So we have the outcome type, so by outcome type, all right. And like I said, we don't want all of them because these are too many. We want the major ones, all right. So the top ones, and you can see the top ones are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the top fives, all right. So I'm going to come down here to my basic filtering, change that to top n, and I'm going to say my top 5. All right. So top 5 based on the what? Based on the total and mark counts. Okay. So I'm going to pick this and drop this right here, and I'm going to apply to give me my total, my top 5 outcome types. Okay. So now that I have this, now in here we can decide to go with any visualization that we want. Okay. Can decide to choose any one at all. In this case, let's see if this works. No, this wouldn't work. For me, I wouldn't personally want to use this. So I'll still be going with the tree map. Alright. So like so. Okay. So like so. So I'm using the tree map to indicate this. Alright. So now that we have this, we can simply go in there and do our formatting. Okay, so I want to format this, and I want to format this. Let's use a little bit of conditional formatting over here. All right, and see, let's go with the gradient. All right, and I'm going to say with this now, I want everything to be black. Okay, I want everything to be black, but I just want to use a little bit of conditional formatting just to give you an idea. Those of you who don't know what conditional formatting is. All right, so conditional formatting, I simply just change everything to black all at once. Okay, all right, so now that we have that, we can just go. I want my layout like this. It's fine by me. So let's go and add our data labels. And with this, come down here, make this bold, and this should be white. Okay, a little bit. That should be fine. Okay, and now we can simply go in here and say category labels as well. Let's make it, but the category labels are the names. All right, and let's increase it. So by the outcome type, you can see those with the outcome type rescue are the highest, followed by adoption, and then euthanasia, and then transfer, and then return to owner. Alright. So these are the various major outcome types. Alright. So the various outcome types are that one. They were rescued, they were adopted, they were I don't even know how to pronounce that. Utain, I don't know. Someone can help me in the description box below. I mean, you can't blame me. And then some were also transferred, and some were now returned to their various owners. Okay, so these are the various outcome types. All right. So now that we have that, you can just go and then you can just say top five animals. All right. Top, no, what is it? Top five outcome types. Right. Outcome types by animals, or top five outcome types. You can just leave it as so, but depends on you, okay, how you want to name them. I mean, you don't have to do everything exactly the way I am doing mine. Okay, you can add your own style, do your own thing. All right, you are free to do that. Okay, all right. So now that we have that out of the way, we have the title fixed. Now we can go to effects and we can remove all effects. Okay, all right. So now we have this. I think this looks beautiful. Okay, so now let's move on to the second. But we say what percentage of animals leave the shelter alive? So they want us to find the percentage of animals that leave the shelter alive. Okay, the percentage of animals that leave the shelter. So we are going to be using a DAX formula to find this. Okay, all right. So percentage of animals that leave the shelter alive. Okay, so when the animals are brought in, how many of them live alive? Okay, all right. So we are going to come here. Hold on. That leave the shelter alive. Okay. All right. So we'll come here. I think all of them live alive based on what I checked. But let's just see. Let's just see. So new measure, and I'm going to say alive on intake. Okay. So alive on intake percent. Okay. So percent. All right. So now let's go hard just a little bit. All right. So I'm going to say divide. All right. Count rows. Divide count rows. That was my door. And what is a filter? Okay. So the data set that we are looking at, so this is called data DNA challenge. So this is called the challenge. All right. And then I'm now going to say, so we are looking at the intake is alive. No, no, no. Intake is dead. Intake is, hold on. Going to say intake, all right, is dead. If you don't spell it out well, normally it gives you something wrong. All right, go to alive on intake. All right, so I'll put this right here and close this, right? Yeah. divided by total animals, like so. Let's close this and hit. All right, so this is the measure that you are going to be using. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be alive on intake. So alive on intake is equal to, we are going to be dividing account rows. You can do it simply by just step at a time, but I think this was the most profitable. All right, so that's what I use. And so alive on intake 1.0. All right, so that's 100%. So I'm going to bring this here like so. Like so. So it simply means none of the animals died. All right, none of the animals alive from intake were dead. So you can see 100%. All right, that's 100%. So now that we have this, you can just simply go in there and do some formatting. So this is just one. We are just going to move this, and I'm going to change this to black. Wait, hold on. So we have alive from intake, like so, black. All right, okay. And the rotation is fine. So I'm going to just come here, and for the title, I'm going to leave it as alive from intake for now, like so. Put it in the middle. I don't like how this is showing as though it's not part of the whole thing, so I'm going to go and I work on it. But before that, let me just remove all effects of this particular visualizations. All right, so I'll just go here, and for the data labels, I'm going to come here, I'm going to go to, all right, so I'm going to come here, go to values, and I'm just going to make this bold. All right, just to make it look good a little bit. Black, and we can even increase it a little bit. All right, okay, good. So that's done with the question 2 as well. So if you come here, you can see that the question 2, which is what percentage of animals leave the shelter alive, is also solved. So you can see that 100% of the animals that come into the shelter, they leave the shelter alive, which means these people are doing a good job bringing in animals, tending to them, and then making sure that they go on to their new owners, they are being adopted with 100% health. All right, and so that's a plus to them. All right, okay. So now let's move on to the third question. It says, which outcome types are improving or declining? All right. And so to find which outcome types are improving or declining, what I want to do is that I want to find which outcome types by the year, month, and weekday. All right. So that when I take one outcome type, if it's on the rise, I can just look at the trend over the years, over the month, and over the weekdays. All right. And those that are declining, I can look at it also by year, by month, and by weekday. How the decline and improvement is happening. All right. And so that's how I want to solve this. So this is going to be different from this. All right. You might think it's the same, but it's going to be different. This just shows us the top 5 outcome types by animals. But this was going to show us the decline, all right, the decline of it by year, by month, and by weekday, all right. And so I'm going to come down here to, since we are still looking at the count animals, I'm going to come here and take my total animals for now, so that I can take this out. Then I can come here. Now I'm looking at outcome, right? Outcome types. So I'm looking at outcome types, okay, but not just outcome types. So I'm going to come to my calendar table, and I'm looking at it by year, okay, by month, all right, and by weekday, all right, like so. So I can bring this down here, I can stretch this out a little bit. Yeah, I know I've stretched it out, but why is it not? Hold on, let me see what is happening. Oh, let's change it and see. All right, so now let's take it up, up, up to the highest. All right, and let's change this like so. So since there's so many of them, I'll just like to find just a top 10. All right, outcome type. So I just like to find just a top 10. Top 10. Okay, like so. And I'm going to come down here to select my total animals, like so, because I just so many. All right, so this is what I want, like this, and this looks good. And because we've drilled down, all right, if I select this one, okay, I can see for the years, and I can see for the month as well, and I can see for the weekday as well. Okay, so that's drill down for you, drill down and up for you. And like I said, I have a video on drill up and drill down. If you haven't checked that out, hey, kindly be sure to check that out. All right, to understand, because these are skills that are really, really, really important if you are doing anything data analytics. All right, and specifically using Power BI. Okay, all right. So now that we have this, we can just simply go and do a little bit of formatting. All right. So I don't want any legends, so I'm going to take that out. And for my x-axis, I like to broaden them a little bit. All right. Okay. So like so. Good. And then I don't want the title. So let me just take the title out. But for my y-axis, I just don't want anything altogether for that. Okay. For my y-axis, which is this side of this, I want to take everything out. Okay. So I'm going to come here, take this out, take this out. All right. So that I just have that. Okay. So for the data levels as well, let's see if we can add some zoom slides. I'd like to add some zoom slides, of course. You can add that. And then for my data levels, I like to increase the values a little bit. And I'm pretty not sure why it's alright. So the color is not what I want. Alright, so this is what I want. And so we are done with this question as well. Alright. And now we are moving on to the final question, which says what? How does intake condition affect outcome type? Alright. And so for this, I'm going to come here. Let me look at the question again. Just how does intake condition affect outcome type? Alright. So intake condition. Alright. So with that, I'm going to look for my total and mouse so that I can close this. And now we are looking for the intake conditions. Alright. So intake conditions and affect outcome type. Okay. Alright. So outcome type. So that means the outcome type for us, we are going to do this. And I'm going to use this. This is going to be my visual. That cocoa hand nearly spoils my video. Alright. So we can have something like this, but this is still too much. So let's reduce it a little bit. Intake condition. I'm going to say top 10. You can make it top 5. You can use everything if you have enough space. That is fine by me. And depending on what you are trying to arrive at. Okay. But in this case, I don't want to make this. Yeah. So like so, it's just fine. Okay. In fact, let's just make it top 5. Yeah. Like so looks fine. Okay. And now once we have this, we just go ahead and do our formatting. Okay. Once we have, we can just go in and do our formatting. So let me just start from here, like so, like so. Okay. So now we can format the colors, and then that is that. All right. So let's do that. All right. So now I'm going to come here and I'm going to go to colors, column colors. All right. So column colors for all of them. Now I like to make all of them. I would have preferred to make this all of them the same color, that is black. Let me see if there's an option to do that. But see, for all we should use blue, which isn't what I want. So I'm going to come here and we are going to have to take them one by one. Let me see. Is there no way we can reduce the outcome as well? I mean, let's just see if that will work. All right. Nah, that will not work. Okay, so for this, make it that, and then for this, so I'll be formatting. So all we need to do is change the color. So I'll be doing that off screen, and then I'll show you the final result. All right. Okay. So let me do that. All right. So this is the final result after changing the colors. All right. For the columns. All right. So for the colors of the columns, I simply just went to columns. All right. And since we couldn't have chosen one color for all of them, all right, I had to go through them one by one. Okay, so all of this, and then choose a color for them, and this is the result, all right, of that. Okay, so if you come to normal, you can see the intake condition, which is normal, the outcome type, adoption, and the total animals, all right, there, over there. And then for the next outcome type, euthanasia, you can see that, and so on and so forth. All right, and so this is how we answered the last question for the um, outcome summary page. All right, that's the question: how does intake condition affect the outcome type? All right, I wish I could have done that different way. I'll try my hands in a few different things so that it doesn't look this cumbersome. All right, maybe we can use let me see, scatter plot. Does scatter plot work? Let me just see something. So no, that this wouldn't work. All right, so I think the that one is fine. I think this one is fine because the scatter plot won't work. Let me see, would the true map work? Not really. So I'm pretty sure this is the best one that we can use for that particular question. If there's any other way to answer this, be sure to leave that in the description box below, and I'll check it out. All right. And so now that we are done with this, now we're moving on to the final part of today's project, which is the length of stay analysis, or analysis, excuse me. So you have the what is the average length of stay for each animal. So we are going to have to calculate the average length of stay, all right, and then use that to answer that question. But before we do that, I'd just like to fill my KPIs, all right. So before we even jump into that, okay. So let's just make this, good, all right. So we have that, and then we have this right over here, okay. It's right over here. Okay, so now let's jump in. So the first we are going to do, we are going to have to find the average length of stay, all right, and we are going to be using DAX measures to calculate that, so that we can use that to continuously do our analysis, all right. So let's jump in and get that started. Okay, so in this question where we need to find the average length of stay for each animal type, then obviously we are going to have to calculate for the average length of stay, like I've already stated. And to do this, we are going to come here to our new measure, and we are going to say average length of stay, all right. So that's what we are looking at, okay, average length of stay. So our title is going to be average length, all right, of stay. And how do we find it? This is simply going to be average of the duration, all right, of the total duration, average of duration, okay. So like so, all right. So we'll take duration, enter, and that's going to give you the average length of stay, all right. So it says average length of stay by each animal type, all right. So we have our average length of stay now. We're going to select that, and we are going to go and look for animal type, all right. We are going to go and look for animal type. Once we have this, now we can represent it with a visualization like so, all right. And now I'm just going to a little bit and stretch this down, okay. All right, so I'll leave it like that for now. Let me look at the second question. Which kennels have the highest average length of stay? Right? So which kennels have the highest length of stay? So kennel ID. If you are looking at kennel, you are looking at the kennel ID because we don't have the actual kennel names. Alright? Alright. So looking at the kennel ID. right, by average length of stay. Okay, so I'll put this right in here. Okay, and for this, we can't use all the kernels because there are so many kernels. There are about 50,000 kernels. All right, so we are going to look at, so since I have the highest, we are just going to look at the 10 by the highest average length of stay. Okay, let's apply this, and with this I'm going to use the tree map to indicate this right here. All right, so these are kernel IDs by the highest, by the average length of stay. So the top 10. All right, so I'm just going to say the top 10 kernel IDs with the highest average length of stay, right? All right, so now let's look at the next one, which is going to be the next question is, which outcome type leads to the shortest length of stay? All right, so which outcome types leads to, so outcome types, so I'm going to look for the average length of stay by the outcome type. All right, so it's just as simple as that. Outcome type by the average length of stay, and again we are going to look at this, and so it says leads to the what, leads to the shortest. All right, so with that I'm simply going to come here and I'm going to be selecting top, and by inside of top now I'm changing them to bottom. All right, so bottom 10, and then by the average length of stay. Now we are using bottom because if you read the question, it says which outcome type leads to the shortest. So this one, I'm not looking for the height, we're looking for the shortest length of stay, and that's why by the length of stay. All right, so that's why we are using that. Okay, so we have this right here, we have this like so. All right, so this looks good, this looks good, this also looks great. And the final question before we wrap up everything, which geolocation holds the shortest average length of stay? So now location with the average, the shortest average length of stay, and we are going to come right here to average length of stay. All right, and we are looking for geolocation, so I'm going to be picking my latitude and my longitude. All right, and I want to show that with the map. Okay, so now I can just bring this here like so. Let's stretch it out a little bit like so, and bring this down here. So with this as well, we are just going to go here, and then what was the question again? The shortest. So instead of top end, we are going to select bottom end, and I'm just going to put in maybe 10, probably, because there are so many of them. And then I'm going to apply, and that should show right there. Let's use this. Nah, let's use no. I'm going to find 10. Alright, so we'll be working on this, but before you go, let's just format this, and then I'll come back and work on this because there's no time. I'm not entirely sure why it's misbehaving, but that is fine. That is fine. That's why we are here. We'll work it out. Alright, okay. So like so. So we are doing the formatting. We are formatting this. Okay. So you pay attention so that you don't forget or you don't get confused. All right, okay, so like so, like so. Good. That's my door making that noise, wanting to spoil my work, but that's fine. I'm just so tired. So we are going to change the bars. We are going to make this black throughout. Okay, so that worked for us. Now for the data labels, let's add data labels, of course. And now for data labels, I'm going to make them black. That's for the values. All right, I'm going to make them black and up a little bit, and then we are going to make this black. So this looks fine. Then now I'm going to come here, I'm going to leave the heading as it is, like so. Bring it to the middle and make this black, and this looks good. So I can just go here, format paint this, do the same for this, like so. That looks fine. And I'm format paint, and I'm going to kind of do the same for this as well. No, that's not what I want. So I'm going to format paint this and do the same for this. All right, okay. So then it means for this we just need to change the colors for that. All right, so I'm going to come to colors. I'm going to go to conditional formatting, gradient, and I'm just going to say, all right, for lowest I want it to be black, for highest I want it to be black, and then we are okay for the colors. All right, so now we have this to do with, and so let's jump in and let me show you how this can be done correctly. Okay, so I want to try a few things over here. I'm not sure why the shortest is not showing, so let's see if it's because of the, I also not getting anything for this, nothing for this, which is weird. So it means there's actually something wrong with the question in question. How which location holds the shortest average length of stay? Alright, so why don't you just use the highest length of stay? Alright, so the top five geolocation with the highest, and then see if this will work. So this is working good. So this is working. So pretty much means there might probably have been something wrong with. So now let me change this to bottom again and let's see. Yeah, so there is just something wrong with the question, that particular question. So I'll go with top five. All right. So the top five by the average length of stay, all right, should be fine. Okay. So we can just use this, and that is fine. So now I can come here to my this one, format paint this on the exact same thing, and then we can just put it in here. All right. So this should have solved the question. So this is the final dashboard. All right. The final, we had a little problem with this, but that's because I think this question, your location holds the shortest average length of stay. I'm not entirely sure why it's not showing. Maybe it might be because that particular the length of stays for this ones are just 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, or the length of stays cannot, or the geolocations cannot be found. All right, it could be one of them. I'm not entirely sure. However, if we are to use the average length of stay by the highest, the geolocation by the highest average length of stay, we're able to find that these ones have the average length of stay. These geolocations have the highest average length of stay, and that is perfectly fine. And so we are done with the entire project. We started from here, all right, from the bottom. We went down to prepare our intake overview. We went to prepare our outcome summary. We went to prepare our LOS page. All right. We added some page navigations and so like so. If I'm to click on this, now it will take me to the very intake overview page. And yeah, I do hope this video was helpful to you.